Yet another. I'm your host, Roadless. The 2 is silent, and we're gonna go ahead and continue working on Amy Rose from our game here, Tales of Intra Armada. I plan on finishing the base model today. We'll see if that happens, but I think that I can. All we have to do is work on her skirt and her hands and her little laces things on her feet, and the I guess the straps on her legs. Very kind of basic geometry stuff. I think the biggest challenge is going to be her hands and possibly her muzzle. I'm going to bring in some assets from models that I already have created to reference. I'm not going to put them on there. I just want to see how things look. So that's part of the plan today. But yeah, if you guys have any questions or anything you want to say, feel free to just hit us up in the chat and we will eventually respond to you.
Yeah, I eventually. I was actually just watching your first video, or at least real video ever, which was the Tails tutorial, and it is funny looking back at that and seeing you not only have your little intro thing, but also have this big YouTuber intro, and all this editing and pan outs being this is Tails, titular player 2 of the Sonic franchise.
If I ever get back into making videos, I plan to do that some more. It's just been easier to do streams. And I don't like editing as much as I thought I was going to.
Yeah, no,
but maybe it's just because I don't know how.
I think that video is the one time on your own YouTube channel you've actually edited anything major together.
Well, yeah, but I've edited other things. But yeah, that's my main thing. I might do more tutorials in the future if I not that I don't have time.
Or did you ever do anything else?
What did you say?
Was that the only one you ever did, or did you do anything else?
I recorded stuff for Blaze, but I don't want to use that footage. I would have to remodel the character.
Old now?
Yeah, I said I was gonna do it and then I didn't, but it was a planned thing that I was gonna do. People voted for Blaze, and well, that's probably what I'm gonna start with, even though nobody's still around who would care, probably. But yeah, that's a thing. Okay, let's go ahead. I think we're streaming. I think we're streaming with sound. We check real quick and see if the music is too loud. It probably is.
In Discord, so you're probably live.
Yeah, maybe. Am I just turned up very high? I am turned up very high. But let me just see what that sounds like on. Because I want is a lot of angry comments saying, "Hey, turn that racket down."
Yeah, turn it down. It's coming from your apartment roommates from your old place.
That would be very weird.
It's too loud.
How can you hear me at all?
Well, they're commenting in the video, in the stream.
Very weird.
It's too loud.
How can you hear me at all? All right, I think I'm coming through. All right, SR Bingo. Variable Productivity live stream. That is what this is. Welcome to it. I'm going to go ahead and switch the screen over. I think you guys have seen enough Running Bird for one day. Alright, so I can actually see those there. So that's pretty good. I'm going to keep my OBS window up like I don't usually. Transition. There we go. Alright, so this be the Amy that we're working on right now. Our last couple of streams, I got, well, 2 streams so far. This is our 3rd stream. I got pretty far. I got her head done. I'm going to have to resize it. I feel like it's too big and maybe too far back, but, I'm just basing it on the, you start off with the reference image and then you kind of have to play with it to make it fit in 3D. I've said this 1,000 times. I'm not going to bore you with that detail. So we did her shoes. I think I'm going to add the straps after I have, unsubdivided or applied the subdivision, and the subdivision is what makes Amy look smooth right now. If I turn that off, you can see she's a lot more angular. Oops, turn these off real quick. She's more angular because that's more or less what her actual polygons look like, but the subdivision allows it to look more smooth like we want it to look in the game. Applying the subdivision just means it'll look like this. And I'm gonna do that after I do the subdivision, so that when I weight paint her, when I add the rig, I can sort of already have the weighting will be the way it's going to end up being. I am kind of debating with myself because sometimes when you do that, you have to do a lot of extraneous weight or like weight painting, like actually manually going in there and just sort of like making sure certain things are controlled by the right bone. And I don't know how much I want to do that, but once again, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The plan today is to do Amy's hands, make her dress, and create the straps, and then hopefully connect them to the shoes down here. She has, I think, 3 straps on her shoes. 1, 2, 3. And one that goes down the middle, so I guess technically 4. But I'm thinking about them in the way that they're going to get parented. You know, she's going to have a heel and a toe section. So when you... Hey, how's it going, Nex? And PJ Squared, welcome. But yeah, when it comes to weighting them, making sure they're properly parented, so that they don't clip through her foot. I'm also considering maybe just adding them on, but because of the sort of irregular nature of these, and when I say adding them on, like either drawing them on as a texture or like extruding them from her foot itself, that way I don't have to worry about that portion. Shoes that are open get a little weird for me personally, just because there's a lot of ways to attack them, and I don't necessarily have a long history of doing sandals. I think I've done 2 characters with sandals so far, and both of those were just 2 different methods. But we'll like I said, cross the bridge when we come to it. All right. So yeah, let's go ahead and add some loop cuts to her leg, because I want to be able to make sure that it bends properly at the joint, which I'm going to say arbitrarily is right around here. Not arbitrary, but you know what I mean, or maybe you don't. And also make sure that don't bring it in too far, otherwise I can create problems. Right there, so it twists without making this weird kind of obvious bend portion. Another thing that a lot of 3D artists will do, actually, something that I learned, was that they would make. Well, that's not gonna do it. Is they would make a loop cut just above and just below the portion where you wanted it to bend, and then they would sort of bring the... Let me just show you what I mean. They would just bring the parts of it that weren't supposed to bend, like the ones on the front, I guess, on the... where I suppose the knee side, where the kneecap would be, they'd bring all of those together, and they'd leave like a gap between these spaces, so that when it bent, it like looked more natural when it twists. Have it ring. We'll see if this works for me, and if it doesn't, well, that's gonna be an interesting. Wait, I'm gonna have to fix it. Hello, Mecca from the 80s. Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. How you doing? We're trying to finish up Amy today, because I don't want to devote more than 3 streams to any one character. That's a rule that I created for myself. There is no real reason for it other than, like, I don't want to bore you guys with just, hey, we're gonna do this character some more. I think I did that with Tails, and I lost interest in working on him. And that's just a big no-no. So, like, I'm gonna keep the rigging and that kind of stuff probably off stream, and, like, next time you see me on a stream, I'll be working on another character. Even if I'm not done with Amy after the end of the day. What were you saying?
No, I was saying, like, which Tails?
The most recent one, and I was just working on his rig.
I'm thinking, like, what would you say, like, outside of, you know, obviously not having different angles for your model sheets, because that's more circumstantial, what would you say is, like, the hardest part of translating a 2D, like, illustration character object into 3D?
What's the hardest part? Translating a character. So, all things being equal, right? I have everything that I need to make it work. I've got all the angles that I need and that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah.
I was just asking what are the parameters. So, yeah. I would say probably the hardest part is just making sure that I interpret it correctly. Because the worse the art is, the more my imagination has to come into play. But if you drew like a really good reference, like it's got all kinds of details in it, now I'm sweating because people will have something to look at and go like, well, that doesn't look anything like it. So Here's a,
Yeah,
case in
if you
point
have a
here.
proper model sheet.
What'd you say?
No, I was like, yeah. So if you have a proper model sheet, you'll be able to know.
Just I'll know exactly in which ways I failed. Like, oh yeah, no, that you missed that part. So case in point, I think, is a lot of Rocket Pals stuff. Not that it's overly detailed, but there's like fine details that I definitely want to get, and I sweat about them because I'm like, oh man, how am I gonna make this work? Like, say, and it's not a big deal, but if you remember the little battle Rokus that he made, and also the Battlebird grunts.
You mean the little guys that you made like run or whatever? Or are you talking about the sword guy on the
So,
little?
actually, both. He drew both of those. But I think specifically the helmet on the Battle Bird Grunt and the Battle Roku's head, because it has like the way it's shaped, it's round, and then also it has like a like a flattened ridge on the top. I was like, that is such a cool detail. I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
It's an organic metal flat kind of shit.
Yeah, and both of them have that kind of that feature, and it's just like, oh, that's really good looking. That looks really cool. I don't know how I'm gonna replicate it. Ultimately I did. It was interesting and I don't know, kind of maybe cheaty, but I found a way to make it work, so it's not a cheat. When there's like no right way to do a 3D model.
Yeah.
But
are there any like say specific shapes that you say like you struggle with?
One more moment. PJ Squared, good idea, Rotalist. The 2 is silent. 3 streams max per character. Yeah, I mean, these things are like 2. Like the first one was 6 hours long practically, and then the last 2 have been like 2 hours. Like, we can't.
I loved watching your first like Labor Day stream, which was like the precursor to the VPL, like right before it, and it's just 6 straight hours of you in silence modeling something. It's great.
Somebody watched it, but you were gonna say something else, and I think I kind of distracted you from it.
I was saying, what's it? Like when it comes to an example like that, like the rocket path thing, and translating that, would you say there's any like specific 2D sensibilities or like shapes or anything like that that you notice you struggle with specifically?
2D sensibilities, like I guess you're talking about the way things are drawn in 2D, and then it's like just sort of a given.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, of course that would be like that, but in 3D it's more complicated. Let me think. Is there anything like that? I can't think of anything. I feel like I understood your question, but like when it comes to obviously a lot of things are taken for granted in 2D because there is no other side to a front-facing image.
And you can see a lot of things and make things look good that honestly wouldn't in 3D.
Because
they're made.
There's such a thing as modeling to camera in 3D, where you basically model a character to only really look good from one angle.
I remember when you screwed up that one. I think it was a Fiona model.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Is that right?
Yeah, that's kind of like posing to camera, but it's similar, where it's made to look good in camera space, but in 3D, it really wouldn't work. And they do that all the time, obviously, because even games and that kind of thing, because it's like, you're not going to see this, so we're not going to model the rest of the house, because you don't need to see that. And also, that would take up a lot of memory trying to render. Okay, nothing new here. But, yeah, I think we're good over there. I think that's more or less what I wanted. I don't like how that isn't straight anymore. That's gonna bug me. Can I scale 0Z that? That looks worse now. Now it looks worse. Okay, hang on. Just a second while I... Fine, whatever. This is a small detail that is just gonna... You're not even going to notice it probably when it comes to rigging it, but this gives me my knee area, and that's what I'm moving that for. Moving on to her arms, we're going to do Amy hands today. I have already calculated the width of her, or the length of her arms. This is, I believe, proper, or appropriate. We're going to just give her a little elbow bending area.
Why does that make me think? I'm not watching the stream, I'm working on something else, but it makes me think like I don't know why, I just put the image of like, you ever see like, I mean Archie did this a little bit, but like those sort of like weird looking, like muscularly defined like Sonic characters. Like when you give like Sonic characters like proper elbow, like joints and like defined ridges for like bone.
I mean, you know, it's not great. I never like to see Knuckles with calves. but I think that's what happens when you don't have enough art staff or professional art staff for your
Yeah, no, I think
thing.
like most of the people that worked on Archie, from what I know, like at least some of them were like, you know, like comic book artists from places like I think maybe Marvel, DC. Did they ever do that?
They did sometimes. I think one of those guys who made really good looking humans, but the Mobian character suffered because that was not his space. Like, so when Sonic would interact with people from Gun or something like that, the humans look fine, but you know,
Yeah,
Sonic looked terrible.
Like, yeah, because you look at like most Marvel comics are nothing but human characters, and Marvel and DC specifically always aim or strive for, like, you know, realistically proportioned like characters for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Wait, am I doing this right?
You're trying to make an exaggerated cartoon character. It usually doesn't end up well for at least a decent chunk of those artists. And then you got artists in Marvel and DC. I forget the artist's name, but he was like famous for never wanting to draw feet in anything he ever did. In every single panel or cover or anything that he worked on, it was a Marvel artist, I think, specifically. He just always avoided drawing feet at all points because it wasn't something that he was really good at doing. So he always covered it in some way in every single like scene that he ever drew.
We'll just leave this one like it is. Interesting. And apparently he was able to get away with that in the industry. No one was like, hey man, we need you to draw feet, man. You can't just not draw feet. This is the hero for the story is Feety McGee. He's all about feet. You can't not draw him. And you're like, well, I can't draw it. Well, it's bad. I'm like, oh, you know what? Get over yourself. But you know,
I mean, it's like, it was, I think he's, well, not infamous per se, but just known for making a lot of, I think a lot of his examples come from, like, 90s comic book art. And if you know anything about 90s comic book art, you know it's ridiculous. You know it's...
Yeah, typical. Okay.
It's always, like men, like, hulking, buff, like, overly buff. Like, they're gonna...
This man's actually gonna explode. He has too many muscles.
And then you got, like, every single female at the time looked like they were gonna snap in half if they bent over, like, in any way.
The only thing my waist the waist part of my body houses is my spine. My intestines are in my chest. The axis. Where do my lungs go? Don't worry about that.
You could have Captain America chest. I believe it.
Alright, let's see. Alright. How you doing today, chat? You enjoying yourselves? Alright, so we're gonna try to build our hand without...
Like, is there any, like, specific example, like, bad comic book art that, like, sticks with you? Where it's like, I look at this and it bothers me. Or at least bothered me when I, like, read it. If you're thinking, like, you could go, like, Marvel, DC, you could go Archie. If there's anything from there that you remember recalling, like, specifically thinking was really bad.
Not that I haven't, I just can't think of anything specific right now. I mean, obviously, the, friggin', I don't know. Those weird kind of... those weird, sort of, like, Sonic in your world, like, live-action weird comics where Sonic... Where I think one of the writers, I believe it was Ken Penders probably, had his kids involved in a weird Sonic story where they were just like he was like drawing Sonic over pictures that I think he took of his children, or he had his... It was strange. It wasn't good art, and then also it was superimposed on some, you know, photos.
So
his kids got pulled into the game world, I think. The idea.
Are you talking about the Sonic Live cover, like that thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
It wasn't particularly great. Let's see here. Let's see if I can do this, because I'm stressing about these hands for a long time, y'all.
I was talking about that horse character from Archie and how much I hate it because it just doesn't look right or fit in the universe at all. Or at least from what I know. I don't know if Archie has some like weird, realistic animal human race. Like just
really,
if there's a separation, or if he's an alien or something.
I don't know. Sir Connery was not special. He was just, there were just some Mobians that looked like that. The Wolf Pack, not that they looked more human, they were just larger than other Mobians were. I think that just comes from the show, though. That wasn't an Archie specific thing. Lupe, the wolf, appeared in the Sat AM show. Let's see here. Scale. X at Y axis. Right. Give him big old beefy hands. Delicate fingers.
Little beefy Sonic hands that make it impossible for them to do certain things.
Don't worry about it. All they do is action and hand poses. Always sticking their hands out to one side or the other.
You ever have a character? I mean, it's a classic example of a Sonic character needing to fold their arms. They just can't do it.
No, they can't. Right. Yeah, they can't. The drawings of them. That's one thing you can get away with 2D though that you can't in 3D. You can make it look like the hands do something.
But, I mean, technically speaking, you can have things clip through certain objects in 2D, but when it happens in 2D, it's really noticeable and looks weird. It's like
and then you're like, well, and Sonic is just basically grabbing his upper arms.
Yeah.
That's if you can get them to fold across each other anyway, because Sonic arms are notoriously short.
I mean, actually,
Unless you're Where Sonic, whose arms can get longer, but that's
the thing about 2D art too, is that it's not like 3D prides itself on consistency, but it can also be a little bit of a weakness. When you have like a 3D model, you have Sonic like folding his arms, and obviously like 2D art is like, you know, you're meant to try to make things like remain on model, but you can tweak things ever so slightly to make it fit in those specific sorts of instances and have it not be noticeable. 3D, you can't really do that, at least for the most part. Like, at least.
I mean, yeah, but there's still some deformations, squat and stretch, and model library. You can do all kinds of stuff with 3D. It's not constricted mainly, completely to everything has to look the same all the time. I mean, it used to be, but they've gotten more technology to kind of do more things with it. If you've ever seen Hotel Transylvania,
Oh my God, yeah.
it's very the Jendy Tartovsky stuff that I had. Some of my favorite movies that he makes are those.
You look fantastic. Oh man.
He definitely comes from that 2D school, design school, but he makes the 3D models do that, and it's just like, oh, that's great.
He's a 3D artist in those movies, or does he like design the characters and stuff? Or, like...
I think he does character designs. I don't know if he models them. He definitely does the artwork. You get a professional 3D artist; they can recreate anything. But, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring her hand in here.
You know, I've seen Hotel Transylvania, the first one, and I remember a little bit from the second one. I've never seen the third one. I remember the first one being good, and then, like, I don't remember anything else, really.
Yeah, I haven't seen... The third one's the one where they're on the boat, right?
I think. Yes.
I haven't... Because it's been a while since I've actually seen anything related to...
Like, a part of me is like, they might be good, but I also get, like, Illumination vibes. Not because of, like, the way it looks or anything like that. I just fear it.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I enjoy it. It's like, it's a movie I can take or leave. I don't particularly care. It's like, oh, it's nice. They made another one. Apparently, they made even another one. Again, there's, like, ads for it. I'm like, I didn't realize.
Another one? Or is that a TV show?
I don't know if it's like, maybe it's a special, but it looked like they were making a brand new movie. All right, we don't have a hand side thing.
I don't know, like, Hotel Transylvania felt like it was, I mean, like most, like, movies, but it's like, it really felt like a standalone thing. Like,
should have been, wasn't.
And then you got, like, what's it? What are, like, your favorite Sony Pictures, like, animation movies? Like, Sony animated movies? Sony animated movie.
I liked, one of the first ones I saw was, what was that? Surf's Up. I enjoyed that one. I liked what they did with it.
Wasn't Happy Feet Sony animated, or am I crazy?
No, it is not. Happy Feet was, I don't think it had, like, a specific person behind it. Happy Feet is an Australian film, so I don't know exactly what the name of the company that made it is. Maybe it's just the Australian Film Company, because sometimes they just be doing that.
Wait, is that a joke?
Not 100%. I don't know if Australia does this, but there's just some government film companies because they're like, we want to compete with the film industry. We don't actually have a film industry, so we're just gonna put government funding into movies. Happy.
I'm thinking like Surf's Up is Sony. That's right.
They made reference to Happy Feet and Surf's Up, but
Arthur Christmas is the Sony animated
George
movie.
Miller made it. But what's the company?
Arthur Christmas is great. That was a Sony one.
I don't know if I've seen that one, but yeah, I've heard of it. Then there's
Wait, you've never seen Arthur Christmas?
I might have seen Arthur Christmas. In fact, I feel like I did.
No, it's fantastic. Like, it's
Sure. What's the thing called? Sony Pictures. They made a lot of movies, and
Mitchell vs. Machines. That's a good one.
that's more recent, yeah. Trying to think, because I haven't seen everything that they put out, but I remember watching a lot of this stuff. Okay, Open Season. I did see that one.
No, I remember liking that one. I think.
Cloudy with a Chance. Open Season was fun. You got the bear, and what's Ashton Kutcher and the other dude. There's Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I like that one actually a lot.
Hold up. What studio did Madagascar? This isn't really a
DreamWorks
thing. That DreamWorks. Why was I forgetting that? Why was I forgetting?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why. When I think of like Madagascar, something about it doesn't feel quite DreamWorksy, but I know it is.
Yeah. But yeah, that's
maybe because it looks, I don't know, more interesting than most of the other movies.
Really? Because they've got some really interesting looking movies.
I don't know. When I think of DreamWorks, I think of like Shrek and, I mean, Madagascar too. I just forgot what studio it was for a second.
And then of course they also did How to Train Your Dragon, and they did
I still have not
DreamWorks.
seen any movies.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. And they did How to Train Your Dragon, and then they did a lot of movies. They're making a new movie called
Bad Guys.
Bad Guys. Yeah, that's right. And I'm glad that they're still making movies, even though
interesting. That one looks like it could be interesting.
Right? Like it could be.
I mean, they're aiming for that. Well, they're not aiming for a Spider-Verse style. It looks nothing like that movie, but they're going for like a 2D, 3D hybrid sort of thing. Only not as extreme as Spider-Verse.
Yeah. Franchise. Those are franchise. They also did a lot of things that were single films. I didn't know that Surf's Up had a sequel, and I'm sorry to hear that because it was good as a standalone film. Or Open Season had 4 films, which is like, what are you doing?
I thought it had 3.
I honestly thought that Open Season only made 1 movie, and I was like, this is a good movie. They should never make another one. And apparently they made 3 others. One of them is a short, I guess, or maybe one of, I don't know. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page about it.
I remember, what is it? I forget where I heard this.
I'm never good at these things. I'm gonna bring in a hand for reference real quick.
Hey guys.
Hey, Jinx.
Hello. Hey. Oh, we were talking about what is it? We were talking about movies.
Of course. I wouldn't have guessed that before even joining this. You were talking about some sort of pop culture movie.
Oh man, I'm thinking.
Oh, nothing. I was messing around with my training nunchucks. I smashed myself in the nose.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Stuff hurt.
What? Okay.
I imagine.
Because of the fact, like, it has this effect on me, where until I see somebody's face, like their actual face, through something like Discord or something like that, I view like your profile picture as my mental image of you. So I just see like Jinx with like a fox face, like a tail's face.
Oh no. Well.
Yeah. The bloody. That would really hurt if I had a
big old nose.
Any sort of snout.
You're right.
At all.
You know,
I would think that would be super sensitive. What? Oh no.
Tails player.
And then everybody would be like, why didn't he just use those as a weapon instead of a shield? So.
Yes. Miles per hour or Tails Adventure Nunchaku.
Oh man, I'm thinking like, man, I still don't know how we haven't gotten, or aren't getting, because like we're getting like Sonic Prime later this year, I think, like sometime later down the line, and why instead of that? I mean, I know why, because it's Netflix and big budget and money and company, but like also like we could just have gotten like a Tyson Hess animated like Sonic Mania like cartoon, or like a cartoon made by that team. That'd be incredible.
No. Yeah. Yeah, pin this real quick. Grab all these. Shift.
Like, would you guys prefer this is like a I mean, they're two very different types of shows, but would you prefer like an ongoing like narrative driven like
it's way more different than what I was gonna do.
Like, an adventure like cartoon for Sonic, or would you prefer more of like a Sonic Mania Adventures type thing where it's more like, you know, silent pantomime sort of like shorts?
Are those the only two options we get? We can't just have like an episodic toon series. It has to be either pantomime or a large scale lore intensive thing.
I mean, you could have the third thing that you said.
Well, I don't know. Oh well, Amy is way too big. First of all, secondly,
like,
what I expected that.
Want from I guess instead of picking those things, what would you want from a Sonic cartoon?
I mean, at this point, I'm not really worried about what Sonic is doing. It's not because I don't care. It's just I can't focus on it. I'd like to be surprised by something. I'd like it to be interesting, but I don't know.
Do you hope that the Sonic Prime cartoon looks better than the Mega Man Powered Up show?
I didn't watch Mega Man Powered Up, but hopefully it looks good.
I know I had to make a comment on it. I like her ear hand.
You like the ear hands?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we can ditch the flower and just have Amy with a hand on her. Like, she just collected someone's hand.
Just put a hand in it. Ooh, this is nice.
Oh, what? No, Battle Bird hand. I collect the pieces of my
Amy,
enemies.
What is that?
I collect the pieces of my enemies.
Yeah. Trophies.
Trophies. Show that I am successful. Oh, those are on the knuckle.
Knuckle.
I am. You don't know how tempted I am just to take this hand and use it. Rather than making my own, but I will make my own.
It's my favorite Sonic character, Trait the Animal.
Trait.
Trait the Animal.
Trait the beast.
That's the only thing about them that we know is the trait itself. And
yeah, like take a random trait, like any like trait or feature, and then slap an animal on it.
Goggles, the muskrat.
There, that's definitely a character. You can definitely make that in. And then you got goggles on him, and now he's Goggles the muskrat. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say Goggles the mole, but that reminds me of Bottles from Banjo-Kazooie.
Cursor. There we go.
I'm thinking, let's try some boring shit. You got Spot the Cheetah. Or like...
Stripes the Lion. And I'd be like, lion? Some stripes? Yeah. My parents got a little confused as to which animal had the stripes and which one didn't. They thought I was a tiger, I guess.
Oh.
Let's see here.
Make a super electric zebra. Call him Shock the Zebra.
Shock Zebra. Thrash, what's the guy's name? Actually, that's a character that did exist. Thrash the... Wow, I can't think of what he is, though. Yeah, Thrash the Devil. He's a Tasmanian Devil whose name was Thrash. But his power was actually Sonic. He could actually shout. Really loud. But shout, the Cardinal, right? We've already done that. Both of their sounds are odd acoustic in nature.
My eyeball. I gotta stop swinging these around.
Careful. I like the idea of you just casually swinging around nunchucks while you're talking. Just like, I gotta... Ow! Like, careful, man.
I'm actually doing that right now, yeah.
Oh, okay, well. Then...
It's finding his gamer reflexes.
Discovering the gamer reflexes.
Oh my god, gamer reflexes are the best, man. I swear they saved me from dying once. I was driving to a fighting game tournament, and I spent like 12 hours driving straight. It felt like it was like 9 or 10. And super drowsy and tired, and it got really bad traffic right before I got there. And some people were getting on the highway, and some guy was in front of me, got over, and the dude in front of him was just stopped. I was like, ah, fuck! I had to go over to the side like as fast as I possibly could, and I felt like my gamer reflexes saved my ass
Cool.
because I was like, that woke me up really fast.
Well,
Like
make
the-
sure if you want to
like
survive a car
rush.
crash, make sure you have G Fuel on hand.
No,
What is
I
it?
didn't have any of that. I might have been heavily caffeinated.
What? Wait, you were tired. Oh, well, doesn't mean you won't fall asleep.
Yes, I was trying to keep myself awake, and probably going too far. Trying to make like good time and stuff. I wasn't speeding. I was trying to get the trip over with, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, let me turn this off. Glad for your gamer reflectors. 6 screws here.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're alive, Jinx.
Yeah, it was quite the. It's like, where do I go? I can't stop. I can't slam on the brakes. The person behind me will hit me because they were too close. And on the left, there was nowhere to go. But thankfully,
1,
engineers who
2,
created roads
3.
were like, "Hey, it's probably a good thing that we have little side road here." But what are
Soft
those,
shoulder?
The shoulder. Yeah, that's where I went. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. They figured someone was gonna pop their tire or something. They needed to stop somewhere. It's like,
Yeah.
the executive's like, we need to make it go fast. Well, we also need to let people go slow. What? It's the road though. Yeah, well.
I had on my brakes, and when I finally stopped, I was beside the next person I would have hit if I didn't. And I looked over at him, looked at me, and he was like, "Yeah, what's up? Yeah, okay, that was close.
That happened.
Sorry."
1,
Yeah, that
2,
happened.
3, 4.
We need to let them go
I don't have
forward.
enough of these.
It's
I need to make
road,
more.
We need to make them go fast all the time.
Like my
The road.
favorite person in the world, Sonic the Hedgehog, said you gotta go fast. Oh, we can do that.
I regret to inform you that the hedgehog isn't real. Hell no, he is. I watched a Sonic movie.
He was best friends with Tom. He could go 300 miles an hour. You know that's faster than they go on the Autobahn? We should have an Autobahn. Well, even the Autobahn has a soft shoulder. Okay,
If
so that's
humanity
1,
is going
2.
extinct and then the last remnants of humanity are like movies, and then they count CGI as like real events.
Control R.
Like, wow, humans had that technology? They made communication with furry animals? Wow. They filmed this?
Nope. All right.
Art of making hands.
Yep. Just trying to make enough. Because I feel like it won't be that difficult, but I think I might have started wrong. So actually, let me actually go back, undo a few things. Because I thought, oh, what if I made a sphere and then flattened that sphere and then popped out some fingers? Now I'm thinking something else. I think if I, and I've made hands before, so this is not like my first time doing hands. I just have never gotten used to it. His face is here. And I'm just going to have it sort of extrude outward, and this is what I usually would have done.
Would you say you're an artist with more hand problems or feet problems?
Oh.
Probably hands. Feet aren't that hard to do. I mean, feet with toes, maybe, because usually I just do shoes, so maybe I'm not representing that properly. Making
You're
a...
not representing feet properly, Roto. Let's get more representation in there.
Sure. But, the... Scale.
Yeah. Why have you not made?
Oops.
Why
Sonic
have you not
feet?
made a barefoot Sonic character, Rotolis?
I mean, I have
Are you
made a
answering
barefoot...
no?
I have made a barefoot Sonic character, actually. Scale.
You
One of the
didn't answer
versions...
my question.
I didn't...
Are you answering no?
I did answer your question. You may not have liked the response, but I did answer. Oops.
So he is anti-toe.
Sure. You can get all your little pro-toe buddies on the internet and come after me. I'll tear you all apart. a toe lover. Anyway, scale
That
along.
sounds like a real insult.
Yeah, it probably is, so maybe I should refrain from saying it. Don't even know. I don't like this edge flow. I'm going to have to fix this. Yes. Oh, I didn't realize you were an entire league. To the 3, so I don't see it anymore. Yeah, this isn't cool. We just turn off these quick.
Man,
This is not good. It's not conducive to good edge flow, so I've got to get rid of this middle.
Gotta get good edge flow.
Yes, and good edge flow is important to weight painting and all kinds of stuff like that, because I guess it's probably how the computer interprets, you know, how things are related to one another. So if you got a bunch of things that terminate into triangles or to singular points, it's like, I don't know what to do with that, and it's gonna create issues. Vertex. Keep that real quick. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
No, I was thinking, like, every time I hear Roger Craig Smith speak, it makes me realize how, like, he's basically just, like, using his speaking voice whenever he plays. Like,
Yeah.
it's just funny to me that, like, he has, like, the guy has range.
Mhm.
It's like Sonic specifically is a character where they're just like, yeah, just do your normal voice.
They're just like, you guys sure you want me to do that? Sonic's usually like higher voice than mine. It's like, I don't care. Fast. If I just do this, well, that
Do you have a favorite Sonic voice?
not really. I don't mind Roger Craig Smith, but that's largely because I don't have a favorite Sonic character voice.
Yeah.
I'm not out here be like, well, this one sounded the best. All of them sounded ridiculous.
That's the fun of it.
Maybe the fact that he doesn't sound ridiculous, he sounds just like some dude talking, is why people don't like it. They're like, no, he's supposed to sound like a kabuki theater character. Just overly dramatic. Just, whoa, I'm Sonic! Or that's Tails, actually. Whoa, Sonic! I'm Sonic, you know. I don't know, man. It's one of those things that I just choose not to worry about. And it's like, you know what, I'm fine with it. If they did choose an objectively bad voice, though, I would have something to say about it, but they haven't to me so far. So maybe I'm just not invested enough to have an opinion on that.
After you said the kabuki theater thing, I'm just imagining the next, like, Sonic game has, like, you know, the voice cast is the same, right? But only for Sonic, they add, like, the meme distortion on him every time he speaks. Like,
Yo! You know, just... I don't know, whatever those little drums, percussion thing. You know what I'm talking about when I say kabuki theater, I hope.
Well, not really, honestly.
Fair enough. I would just ask you to look it up if you care, because it's hard for me to try to explain. It's just traditional Japanese style theatrics, and it's a lot.
I think it's like you have like Sonic sounding. I feel like the problem isn't that Sonic sounds like a normal guy. I think it's just that, like, Roger's way too deep. Like that I feel like that's the issue. He just sounds too old.
Sonic is 15.
Perpetually.
Yeah. He does sound a little old. I was thinking that too.
Yeah, like, his voice and, like, delivery and stuff like that is probably fine. It's just like, it's too deep. It's just...
Alright, that's better, I think. It's not perfect, but I can deal with it.
I cannot criticize.
Oh, neither can I. I'm trying out for the voice of Tails, by the way, and I'm gonna just talk directly like this. Hi, I'm Tails from Tails Adventure Armada. I'm 12 years old.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk exactly like that.
No, he doesn't get Tails Adventure Armada. Rodolus is gonna get fucking, like, Sonic Prime. He's gonna get Sonic Prime Tails.
Whatever that's supposed to mean. Is Tails even a main... I mean, he's a part of the cast, but it's like, is it about Sonic and Tails? Were they the same Sonic and Tails, or is it like a different Tails every time?
Well, there's Tails that has multiple Tails and has a toolbox.
Tails Adventure Armada.
Hi, I'm Tails. Hello everyone, this is Tails from Tails Adventure Armada.
Hello, everyone. This is Miles for Miles Per Hour Armada Tales. Remember that? Anyway,
Miles Per Hour. Ooh.
that's a reference that no one's gonna get.
Nobody.
No,
called
I feel,
me.
I
Oh
feel
my
like
god! People just heard me say that. I'm playing like a. I'm playing an online game and I can't mute myself.
Oh.
I'm just like weird.
Hey, I'm Tails. Yeah, they're not gonna get it. It's like
Then
there's no context.
I'm like the weirdest person ever.
But there's no context in which they'll understand that. They'll just be like, "What?"
What the? What's wrong
I'm
with
thinking like you said no one's gonna get that reference from our list. Hey, I feel like you underestimate how long the people in this chat have been
mute
watching
myself here? Sorry guys, I'm like talking in a chat, helping produce a game, and I sound weird.
Wait, where'd you mute yourself? Because we can still hear you.
I know.
Okay.
It's like I sound weird. It's like
There
all
we
the
go. Turn off voice
the voices
chat.
are
Hey, fantastic. Probably the best thing I've ever done.
It's just you come back and they're like, "Oh, hey, it's Tails." Like, oh no, they'll know this about me forever. I thought I would when I match made they would be different people, but apparently it's you just keep the same group, no matter what. Okay, I'm getting a little closer to this. I'm trying to get closer to the standard set by the Lombax here with this immaculate hand that made. It looks really good, and I want to sort of copy that. Because ultimately this is going to end up being retopologized by the Lombax anyway, but, you know. If I could improve my hand modeling skills, then that'll be worth it as well.
You used to just use the same hands for every model.
I did that before, and could, and probably will after this one, considering. But this one's going to be the one that I made, and therefore it will be easier to integrate, because this thing over here is already subdivided and everything like that. The hand model done by the Lombax, so I can't edit it. If I need to edit it, not possible, but I can edit this one. And so I'll leave this one in unsubdivided form once I'm done with it. Alright, let's do these fingers now.
I'm thinking, talking about Sonic voice acting, would you say there's a bad Tails game?
A bad Tails?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that kid from the OVA, but honestly, whatever, right?
We have a serious soft spot for that. Like, legit, when I
Boogers
think
in the
of
nose.
Tails, I
Stuffy
kind of think
kid.
of that voice. Like, I like that voice for Tails. Legit.
I have perpetual
Mom, Stuffy, my nose is
problem.
Sonic! I need you to help me blow my nose! Get the tissues! Alright, little buddy. Lean your head back. Oh, alright, little buddy. Lean your head back. Or whatever that guy doing an accent. Hey there.
Nah.
Say,
Go,
that's
go.
swell. Here we go. He's just an accent guy trying to do a different accent, and it was very obvious.
Wow. I just don't get why they decided to make Sonic sound like a radio show host or something.
Well, it wasn't that they decided that. The guy, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was Irish or something like that. He was trying to do an American accent. He's trying to sound like Jaleel White. And
Oh man.
Really? Was that it?
that's what I heard. I could be wrong. That's why I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that. Because people have done all kinds of, Sonic stuff being few and far between. People have dissected and analyzed every portion of Sonic media that has ever come out.
Right.
Until they give us a game, we're going to keep talking about the same two games forever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, you got I think one of my favorite lines from OVAs, just because of how weird it sounds, compared to what you'd expect to come out of Sonic's mouth, is just Tails is just like a little kid with his new toys.
It's a Tails thing. That's a no, the whole thing was it was interesting. I'm not gonna call it bad. All right, so fingers. Let's make the fingers and then bring them to the
Yeah.
hand part. That's what I'm gonna do.
You got Knuckles in there then. What does he even sound like? It was like
Just some dude. I mean, he didn't sound particularly memorable. I don't remember what he sounded like. Ooh, how many sides? One,
Knuckles.
two,
That's
three,
that's Fred.
4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's already too many sides. How did you handle this situation? They're complete.
Is
Circle.
that ever explained why there's a crashed plane on Sonic's Island?
No. It's a part of the look. They just, I guess, decided that that's what it was going to look like. There wasn't an explanation.
I don't know if they just made stuff because it looked cool, or
Probably
if there's,
that.
actually some sort of deep lore-related reason, even if it's slim, right? The people making that movie had some sort of world-building idea for how they imagine this world would all cohesively fit together, and we just never see it.
Well, I believe it was the human world was down on the ground, and the Mobian or whatever Sonic, the animal people, they lived in the sky, or maybe it was vice versa. I think they did have some overarching lore for their world, but it wasn't explained in the context or the confines of the OVA itself.
Guys, you think the Sonic games now, you think Sonic now has no continuity? Go back to 90s Sonic.
All right, so it's actually just 8 vertices, eight vertices around there. I can reduce the number of vertices on here, maybe. Oops.
I feel like every single different Sonic thing in the 90s had a different world, a different continuity, and different characters.
I know what I gotta do. I know what I gotta do. Gosh, I had this thing selected. That's weird. Possible. There we go. So this is gonna have, I'm gonna make a ring. It's gonna be 8. And this is how I'm gonna sort of control this. I'm gonna make a Shift A.
Yeah, is there a reason why Amy has
Amy has what?
inhibitor rings?
I don't think they're inhibitor rings. I mean, unless they are, in which case they haven't explained. Shadow has the inhibitor rings. It'd be funny if Amy also had inhibitor rings, but that's what this ring. I think she just bracelets because those are just what she wears.
Shadow's long separated, distant, sister, and was developed
at the same time at the Space Colony arc, but was released sooner and also at a younger age than he was, because that's why she got older later. She came out in Sonic CD, then just kind of shot her down to Earth. She landed on Little Planet. That's where she lived. I don't know. Stuff now. And then Eggman was trying to get her. That's why he kidnaps her, because he's all like, this is from Project Shadow. And then he loses her because Sonic rescues her. And so he goes and tries to find more Project Shadow stuff, which leads him to Space Colony Arc. And then he takes the original, and that's how they're connected.
Yeah, it's like Eggman loses Amy on Little Planet. It's like, fine, I guess I'll go after the less powerful one.
That's funny. 8, and then we'll do it 0.5. I'm gonna have to make it smaller anyway. I'm gonna have to shrink down Amy because Amy is too big. I like to model at this scale. It's not that it's any easier, really. It's just, this is just the scale that everything starts at. But you look at these things like Amy's body. This is all in meters. So he's like 1.168 meters tall, I guess, which isn't that big, but she's gonna be only slightly taller than Tails in the end. I gotta make sure that everything's the right size, though.
What is Tails, short?
I mean, yes. He's 90 centimeters from our character descriptions, and that's because I think he's supposed to be a little bit taller than he was normally in canon in current games, because he's gotten a little bit older, but still not very tall. And Amy is just taller than he is. By most of the characters, pretty much every character except for Devlin is taller than Tails. It may be Speedy. How tall is Speedy? Speedy is shorter than Scream and Shout. That's just in my head right now. Because they're both older than he is.
I imagine Speedy to be like taller than Shout. I'd imagine him to be like taller than Scream and Shout, but only because of like a helmet or something.
He's just wearing a hat or platform shoes like his dad. Grab on the line. Just... Yeah, that'll do it. This will do, I think. And then I'll just make 4 of these. And then I'll connect the fingers to those and the hand to that. And then boom, that's how we're going to have our little crossover. Like, instead of just extruding everything. Yeah, alright. Sweetle.
So, okay, I know this is technically a writing question, but screw it, we have a lead writer here. But Rodalis, as the director of the project, I will lean this question to you. Canonically, they don't need to be in the game, but canonically, in the Tales Adventure Armada world, are the Freedom Fighters existing somewhere? At least the characters.
You can always say that. It's somewhere in the universe these characters exist. Are they the Freedom Fighters? They could be. I have no problem with that. I know that there are people who are more lore sticklers on the team than I am, and even more so than Jinxed. But yeah, you can always make the argument that somewhere in the Sonic universe, the Freedom Fighters are living out their lives doing Freedom Fighter stuff.
But I wouldn't say they don't exist, but however, if they do exist, it's not like anything that's from Archie Comics or whatever, right? It had to be, because that kind of stuff has never been established in like Sonic Adventure 1 or 2 or even the original games. So we could go with our own lore with that if we wanted to. But as for them existing and as for, let's say, them showing up in the game, no, not really.
That's why we're going to make another game called Sonic and the Freedom Fighters that takes place in a different universe even than this one. I'm making that up right now. But, yeah, I would like to represent the Freedom Fighters as they appeared in the Archie comics. If I ever did Freedom Fighters, I wouldn't want to cut that short because I like that lore and I like those versions of those characters way more than just, oh yeah, they're just incidentally here and, you know, they're not nearly as interesting. We just wanted to bring them
how
in.
They're associated with Sonic and Tails is like, have to not be the same. That's their...
Yeah, that wouldn't work for this story, but for that other story, that's what I would do. That's just like...
For that other story that's not associated with this one and wouldn't be in the same universe as this one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because I don't like the half-step stuff. Like, oh yeah, it's just kind of like, here's these things. You recognize them, but they're kind of less... Like, I don't feel like that's fair to the characterization. That's just a personal thing. And one of those things that, you know... What am I saying? I guess what I'm saying is, I like those characters too much to involve them in this story. Not to say that this story is bad, but to do any less than what I feel like they could be in their own context, I feel like would be a discredit to them. That's a personal thing. Perfectly fine with not having them involved in this. You guys are doing a great job on the story, by the way. Thank you. Oh, shoot. That reminds me. Did anyone respond to the...
I'm sure we are. Has anyone... Yeah, has anyone done that?
I'll have to ask. I put the stuff up there. You saw it. I think Katon did respond to it.
Seen. I don't know how to look at responses.
You should be able to click... Oh, right. You can't. I'll make it available so that you can look at the back end of the forum.
I didn't think it's like right for me to like respond.
So... I mean, you're technically a part of the team. I mean, you should... First of all, as a lead writer, you should talk to them directly.
The would be, what's his name, right?
Fractor. You have that conversation directly with him.
Like, I don't think it's right for the story.
Just go behind his back.
I'm in direct competition, so I shouldn't.
And if you feel like it's not right for the story, you can just tell him that. You guys are on the same level. You are both lead writers on the teams. Like, hey, I think you should do it this way. Especially if you're writing, I mean, maybe if you're not writing the same scene, because you've currently, the disagreement has gotten to the point where you have to write 2 separate versions of the scene. The answer is obvious that you don't agree with each other on that one. But when it comes to sequences that you're not writing, say scene 2, 3, and 4, whatever, then yeah, you should definitely talk to each other about it. Be like, hey, this is a little bit odd. If that comes up, you know? I'm not saying, like, you know, to put the guy on blast, but definitely bring it up to him. Am I mean, that...
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like... Because that is directly in your... Like... Directly in your jurisdiction, I suppose. It's not the right word, but it's the word I'm going to use. Where it's like, yeah, just bring it up. Just say, hey, I got some opinions on that thing you did. And let's talk about it. Let's do a cylinder with 8 sides. I spent a long time. Oops. And then fill them with nothing. Scale them way down.
I'm trying to play like Doom Eternal, and I am too much caffeine, not enough to eat. I cannot play at all. I'm terrible.
Oh no, on the y-axis. Alright. Yeah, you a little bit. Scale along the x-axis. We're definitely going to add more to it. Oops. Next. Oh, hey, next. Blast. Oh, what's up? Something bad happened? How long ago did you say that? Hopefully not too long.
Yeah. I think you said in response to putting him on blast.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is a minute ago. Yeah, no, I feel like, you know, there's a lot of discussion about how the story goes and that kind of stuff, and that is something that I want to leave as much as possible to the writing team themselves.
However, let's say if I'm a direct competition to him, I will always have a motive to say something's bad, right? No matter what. So there's a problem with me criticizing something he's trying to do if I have direct competition, right? So it doesn't feel right.
I see. Yeah, I mean, in which case, the best part, I guess, I mean, yes, you'll have a direct competition if it doesn't feel right.
Versus stream delays.
No, it was not. It was in response to putting him on blast. Oh, cursed stream delay. Okay. Well, that'd be it, though. Feels like I'm getting stream.
That's a
Rider Thunder. Yes.
Usually caffeine is good, but sometimes when you don't, or for me, if I don't eat and have some caffeine and then I have too much caffeine, I like tank and I get really shaky and I can't think straight.
Oh, yeah, no.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know what it feels like to be like diabetic, have your blood sugar tank, but I assume it's kind of like this.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Right. Well, definitely, I don't think it's advised, and I feel like I heard the advice somewhere. I'm gonna look it up to make sure. But like, you probably shouldn't drink caffeine on an empty stomach, or maybe that's beer. But I feel like it might be, I don't know, probably have something else in your stomach. Look into it later.
Oh no, you're probably correct.
All right. So yes, feel like I'm doing a good thing here with these hands. All right, we got a little bit of time left. The goal, like I said earlier today, is to work on Amy's hands and her dress. I'm getting pretty close on the hands, I think, at least to start with. There might be a little bit more tweaking, but once again, not going to stream Amy again. We're going to stream another character, and that character, I think, will be... I wanted to have it set up in where we could like do a poll, but it might not be possible yet, just because we haven't necessarily introduced all the characters, so people don't know exactly who they're choosing. So we'll get to that. We'll talk about that later. And it's a whole plan. Let's see here. Sonic, good evening or good morning. Hello, Soviet Peacock. Welcome. Well, my breakfast, nothing but black coffee, and I'm fine.
Yeah, Dex is literally a cup of coffee.
It's just
He is a cup of coffee.
either the cup or the coffee. Either way, constantly loaded. Okay. Yes. But yes, definitely good. Well, afternoon actually, where we are, or where I am here in the Eastern time zone of Stream Flimpy, unleash the monkey. I can only read that in your acts. I just imagine you saying it like that.
I don't think it's really appropriate at this time for Rodalis to show his monkey on stream, okay?
I will work on Flimpy once we have a finalized design of Flimpy, unless you want to see the drawings that have been made for Flimpy, but also, like, wait, okay, jeez. I'm doing Amy.
Rodalis says, a blush across his face. Oh, man.
Alright. Knuckles, give me a 1. Let's see. Alright, here we go. Scale this down a little bit.
You know, the Sonic Encyclopedia came out, like, months ago. And apparently, like, from my guess, nothing of note came out of it.
Well, it's just stuff that people already know generally from Sonic the Hedgehog, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, they changed Tucky's name to Clucky.
I think they probably should have. Good move.
And Infinite died. I guess, like, that. Those are two things. of
Infinite's
note.
dead? Okay, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, they said, like, the Phantom Ruby absorbed him or whatever, I think, right?
Alright, well. You sure you don't want to just revive him like Shadow? Oh, wait, no one liked him like they liked Shadow? That is too bad.
Damn it, now we can't ruin him later.
You won't be seeing me anymore.
Also, yeah, thank you for, what is it? You said we did a decent job. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Oh,
we
on
tried.
the story.
Yeah,
Yes.
we tried.
It shows. Still have a little bit more to go, but glad I'm
guys
liking the way things are
did a
shaping
job.
up. Hmm?
What, Cryo?
You guys did a decent job on what?
This the story. Talking about
Oh,
that.
yeah, no. I left for a minute. I had to take a call.
Alright.
Yeah, there's the two versions of the first scene. We both tried to pitch.
Or maybe I should do this.
You guys did a wonderful job, everybody. Gold stars all around, okay?
Everybody's a winner.
Except for
Everybody.
you, Tam, you're a loser.
Everybody's a winner, so everybody here is a loser. You all suck equally as much as you. You're great.
Yep. Because you can't be equal in the chief.
Man, it's like I'm here to give everybody equal treatment. I love you all, and you all suck. No, I love you.
Oh my gosh.
I'm thinking, I've been reminded of this for like the past couple days, but like, I think my least favorite like thought in the universe, like, just like, it's a me thing, but I don't know if anybody else here feels the same way. Just like, you're like kind of irrational fear or just like uncomfortable thought at the idea of like your like the insides of your body, and by that I mean like your heart. Like, you just go to sleep, and then you hear, like, your heartbeat, and then you just feel really unnerved. You ever feel that? I feel really unnerved by hearing my own heartbeat.
I mean, sometimes. It's just a little bit. Maybe it's just squeamishness. It happens.
Yeah, I'm like the type of person. Anytime I think about it, I get really grossed out when I think about all of my internal organs just sloshing around in my body, and I'm thinking, like, all that stuff's inside of me.
Really sloshing around. Also, it's kind of natural because when do you normally hear your own heartbeat? That's when you're excited or something's wrong. Like something's going bad. So you have a elevated heartbeat. Yeah, so you can feel it, you can hear it. So it's enacting that sense of unease just from hearing it in the first place, because everything's so dang quiet. You can't hear it. Yeah.
No. And then it makes you
I
think
think
like
it's a normal human thing.
wrong, and you get all anxious, and then it starts beating more.
Yeah, you cause yourself the anxiety. Now, that's why horror games and movies and stuff let you hear things that sound like heartbeats.
They specifically do that to
Freaks
make
you out.
Oh
Yeah.
no! And weird tones stuff that on to.
Yeah, like I'm a sucker for that because anytime I hear like a heartbeat, it's like a cliche horror thing, but it just makes me feel unsettled. Just like a
Soft.
It doesn't matter if it's cliche, if it's like a normal trigger for human anxiety.
yeah,
There's
no,
nothing you can do about it.
Cliches can be effective.
yeah, yeah. It's why I like I can relate to that. Well, not the murder part, but I can relate to was it like an Edgar Allan Poe story?
Telltale
Like,
Heart.
yeah.
I've
The
done
heartbeat
something
and the
wrong.
floorboards.
Mhm.
Yeah, and no, like
Oh,
the worst part
creepy.
is though when you have like massive anxiety. Like I have this a while. Well, I've had it for a while. I've had it my whole life. Everybody gets it occasionally, maybe. I don't know if I'm exceptionally bad, but it's like when I go to sleep is when usually my anxiety flares up, and then when I go to bed, I get like slight like chest pains because of that anxiety and because of how much I'm unsettled by my own heart. I think like, oh my god, if I go to sleep, what if I just die unknowingly in my sleep? So I just stay up, and it's hard for me to like rest.
That sounds like an anxiety attack. I've never experienced
Yeah,
anything like that.
It's quite counterproductive because staying up is bad for your heart.
Yeah,
So.
I like that.
Oh, so she does employ triangles sometimes. Well, I don't have to feel bad doing it.
Regularly. There might be a problem.
Okay, I need to make more, oops.
I don't have that type of anxiety. I have social anxiety, so just initiating contact with people gives me like I will procrastinate and never do that.
I know that.
So
It's like I'm
but-
the type of person, and it's really bad. It's a bad habit that like I've gotten better about. But it's like the feeling of like I mean it depends on what the task is, but like somebody tells me complete a task, I'm like, all right, I'll do this thing, or like I'm doing a normal thing throughout my life or whatever, but then somebody tells me to do it, and I think it's dependent on the person that tells me and the way they speak to me. But if
Like,
somebody tells
go
me to do
yourself.
something, I'm just like, all right,
and
now
you
I
never
don't want to do it.
Yeah, I know that.
I think that's
Yeah.
known as, what is it? A psychological reticence. You don't want to do it just because someone told you to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
And it's not like just because somebody tells you to per se. It's really dependent on the scenario, like who's telling it to you.
yep, yeah, it is. It's like he's somebody
How are
you
they
don't
speaking?
like.
Because it's gonna be like there's a stark difference, and this is like basic stuff. But like it's like the sort of like if somebody like like asks you to do something like in a polite like understanding nature, like, hey, can you do this thing, like we're working on this, whatever, and they say it in a soft like inviting tone, you'd be like, all right, cool, I'll do that thing, because you're not being like abrasive or like really hounding about it, and then you got like the opposite of like somebody just like nagging you about shit. I'm like, all right, now you're just being annoying.
Oh, no one likes to be nagged, but maybe.
Somebody tries to tell you to do something just to assert that they have some sort of command over you.
Yeah, or like you do like you maybe like you're doing stuff like in your life or not doing something like a basic kind of thing, and the person's like maybe like bothered by it a little bit, but then it's like you think like I don't like, you know, no, like you're told by somebody to like do something like really obvious, and you think to yourself, do you think I don't know what to do? Like,
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Let's connect.
today on
I
Rodolith's
need
VPL stream, we're going to talk about Cryo's anxiety attacks and people yelling about. I don't know, what do people yell to you guys about? I don't know what people.
When I used to work at the grocery store, it was all kinds of things, but mostly this price isn't what I expected it to be.
Oh my god.
Or
those
not wanting to
people-
sign up
oh, I hate
for the
that.
thing.
Like, even when people are like being polite, it's when you got people that like go up to your like your like cashier and think something's on sale or something like that, and then you're like, oh, this thing's not on sale, like, unfortunately, sorry, and then they're like, oh, I thought that was on, like, are you trying
Sometimes,
to get
if they caught it, like, we're supposed to take the sales tags when I was working at the Safeway when I used to work there.
That's
We're supposed to take the
being-
sales tags off. So if the shopper gets there and they get that and they see that, we confirm that that was a sale thing. We give them the sale because it was our job to take the thing off. But you know, it's oftentimes they pick up the wrong item. I think actually those things don't bug me. That's just the normal course. I think it's problems where this one lady came up to me and was trying to get a refund, or like not a refund, but not pay for something that she had tested in the store. Like it was a drink. She started drinking it. She didn't like it. It's like, can I just not pay for this? It's like, no, you have to buy it. You were drinking it.
Oh my god, hear me out. I've heard this one a lot, but senior discount, get out.
Sometimes seniors do get a discount. I know some
Like-
seniors. If you ain't no senior, and that's rarely an issue.
Yeah, my mom
I
asked for that.
personally hear that one a lot.
They just told her no. She was at McDonald's. She's like, get a senior discount. Like,
Oh my god, I get that.
Oh, at McDonald's? Oh, that's interesting. I don't think they
Yeah,
offer
like,
anybody a
legit,
discount.
no.
It's already too cheap.
Throughout my life, yeah, right.
I don't know.
You're digging into like some personal stresses for me, but like,
Fair enough.
like man, the idea of somebody going to like fucking McDonald's or Burger King asking for a discount, I'm like, really? Like, you're coming here for cheap food. You don't need to get much cheaper. You don't need to.
Well, I'm not gonna to lean in on that particularly because, well, maybe one day when I'm a senior, I'll want a discount on some Taco Bell. And how am I gonna get one?
By nagging people.
Well, I'll ask. It never hurts to ask. It hurts to insist, I think.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm talking about. Oh man.
no, I'm 65. I deserve a discount on my dollar meal.
Oh, no.
Yeah, right. Oh my god.
Oh.
Sounds like Cryo
really
has
tiny.
worked at McDonald's or something.
What? No.
Have you? Oh. Okay.
My family right now.
Oh,
I see.
okay. I was like, why is he so?
He's like,
Okay.
seems to know, but okay, that makes sense. It's another way to.
And it's like you feel vicariously how much the employee like hates this.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
You can sense how they're trying to be nice, but you know it. You always get
Hey,
it.
they've had to deal with this type of thing, like, you know how when you make a joke at the register to the cashier, and they're
Yeah,
like,
they're
I've
like-
heard it 1,000 times, man. You're not the
Yeah.
first person to think of that.
Yeah, no, it's like that type of thing where it's like I have family members where it's like it's like one of those things where it's like you're talking about like that discount thing. You might not get annoyed at that if you get it once in a while. Every single time you go to that location though, and you hear the same thing over and over again, it's like, oh my god.
That's a
stop.
little bit weird. It's like, they said no last time. Like, they're going to say yes this time. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, like every time I'm like, you said like I say that exact thing, and it's like, well, it's like be quiet. Like you don't know, maybe they want. So you're trying to trick people now? What are you doing? Stop.
Well, I'm wearing my hat backwards this time. They won't recognize me.
Trying to get. I'm actually a little bit older now, so technically,
I was
I might
65, now I'm 66.
Like my family is the type of family to be like, like throw like a I don't know, like a 13-year-old kid into like the area and be like, hey, can I get like a child's discount, or like an 18-year-old kid? Be like, no, you can pretend to be 16. I'm like, stop like pedantically lying. Like,
That's odd. I'm not comment
like,
on you.
oh, we can get a discount on our food if you like pretend to not be the age that you are. And be like, what? Like, I'd rather just be truthful and just pay more. Like, it feels weird.
Yeah, that's shiesty. Control. Oh, that's what I need to do. Loop cut. I feel like I'm doing a good hand here. I really
Basically,
do.
what I'm trying to say is my family's full cheapskates. It's just.
Well, there'd be. There'd go. Last.
Like, trust me, guys. I understand coupons and like, you know, wanting to, you know, get things on sale. Like, I understand that money is annoying, but also like, you're just like annoying in public. Oh man.
Other than that, people just yell at me about the project. I'm kidding. No one yells at me about the project.
I do.
I mean, you do, but I don't listen to you. I'm beyond caring. No, it's not that I don't care what people say. I care. That's a lie. I care immensely about this project, and I want it to be successful. So mostly it's me yelling at me about this project. Like, I'm legit reconsidering. Like, okay, so here's the thing. Not a secret. It's been like a thing we've needed for a while is programmers to help us with the actual game part. Like, I can model and that kind of stuff. But I'm legit actually considering, like, doing... I found some certification courses, because I'm doing certification courses for things like CCNA, which is like a Cisco certification for network associates, and a CTS, a technology certification. Like, what if I did one of these for me? Like, not just for my job, I do it for me. And there's like Unity certs, and I was like, what if I just did that and just got a general understanding of how Unity worked, and then I could help somehow, and then I could just, like, having the knowledge base to know what questions to ask.
Yeah, because like you could be like, oh, not only could like you maybe learn something like program related to help out the project, it could be like like if we do get programmers, you'd have more direction and knowledge of like.
Yeah, I could tell them what to do in a way that they would understand. Like, instead of just generalizations, like, I need you guys to make this, but I don't know how to specify what I need you to make. So
you know.
So maybe, you know, they get a little burned out just because, not saying that, well, I don't know what's going on, but they burned out just because I'm just up here talking, sounded like some dude asking for a coupon or an elderly discount. I don't know what I'm talking about. And, you know, maybe just having a little bit more knowledge in that sphere. So I'm going to pursue a Unity certification. It's not like an official thing, but it's something that I can have to just kind of get myself in the right mindset to help and to do things, because I feel like if I'm able to do that, then, you know, that'll open up some doors.
Yeah,
Let's see what
I get you there. I think you triggered me a little bit with the coupon thing, though, because it makes me think like, okay, imagine, okay, I'm gonna talk about my family again. It's fine. It's like, what is it? Like going into like your car, you're in the passenger seat, opening up the glove box and seeing like nothing but like 3 pages of like Burger King or McDonald's coupons, and I'm like, first off, why do you need this much? This feels unhealthy already. But also, like, you look at the coupons, realizing basically none of them have been used, or some of them have, and they've just been like hoarded in here.
Oh.
And you look at the coupon. Sometimes, like, you know, a family member of mine will go over to me and be like, hey, do you want to, like, you know, get something here? I'm like, you know what, it could be one of those days where, because everybody gets in the mood for like McDonald's or Burger King sometimes, like, you know what, fine. And they're like, you know, pull out the coupon or whatever. I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah, sure. I'm like, fine, whatever. You're not gonna let me say no. So you just
Okay, I'm glad you got back on PJ.
Like, you open the glove box, you find the coupons, and then realize, like, you know that, like it's like the type of feeling you get, or like the scenario of like opening that glove box, going in for some coupons, and realizing that 80% of them are from 2020.
Oh, well, they're definitely expired. Probably should just throw those away. I mean, I know it's not your glove box and not your responsibility, but if they bother you, I would just collect a few of those older ones and
Yeah, no, but it's like that sort of thing. A family outside of that type of cheapskate sort of nature, not the coupon thing necessarily, but what I talked about earlier. But also like the hoarding nature of just hanging on to a whole bunch of stuff that you do not need and not keeping track of it. I'm like, oh man, it's annoying.
Doesn't spark joy. I've been trying to catch myself because I do that sometimes. I just have like, I think specifically with cell phone boxes, when I buy a new cell phone, I'm like, it's such a nice box. It has these things in it. I might need them. I never use them. So I had to force myself to throw away my cell phone boxes.
I know that feeling.
Other things like that.
Like the cell phone's not going to get like those dumb little like instruction manuals and you save them for no reason.
You're not going to read it. If your phone has a problem, you go on your computer and look up how to fix it. That's what I do. I don't look at the manual.
You looked at the manual.
I mean, sure, the manual exists in physical form, but I don't want to flip through pages. I want to go online and hit Control F until I find what my solution is.
And I can just like read the manual. The manual isn't going to have all those different weird nuances of problems or things that you might not understand because you don't get it.
But you don't know. It might, which is why you keep it. You don't know what kind of information it has. It might even contain information on firmware updates that haven't come out yet. It doesn't. It won't. It couldn't. Wow, this hand is taking a while, but I feel like I'm getting somewhere.
I don't have any like holsters or like anywhere to put like like toenail clippers or anything like that, or like fingernail stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I got like a set of them, but I have nowhere to put them, and they didn't come with like anything to hold them in. So I just have like my newest phone, a really nice box. I cleaned it out and then just put them all in there.
Oh shoot! I need to. This is somehow weirdly reminded me I need to get new glasses. But that's not related to anything. It's just a thing I just remembered. Thank you very much, PJ. I'm glad you liked the hand. You were pushing the wrong buttons and got discombobulated. That happens sometimes. We appreciate your viewership no matter what. Thank you for stopping by.
Consistency.
And your fucking like your southern accent just reminded me of the gooseneck guy.
Gooseneck? Oh, goose. Oh wow.
Not the same. Like, it's not the same, but
not
it
at all.
Just reminded me of it. It's just
yeah, I guess.
So don't burn my gooseneck.
Oh, my gooseneck. Oh, gooseneck.
And again, I'm just ranting about my
Trump
family today. It's like that guy in that video. I know several people in my family
Actually,
that are that man.
Fair enough. For those of you who don't know who we're talking about, there's this video about this. He's doing it he's doing it as a joke. I can't remember what exactly it was called, but it was like, huh?
No, it's like it's one of those things where it's like I want to say it's a joke, but again, I know people in my family that genuinely act like that unironically and do stuff like that and would post a video like that. So,
yeah, no, he's definitely lampooning them. I don't know if he talks any other way, but maybe he is. Maybe that's who he is.
Real to me, personal.
Well, you know what? You have experiences that I've never had. Hello to whom? Is someone else in our? Here. Oh no, it's just of us. That's someone else was saying. Never mind, Ian. Did we get retweeted? Oh boy, that's so cool. Wait. Oh yeah. Captain Joe. The model's looking great. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Okay, continuing. So yeah, right now, so far, we're working on her hand right now. It's a bunch of sausages. Looks like a guitar with 4 necks, but we're working on it. There are techniques being employed. Nothing terribly new from what I've done before, but I've just, I guess, never done it this way, so that's what makes it special. Last. We're going to be adding a bunch of loot cuts at the base of the fingers to make sure that they flex properly.
You know, I'm thinking about cheapness. What's like the cheapest you've ever felt, or the cheapest you're willing to go? Like on anything.
Well, being a man who doesn't have a whole lot of money, I kind of don't spend a lot on a lot of things.
Right.
Because if I try to go spend a lot of money on a lot of things, I'll find myself living back with my parents. Not that I don't love them, but I'm pretty sure the last thing I want to tell them is the reason that their son moved back in is because he couldn't handle money. But I guess, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, like, you know, cheapskate-ish. Like, I'm just trying to survive. I mean, there's a point where, you know, you call it being cheap. Wow, that looks weird. Oh, I need to fix it.
No, like I get like being cheap because you have to. It's like what Jinx said, like the discount on your dollar menu food. I'm like, come on.
Right, that is the discount. It came built in. We were like, no, I think we can go. I think we can go lower. And of course, you know, maybe that's an example of business acumen, but
No.
in some
I
ways,
call it annoying.
fair enough.
Oh man.
Rotate along the D-axis.
Like in my mind, if you're not willing to like spend $1 on food, I mean,
just
if
cook
you
it
have,
yourself.
I mean, like for the most point, yeah, right. Just do it for free. Just put up the effort and make it yourself. For the most part.
Yeah,
Like,
because obviously you
every
gotta
now
buy
and then you'll
food.
get that feeling, but if you're always like that, like come on. Like, come on.
Eh. All right. Honestly, you know, I'll go to a restaurant or something like that. I'm just gonna pay whatever they charge for it because I'm going to a restaurant. I'm treating myself.
I feel good because I'm sitting down in a room and people are giving me free stuff. No.
Give me free attention. That's all I wanted. But for real, when are y'all gonna post something on IG? Good question. It's a reasonable question, and we plan to do posts on IG when, like, just going forward. That's just like a part of our plan. We're trying to engage more people on cross-border platforms. It's just that it's not a focus, but it should be.
What is IG?
Instagram.
Oh my god. Oh.
No worries. Sometimes I don't pick up on the acronyms either.
No, legit. Like, I'm one of the most anti-acronym people I know. Like it's just like I'm the type of person to be like I never really like type or anything like, you know, the sort of like BRB or GG kind of stuff. I don't do that often. It's not because it's like, oh, it's weird or anything. I just prefer to use like words. I just prefer.
Well.
So like it like though, and it's not like, you know, like an elitist kind of thing. It's like that sort of I just
sounded
don't
like
do
it.
So then when people so when people come to me and are like, you know, they bring up like what's it like sometimes I still need to add like legit I still need to like go into Google. I do this so often. I go into Google and I look up like what does this acronym mean, so I can actually communicate with people when I talk to them. Sometimes I'm one of the like I still need to look up sometimes what what's it FTW means for the win. I still need to look up what that means sometimes because I'm like, what does that mean? Wait, what?
Cryo and OG. If there ever was one. It's so weird how I'm the one who gets called a boomer. Well, only one person calls me a boomer, and if it's not in jest, it's certainly it's just a miss. I'm just saying because you have a link to IG in your bio thingy. So yeah, no, it's in there, and one day we'll upload to Instagram. You mark me, it'll be one day.
One
I
day.
feel like part of my lack of knowledge of most modern colloquialisms is just like, well, not most, I don't want to be that guy, but it's like that sort of like minor stuff comes as a byproduct of me being mostly raised from an actual boomer for most of my life.
Fair enough. My parents are boomers.
I mean, well, that makes sense for you. Well, that makes sense.
Well, I guess so. But because of how old I am, okay, fine. But you know, I learned the lingo. I don't necessarily know most slang, but other things, you know, just I draw inferences using context clues a lot of the time to figure out what stuff's.
Yeah, no, Rodolus isn't gonna be the. I don't see Rodolus as the type of guy to go out sprouting like, "Gee willikers."
Well, mainly because my parents didn't talk like that, so it's like.
Yeah, no, that's the big one.
Willikers. What have you done? Oh no, we've got to unpoison the water hole or something. Oh right, she needs a thumb. Hey guys, that's why her hand looked weird. I figured it out. Amy only had 4 fingers.
No thumb.
No thumb.
I've
Need
been
that
told
cuticle,
this by,
otherwise it
like,
don't work.
The,
I've been told
you
by
know,
multiple people that I was a what is it? That I was a Zoomer that was raised as a '90s child.
Hmm.
the
And
PJ
it's
noted.
not like
Oh.
it's
You
like
have a
not only just
vocabulary.
the people.
Oh, thank you.
It's not only just the people that raised me per se.
I
But
got
it's
it
just
from my
because of
mama.
media. It's because of the like media that I just grew up with, like
Hmm.
what I was raised around. Like sometimes I see people like in videos, like not in jest, like unironically being like, all right, like Zoomers or whatever, like you might not be old enough to recognize what this is, and it's like a VCR and a VHS. I'm like, and it makes me question.
Am I a
Like,
joke to you?
I grew up with that for most of my life, and I'm like, that makes sense to me. I live that. I like actually like collecting VHS because I just like the novelty, and it's like in a way nostalgic for me because that's what I grew up with,
Hmm.
and it makes me think like, if I wasn't me, like, and I was like, I guess like whatever the air quotes average like experience is for like a Zoomer or somebody my age, like, would I have more knowledge of what that is, or would I forget? Or
I don't think there is exactly an average, and that's not just to make the equivalent like,
no,
oh,
that's the
but
thing.
it's like there's a,
That's why I say air quotes because there isn't one.
because like I hear about a lot of kids who have iPads and stuff when they're like first, like when I was a kid. Of course, I could never have had an iPad, because first of all they didn't exist, and then when they did exist, they were very, very, very expensive. So like and even still, they're not terribly cheap. So some Zoomers grow up without them because their parents can't afford one, so they use whatever their parents can get for them, or whatever they're
Man, I
envisioned by their school.
I don't think I had a phone until I was like 13 years old.
What is Cryo talking about right now? Cryo is talking about how he's a real one. OG.
Oh,
Uh,
what? A real what?
Just a real one. It's a reference. It's like you're a real gangster. Like just like, yeah, look, I'm old school.
Sorry,
Like,
Sonny, what does that mean?
I'm sorry, Sonny. What does that mean? A real one. A real potato? I could go for a potato right about now. Oh,
man.
yeah. Okay, so this is how
I
many
was thinking,
sides?
What's it?
8.
But
Well,
yeah,
that's
like,
nice. That's serendipitous.
You were talking before about just watching movies over and over again because you didn't go to like see movies really or watch a lot of TV. I had like a similar experience. I watched a lot of TV, but like most of my entertainment just came from me rewatching movies over and over again when I was
easy.
younger, and they were mostly like VHSs or DVDs.
Yeah, it was easy to do, and also like as a little child, I apparently would never get tired of watching the same movies over and over again.
Right? Oh my god! But
Somehow it was infinitely still entertaining for me to watch. It's just like, all right, couldn't do that now. I hardly ever watch movies more than once.
I'm one of the, like
I might go
watch,
back to them
like,
for context.
I'm not like that. I don't watch like what is it? I watch a lot of movies more than once, obviously. Like, you know me at that much. But
Yes.
it's like I don't like to watch like say like a movie, right? I don't like to watch a movie. This is something that changed for me since I was younger, more than like once a day. Because I don't know why, whenever I watch a movie, I think it's like a really big committal experience that like when I sit down and watch a film.
This is
and then
where
by
I
the time
am
I'm done
today.
with it, I just feel like not worn out per se, but I'm just kind of like, all right. And then if I'm asked like, hey, do you want to watch another movie? I'm like, no, I can't do that.
Or
I
more
can't
than one
watch,
movie,
like-
not even if they're the same. If they're 2 different movies.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't.
No, I can feel that. I think one time I tried to watch 2 movies. I've tried to watch both Rise of the Planet of the Apes, or it was the second one in the series. I don't know, remember which one that was. And also Godzilla King of Monsters in the same day. And maybe
Yeah.
it was the lack of the lowering in quality from Planet of the Apes to Godzilla. But at the end of it, I had a headache. And then of course I watched them back to back, and
Yeah, no, right?
that was a mistake.
No, I know that feeling. Yeah, because like to use like an example for me, like I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy to death, and I watched them over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it works, I've only done this once my whole life, and it was only when I was like much younger that I was able to do this. I try to do this now, I can't do it. Like just like a movie marathon of just those 3 movies. 3 movies that I absolutely adore and love and have watched millions of times over, I could not watch sequentially in order at once in one day as a marathon. I need to be like, okay, I'm watching the first one that day. Next day I'll watch the second one. Next day I'll watch the third. I can't watch them all together.
Oh yeah,
I feel worn out.
it's a lot of stuff to take in, even though you've seen it, and then you're like, I don't know, your brain is tired of it. It's like, all right, that's enough. That's enough. And I think it also has something to do with, you're just staring at a screen. You might be straining your eyes too.
Yeah, probably.
So careful of that.
Yeah, no, it's probably also that. And then I think, like, oh man, it reminds me of another nitpick of people that I see in my, like, every day of my life. And I'm like, you just see them sitting, like, dark in a room, like, watching TV. Like, you see somebody, I see this, again, in my family a lot. People just sitting in the dark, watching TV, and I'm like, turn a light on, you're gonna screw up your eyes. Like, oh my god. And they're like, oh, it's fine. I'm like, stop. Like, just
Stop
turn on light.
Get some light. Hang on.
Because,
Oh,
like,
I know what you do.
I just, like, for the most part, unless it's like a movie theater, or
Yeah.
like,
Which is
or it's
interesting. Like, I would much prefer see a movie like that in darkness. I'd much rather the lights weren't off, but maybe that's just something I'm conditioned to do, because that's how I always see them.
probably, but also, like, if I'm watching a movie at home, like, it's one of those, it's like the same feeling you get when you're, like, in, like, the passenger seat in, like, a car, and, like, it's, like, pitch black outside, and then you turn on your smartphone and it blinds you. That's
Yeah,
the
no, I
feeling
hate that.
you get.
It's a bad feeling. Hurts.
I mean, that's why most phones now, like, adjust their brightness.
Or have, like, an eye saver mode. I like my eye saver mode. Sure, it turns everything orange, but I don't need to see that
Yeah,
much
right?
definition.
No, half the time, I think to myself, like, unless I'm trying to, like, look at it for whatever reason, because, like, my phone is my only, like, OLED screen to just look at what my art looks like on an OLED display, I'm like, why not just always have that on? Why not just...
I mean, it's a question. 10. Perfect. You just V this
It
real
makes me
quick.
think we could be, like, evolve to a point where we could have, like, blue light screens that don't, like, anti-blue light screens that don't turn everything orange. Like,
I think, well, here's the thing. The blue light filter is filtering out the blue light. The reason that the screen looks the way it does is because all the lights, all the colors are working together to make that clarity. You take one of the colors away, it's going to leave the other two values intact. So I don't know if they have figured out how to do that. I'm pretty sure that whatever that would be with some... That's some crazy physics problem that I don't have the wherewithal to answer.
I mean, it's one of those
I'm
things
leaning
that
towards no.
It feels like one of those things that's just such a simple, easy problem to fix. That, or like a simple thing that you would want in, like, a TV screen, like something that doesn't blast your mind with blue light, that maintains the same color as, like, a traditional blue light screen. It feels like that feels like, well, not a basic question, because obviously there's a lot that goes into that, like you said, but it's like, either it's a simple question that either nobody will try to fix, or will probably reach eventually.
I mean, maybe. I mean, someone will have to find a way to...
I mean, if we're taking, like, TV
Circumvent
advancements, I'll take like an anti-blue light, like, TV screen that maintains blue light, like, color over, like, a curved 3D TV.
Well, I feel like one of those problems is easier to solve than the other one. One of them is a physics question. The other one is a question of, can we just make the TV curved? Like, we can make...
It feels unnatural.
I mean, it's not that it's unnatural. It's just like, I don't see what you're getting out of a curved TV screen. Maybe someone does.
Like, the only point is, like, you're able to, like, I guess feel more immersed in the experience. Like, boy, I'm watching
I'm watching Scrooge right now. The Muppets Christmas Carol. I don't need to feel immersed. So actually, this is
for this display.
kind of an unrelated note, but that whole foveated rendering thing that the PlayStation VR 2 was able to do seems pretty great. But it will foveated rendering.
We got an update on, like, the new PSVR thing.
Well, nothing since the reveal. I'm just saying when they were talking about it way back, maybe earlier, like last week. I think that's when I saw the video, at least. They were talking about how it had foveated rendering. I'm like, that sounds great for the user, because the idea behind foveated rendering is it focuses on, just what you're looking at. It sort of it's named after the fovea. your
So
eye. It tracks your eye. So it tracks your eye to where it's looking at the screens, the two little screens that are in it, and it sort of focuses its rendering power on those spaces just above your fovea in the back of your eye.
That sounds fantastic. And you know what? That would be great. You know what I would want out of a PSVR 2? Make it so that I can wear one comfortably with my glasses. Make it so that
I should hope that they do that, but I don't know what they're doing over there. But I was thinking that seems cool, but it's also like it's gonna be lousy for Let's Players. I want to watch someone because I don't think I'm gonna be able to afford a PS2 VR. Just gonna say that out the gate. I don't even have a PlayStation 5 right now, so
yeah, no,
like
it's like my problem, right? I'm talking about the glasses VR. Is like I would be so much more prone to probably playing like VR stuff, at least a little bit, as much of a like minor novelty as it really is, like to just play it because it's not annoying to put on my face. I don't mind like the headset and the weight or anything like that. I mean, one problem that feels like a massive oversight that I think they fixed is that the PSVR headset initially, the covering around like your nose and eyes was made of latex, which feels like a massive design oversight. But there's
okay, so they definitely built that thing on the cheap. When you think about talking about cheap stuff, they did not make special hand controls for it, so you're using the Move controllers. So whatever limitations were inherent with the Move were built into it.
Most of the time, most games just use the DualShock.
Oh, that's funny. But I mean, that would like proof positive that no one needed the Move controllers at all. You can't, even your new technology can't use it, or it's better to just use the stock hand, like regular hand set. But I don't know what I was gonna say. You were saying something like.
Yeah, no, I was saying like the glasses thing. Like this is why, because it is recommended when you ask, like when you go to like either PlayStation support or look up a solution to this. Because it made me think like this feels like an obvious thing that you'd probably want to design the thing around, right? Like people that wear glasses, which feels like a sizable chunk of society. And I think,
pretty big nerd population. We do wear glasses
like,
around here.
Yeah, right. Like you can. You know what you can do to alleviate that problem? It's either you get two options. One, you press a button on the headset to zoom it in or out, but at that point, it's not fit to your face, so you're not seeing the screen, and you got to be up against that thing in order to be in the VR experience. Or you have to get different glasses, like specific frames that fit the PSVR headset and fill them with your prescription.
I think that's what a coworker of mine did. He doesn't have a PSVR, but he has a just for VR in general, right? He got himself some special VR glasses.
And I'm like, that's stupid. Why do you need that? That's like, I mean, like, I know why you need it, but like, you shouldn't need that. That's dumb.
Well,
it's like, hey guys, I got my VR glasses.
I got my special VR glasses. They, had to buy special glasses for this. I mean, buy them for the hobby, whatever.
And that's why you don't play
they cost a lot.
They did.
That's why it's a novelty and will never catch on as the mainstream, because you'd have to buy a pair of glasses.
So here's what I'm gonna do.
There's a level to entry here that is just less, like,
bit high.
Objectively, I think less convenient for most people.
I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do something crazy.
It's not a bird. It's actually Amy.
Oh yes, this is Amy. We're working on the Amy design. Thank you for asking. Guitar Station.
Can you see the artwork in the background?
Yeah, there it is. I just brought it in so they could see a comparison here. This is Amy from Tales Adventure Armada. She's here on the island for vacation, so we decided to give her a more sort of tropical. It's a wading dress. It's actually based on a piece of real clothing, but also we wanted to keep her, her classic design, modern design, with it. So we took her little hairband off, gave her a flower, and put a kind of like a swimming dress on. Oh wow! Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you think so. This is kind of our last stream on her, though I'm going to continue working on Amy after this stream. To keep things fresh, we're going to move on to other characters, but this is currently what we're working on right now. Reference off now.
What is that?
Currently working on her hands, which is like typically the most intensive part of these characters, and I'm so glad that it's coming out the way it is, because honestly, every time I do one of these things, I've said it before on earlier streams, but like when people ask me like, what is my favorite or best things, like I'm always getting better. So like I've improved even since last time working on hands just now.
Because as an artist, I feel like to say like, oh, what is your best thing is a little like close-minded to yourself and your work.
And like, I mean, here's the best thing I've done so far, but the best thing I've done so far is typically the thing I've most recently done.
The most recent thing.
Yeah.
What is it? I'm thinking about what's it? I'm thinking about VR stuff again, but yeah, like it's disappointing.
Oh, absolutely, PJ Squared. I'm gonna let you see the final product. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, of course.
It has
he
to.
always does.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
Whether here in game. No, we're gonna hide it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, hide it.
We're gonna put Amy deep in the game's files. No.
Like, she's gonna have voice lines. You just won't see her.
Yeah, no. It'll be like your proposed like No Way Home like leak thing.
No Way Home leak.
Like Tom Holland just speaking to nobody.
Oh, yeah, just people that's not. Yeah, no one's there. Okay.
But I'm thinking like, what is it? No, I was thinking about like VR, and it's like it disappoints me now that I've like actively experienced it. I mean, I got a long time ago. It's not new to me, but it's like, yeah, anytime I do, it disappoints me how like, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Like,
Can't smell anything.
Underwhelmed? What are you thinking?
I want to say like not underwhelming, more so not really accessible friendly, whatever the word would be for that.
Oh, accessible.
Like, it's not really accessible. I felt like there was a better like a word for that specifically, but I'm not thinking about it.
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to say, and we don't know, so that's why we threw it out there.
No, but like it's not really how like how inaccessible it is, like for most
user
people,
friendly or
let's see, yeah, user friendly. It's not really user friendly. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
For a lot of people, where like the interface and stuff like that for most individuals is fine, but it's like VR is such a like specifically niche market because it's not even like motion sickness kind of thing. That's a thing that most people focus on, which is it's an obvious thing, but it's like for my experience, like I've not only had issues with like the glasses thing, but also given the fact that like like physically disabled like stuff, like me, like being the way that I am, needing to sit to play video games, I cannot play most VR games either effectively or there's some sort of caveat where the game doesn't work properly, where if I were to be a more physically abled individual, it would work perfectly fine. But regardless of how I like reorganize my room, I won't be able to play a lot of VR games properly, which is a huge barrier to entry that needs to be sorted out if they want that medium to make a decent amount of money and be accessible to most, like the majority of people. Because there are a lot of people that either will be put off by it for those factors or physically will be unable to play it, not only because of motion sickness but disability, and then also like even minor conveniences like like glasses, like I said. It's just there's too much of a barrier to entry for that to ever catch on as like a viable, consistent moneymaker.
Well, some of that is hardware based, and some of it's software based. Like there's some
hardware based, like
helmet,
like refresh rate and stuff, like trying to make sure the frame rate's good enough and the refresh rate's good enough. It doesn't mess with your head.
Yeah.
And make you sick.
And
what
then,
if they made? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because certain games like Half-Life Alyx have been like one of the more accessible things, where you don't have to stand up to play it. You can sit down and move it around like regular controls, or you could have Alyx sort of warp to certain points rather than actually having to walk through the space. So like there are games where they. That's a software thing, which is up to the developers individually, and they should do that. So I would be more concerned on the and like the PlayStation VR 2 is supposed to be designed with limited things in mind. So like it's all connected to one cable, and also it is a system that is designed to kind of do it has built-in cameras, so it does its own tracking. You don't have to set up a bunch of stuff around your room. So like I don't know. But yeah, when it comes to those physical limitations, when it comes to glasses and that kind of stuff, they should definitely work on engineering those headsets to accommodate them And to some extent they do, but they should do it more, obviously. Of course, make them cheaper. But
The
making them
standard,
cheaper
like,
is
you
gonna
know, like, yeah,
out of
like
hand.
and like again though, like the thing about like most games, like, and you're talking about like the ability to allow like physically disabled individuals to be able to play those games efficiently. Half-Life Alyx, unfortunately, is the exception to where the majority of developers don't really consider that, which is a massive shame, and I would argue a problem, because like you want people to play this game. And like there should be a way around it for the most part. Like Half-Life Alyx, considering how complicated that game is, proves that like most games should probably be able to figure out some sort of solution, but they're just not bothering to, which is a shame and really should be sorted out if they want that to catch on.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's
They should make motion sickness the game. It's just like you're just on a ship
I feel like that's
and
a,
it's rocking back and forth the whole time, and
Really?
like, and it runs at like 30 FPS.
Sensories. No, and it's like you get sensories in the headset, so you can like
they have done experiments to like input lag and that kind of stuff to what's the word, simulate those sorts of things for people. Like these are for clinical things and studies, not for games exactly, but they were using VR to do it. And so they would have like a sensory delay. So when someone would throw you a ball, right, you're watching through the camera, but the camera's like maybe a second or two out of phase. So everything you did was just like, out of sync. And there was just no way to overcome it. I don't know what those experiments were for, but they were interesting.
Yeah. No. Like, that's awesome. But it's like, what is it? Now that I'm thinking about the topic of like disability in video games, though, it is like a massive shame to where like given the mentality of like modern like corporate game development of like make it cheap, make it efficient, make it like fast, make it by this deadline, or else stuff doesn't get made. It doesn't get made if it's not done cheap and fast, at least relatively. And it's like that kind of it's like that sad sort of realization and like issue that like props up when you have like game developers and like game devs, whether it's like them not even considering a factor, the fact that they cannot consider allowing like like disabled individuals like the option of playing their games and sitting down or whatever else they would need for the most part. That's why it's so like like revolutionary and like great to see games like Half-Life Alyx or games like The Last of Us 2 allow for so many accessible options, because most game studios wouldn't either be allowed that luxury, if not even the developers wouldn't even think about considering it because maybe it's too expensive. Which
They don't have the budget.
It's bullshit, but it's sad.
That is the thing when it
still
comes to things like Half-Life Alyx. They are a big publisher, right? A lot of money behind them. They can luxuriate in those things. If you're a small startup studio without any kind of access to even you're like, man, we're just trying to get ourselves off the ground here. But of course, you're getting into VR, which is already a high barrier to entry video gaming system anyway. I don't know. It's something that they should definitely focus more on.
Yeah, I feel like the mentality of treating that more as like a secondary thing should really be like, I mean, it's hard given like the nature and the mentality of like game development as of right now. Like again, it's the cheap and fast angle, but it's like, I mean, not only like it's just shitty, right? That shouldn't be the case. Like you want people to play your game, you want it to be accessible to people. Thinking of people that like wouldn't be able to play your game for the most part shouldn't necessarily be like I mean, like the secondary concern to making the game, sure, but it should still be like maybe if not top priority, should still be a priority of some sense, so you can allow people to be given that experience, especially when it comes to something as revolutionary or interesting as VR. Like people are gonna want to play that. Like, why should you lock off such a wide margin of people from being allowed to play your game because it would be maybe too expensive or difficult? I mean, I can understand if a developer isn't able to do it. I mean, there's a lot of gray area there.
I mean, it's entirely gray area, right? I don't think anyone's doing it on purpose, or if they are doing it on purpose, obviously that sucks. But like not doing it in like a malicious, like, oh man, I don't want anyone who's able to play my game.
I mean, it's obviously, I wouldn't assume it would be that, but it's like, it's less so like, I feel like the biggest issue doesn't come from like you know, it being done of like, oh, we're purposefully trying to like neglect this group of people. No, it more so just comes from that group of people not being a consideration because of it being it's a byproduct of the corporate, like cheap, fast, like nature of game development of the modern era. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
that's a
and it's
byproduct
not
of
like
that.
there isn't not to say that there isn't a financial incentive, but the financial incentive is just like, you know, well, they're not going to play our
Yeah.
game. We could still market it to the majority of people who can. It sucks, you know. It's just like, oh, that is not cool.
Yeah, no, and it's like, I think it, like, a part of it is like, I think like, I mean, it could be. This is just me pulling stuff out of my ass a little bit, but it's like thinking about like gaming as a medium being so like, you know, young and like new, relatively compared to others. Like, you think of like, you know, how do you make like, you know, reading accessible for like a blind person? Well,
They had
we
to
have
invent
audio.
an entire
Yeah,
system of
we've
reading
had
before audiobooks. They had Braille.
Yeah, no, we've had decades of growth for those mediums, and I feel like video games should really live like up to that sort of standard, but like they're not, which is sad.
I think we like, and I'm not gonna say that it's perfect or anything like that. I wouldn't be the person to say it. I'm just gonna say that they're certainly are making strides in that direction. I know that Xbox, like, you know, they work on alternative control schemes and systems for their games, or like for their systems at the very least, that can work with any game and that. And you know, I feel like it's only gonna get better. Like it starts out not great, but like there's gonna be more stuff like on a corporate level. They're definitely trying to do more things with VR. If you've heard of Meta, whether or not you like the idea of Meta or the company Meta being in charge of anything, they probably shouldn't be. They are definitely going to be investing in those kinds of technologies. So the hope there is that it's going to be at least more inclusive, because they're going to want to reach everyone, everyone they possibly can, so that they can get you to buy things.
Right.
Medium. Oh, that's why.
And then, like, I think for me, it's sort of like, I mean, this is just a me thing, but I think to myself, like, the motive there at that point, I mean, it's obvious it's like a corporate thing. I just personally, like, hate the mentality of, like, you know, oh, let's include as many people as possible. Why? Because, you know, you want to do what's best for those people to experience your content? No, because they're profitable.
Well, I
and
mean...
it's like... Yeah, which makes me quite. I mean, it's obvious. It's an obvious thing, but it's also like it's sad, and it kind of feels gross. And I know, like, you get inclusivity that way, but it's like the mentality. It makes me think, like, if that group of people, for whatever reason, stopped being of a monetary, you know, any sort of benefit to that person, would that become less of a focus and then die out as the future progressed? And it's like, you know, you got to make sure not only that, like, the right steps are being taken, but also for the right reasons. And it's a slippery slope, but, like, you know, it's inclusivity is inclusivity. It's great. It's a good thing, but it's a matter of, like, it's just systemic of the modern world. It's just
That's not modern at all.
It's not modern. Well, it is.
I mean, it is
also
modern because it's happening now. I mean, in that
No,
context.
that way, I see what you're saying, but that way of thinking isn't modern whatsoever.
Oh no, it's not new. No, but it is modern. It's like, don't you love when we get into these deep philosophical rants during our Tales adventure, Armada last stream?
I guess something I had to say. Oh, well, you know what? I'm not gonna. I usually run these things for 2 hours. I need more time to finish up Amy's hands because this is going to be the last Amy stream.
You know,
put more
looking
effort
at Amy's
into it.
hands right now, I'm looking at her hands, and like, I think like those like lines and everything in her body, those are normals, right?
Oh, these little blue lines? Yes, those are normals.
Yeah, and it makes me. Every time I see that, it makes me think of one like
Acupuncture.
Yeah, it makes me think of acupuncture, and then also like Infinity War. when Doctor Strange being surrounded by those liquid ice crystal things.
Oh. Yeah, no, this is actually the fur that we're going to be putting on Amy through the game. This where it's all going to come out specifically.
Oh, is that what starts like the physics process?
Well, actually, they use it because it's normals, right? It tells the particle which way to point. But no, we wouldn't use it for that at all. This is just letting me know which way that the faces are pointing, and they're all pointing out, and that's what we want. Because if they're pointing in, then that creates weird problems. I think I've shown it to you before, but if I were to flip this normal here, hitting Alt in and go like, I want to flip this inside, then it changes the color of the darn thing and the way it interacts with the surface. Yeah. It's a mess.
Yeah.
So obviously we don't want that. But yeah, that's normals.
But I'm thinking like what's it? It might have the same solution, and it's a similar question regardless of what you do. But but when it comes to things like objects, not just this specifically, but just anything like it, for like Amy's like bangs, right? Like her fur bang hair thing in front of her head.
But you can't see what I'm talking about.
Would you rather like?
I forgot to run a live stream so you guys can see what I'm doing in real time.
It's great. But yeah, that fur tuft or whatever at the top of her head, would you rather treat that as like, a physics-based object similar to the fur on her body potentially, or like similar to a fur object like hair, how it just sort of kind of sways and like molds around like how hair does? Or would you rather treat it as like a solid object that jiggles and bounces, like a jiggle physics kind of thing? Have it be like hair, or just a jiggle physics kind of bouncing, like it's a solid object?
Well, if you're saying like it would be reliant on the game's physics engine in order to move, it being hair or a jiggle object wouldn't make it that much different, except for the idea that it would have to be in strands in order to make the hair effect work. And
no, it would be a matter of like, would you want the individual like the quills to move like hair, like strands of hair, like flow in the wind, like individually, and then maybe like lap over each other like hair does? Or would you rather have it be treated as a solid object that just bounces and like stays in place and may like move, but it moves all as one part? It's not as if like the single like quills of hair, like the shapes, are individual like strands of hair. It acts as one object. Does that make sense?
I know what you're talking about. You're saying like, instead of moving these things individually, like say this bottom quill is moving one way. Moving one way, and then the top one and the middle one, they're all sort of like together, like a piece, like a single piece. I think they do that in games a lot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Like recent games, Amy's hair just kind of like moves as one big piece. I had imagined what I was gonna do was I was gonna put bones in each one of these, like maybe 2 bones or 3 bones in each one of these hair tufts, so that the animators could just like individually animate them. So when they bob more realistically. Like they don't bob all at the same time. They bob for the bottom, the top. They have different like levels of rigidity. So like it's gonna be bones, and it's gonna be separate hairs. Because the idea is that those are a bunch of quills that have been sort of like, I don't know how in the world Amy got them all to stay together, but you just sort of like greased them together with hair gel. But yeah, not like real hair, because Amy has never had real hair. So we're not going to try to reinvent the wheel here. Amy's like, how dare you? What do you mean I've never had real hair?
Like, you're going to give Amy Sonic movie fur texture.
Yeah, no, that's... Because that was supposed to be like a mixture of actual, hair physics with harder actual quills inside of them, which was interesting to look at. That's a way to do it. Yeah, it looks fine.
I don't think...
It's just not going to work for this, because it's supposed to be more of a game look.
No, I was thinking like from the Sonic movie's perspective. I think in the real world, Sonic wouldn't be furry, but also, if we think too much about the real-world implications of that design, we go into a dark place that I don't want to go back to.
We don't have to worry about that old design. We don't talk about Knock, or whatever people end up calling him. Meow the Hedgehog, that's right. Meow the Hedgehog, because he's freakish. Yeah, so...
it is interesting to think of the similarity. I mean, it's obvious. It's just like an art thing, but it's like how like in 2D and 3D you still both like start with like a base idea about what you want like your character or your figure to be, and then just start shaping it out of like basic shapes and then mold from that.
Oh yeah, yeah. You start with a primitive. Hey, hydraulic hydra. Thank you. Welcome to the VPL, by the way. What is happening? Okay, while I reorient the chat, make sure I didn't miss comments. No, there weren't.
No, nothing missed.
Great. Now we're gonna put a little cap on these fingers. What did the Lombax do? So I'm basing her hands a little bit off of what the Lombax made, just so the hands look similar. I see. Just like a flat thing, like a flat
One
plane.
of the monsters in our chat.
Oh no, not one of those.
Not those.
Not exactly. No, one of the cuter things. The Tails model. I'm basing her hands off of that. Oh my goodness, can you imagine? That'd be freaking nuts.
Yeah.
Looks like she used a square and then just sort of like extruded it out, which may have been exactly what she did.
You should just say screw it and make a Sonic horror game.
That would be tough. How do you make
That-
Sonic scary? Not hard, actually. Make it about
Yeah,
Meow.
Like
How do you
Body
make
XE or something.
Sonic-
Like,
How do you make Sonic?
what are you
like-
talking about?
like-
Lombax has already done it in
Yeah,
many
no,
different ways.
that's
It's
true,
true.
But I think the question is like, how do you make Sonic like legitimately scary? Like, how would you make a horror Sonic fan game, but like not like meme scary, like a Sonic.exe thing, but like legitimately raw in horror?
So horror is not exactly my forte. Not a thing I'm a whole huge fan of, but I
Oh,
bet there's ways to do that.
Oh man, just
Just
take
put,
some of the Lombax device.
just make some of her characters and then try to string a narrative around them, like
Right,
the House
like
of Horrors.
a
Oh,
bunch of
Eggman was trying to clone Sonic, right? And he kept
Oh.
failing. And these are
There
all
we
the things in Eggman's vault. So Eggman's like, I can't let these out, but I want to kill Sonic, so I'm gonna lure him in here, maybe capture some of his friends, and then you've got to save your friends from these monsters that look like them, but they're not them.
That'd be like the
Freaking work,
perfect PG-13 setup for like a Sonic horror game or like a movie where you don't need to go super bloody, but it's just like disturbing in the way that everything looks.
Yeah,
the
like this
aesthetic.
kind of. That actually could work.
I almost want to show the chat some of this stuff, but I don't know how public Lombax wants to be.
I
with
think the
these.
Lombax shares those things everywhere, but you should definitely ask her first. Like, hey, can we share those on
Yeah,
stream?
exactly.
Just
I don't know.
send her a message like, hey, you cool if we share this? Because yeah, I wouldn't want to go and do something like that. And then she's like, how dare you? These were private.
Yeah, these were
I share them
private
only with my
horrors.
friends. Looks like I can't count you among them. Oh no. Friendship ended with the Lombax. Cryo was new friend. Ah! No, I'm kidding.
The second you have to ask her, I'm like, yeah, that makes
Is it
sense.
unfortunate that wait? Did
But
you
I'm
say
also
I have
like-
to be your new friend?
But
It's
I'm
a
also like,
joke.
oh no, I have to actually
No,
reach out
no,
to
I know,
somebody.
But it's,
But you have no problem
No.
reaching out to Lombax.
I'm thinking
shouldn't
like
have,
no, I know.
but
I'm thinking like
it
no, I
doesn't
know
matter
it's a
who
joke,
it
but
is.
also
Oh,
like
okay.
I'm thinking
Never
like
mind.
I know it's a joke, but also like what's it? Is it what's like the area like of like disappointment or fear in needing me to become that new friend? Also, why do you need someone to fill the void?
No, it was a reference to the memes like friendship with somebody Ahmed ended or something like that. This person is my new friend. It's an old.
Oh my
It's
god,
a,
are you thinking about the Fairly Odd Parents?
No.
That Rocket Pouch game a long time ago.
it. No, I don't think that's it at all. I think I might just
You're
be talking
my
about.
best
Oh, that's different. Yeah, that's not exactly it either. It was this whole. I'll have to look it up at some point. Oh, the music ended. Let me find something else to play.
I got an idea.
Oh,
Hold up. I can get you I found like the file. I found like a video and then recorded it instead of like chopping it. It was only like a section of the thing. It's really short. It's royalty free though, don't worry. Let's see here. Where?
oh, where?
I had it somewhere. There we go. Yeah. It's a funny song that's only like a few seconds long. I clipped it. It's royalty free. It should be good.
Short
Will be
song.
good. I checked. Yeah. There you go. I'm just gonna DM it to you. There you you go.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Let me try
How'd that
this.
do?
Let's make sure that it sends through because I don't know if Discord if the file's too big or not.
Well, Discord typically takes files of about, unless you pay for it, 8 megabytes. And you can pay them, and then they'll let you send up to 80 megabytes. I stopped paying them because I'm like, I don't need to do that. I can just share stuff to you guys with Drive.
Who wants to give money to that?
Like, at one point, I was like, yeah, maybe that'll be useful to me, and then I decided against it.
I titled it specifically for you, so you knew it's royalty free.
I like this. I like this song. I don't even know what it is. I just like it. This makes me feel nice. Everybody, yeah, we're all singing around a ukulele, and that uke is playing the very same song we've sung all along, and I just like what I am saying, and everybody's up here playing that ukulele song at the ukulele song. Ooh, the ukulele song. Oh, the ukulele song. Doodle 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 doodle. I remember that. The ukulele song. Oh, the ukulele song. Boy, howdy, let me tell you about it.
I found and I'm like, all
It's
right.
on one of my earlier streams, I think, right?
It's from the first one, the first VPL.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for that. No.
Like I was listening to it, and I thought like that clip specifically that I found feels like the start of like legit like musical number or something. Like that's like a lead in and like
Yeah. I did, like, I remember that song. I haven't actually forgotten it. So when it was started playing, I'm like, oh, I know what this one is. Let's see here. Let's play.
Yeah, and Rodolph is actually quite good at singing, I would say.
yeah, no, and you're good at improv.
Bunch of 3.
And remembering lyrics. I'm still jealous. Every
Oh,
time he
don't
remembers
be.
lyrics, I'm jealous of.
That is a minor skill.
I just like, how did you remember that? I would love, like, when I'm singing stuff in my head, it's like none of the words come to me, and it's just the melody, and that's it.
Oh. Well, you know, it's I don't know.
In order for me to come up with like songs on the fly, I need to like get a medley in front of me and then like get familiar with that medley and like just it in general before I can't just like listen to a song and then just instantly start improvising lyrics. I need to like sit on it. I need to, like,
You know, I can understand that. I typically need a little time. That song I've been playing for a little bit, I think. I wasn't just like... I think that the chat heard it. I don't know if you guys did. But, yeah, I mean... I do
tried
like
to
it.
see if I could like find the. I tried to see if I could like find the original like audio of the song you were listening to and see if I could like.
Oh man, it's probably on just like a list, because I was actually, and I would go and find playlist of duty-free music for streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
And it's probably, like, I don't know, they've definitely added to it since then. I did that in like 2016 or something, probably, maybe 2015, 17. It's been a while. I do these. That VPL was for Roadless too, not this game project, was it? I don't even.
Yeah, no. Let me see if I can find it. I can just look up your channel. Let's see.
And I have no idea what the.
Where's that from?
The fact that you
Video.
saved it though, that's funny.
Sort by Opus. Yeah, no. I recorded the video. Like I Windows Alt Art that thing. Snip that clip and then convert it to an MP3.
Oh my gosh. Well, appreciate your dedication, but that video is available. It's a 6-hour stream, and that's a long way to listen into it.
It is, yeah, 6-hour, 21-minute stream. It was Sonic and Sally productivity stream.
Oh right, when I still wanted to do that project. Oh my goodness, one of these days I'll get back to it. Man, I plan on doing animation this year. I said that before, but I do mean it this time.
And you said that last year.
This time, I'm gonna get a cert for it or something.
I'm thinking, what's it? Yeah, Sonic and Sally productivity stream live at 12 noon EST.
Same time slot, just because it's nice there, right there in the middle of the day. If anyone's gonna come, that's when they'll show up, and then, you know, if it runs for 6 hours, someone will show up.
The models are pretty old, but this is a decent thumbnail.
Oh, thanks. Oh wait,
What the heck does that say off to the side? Is that like a
I don't know what you're looking at.
streaming? I'm looking at your thumbnail. I'm gonna open it in a new tab.
All right.
Oh, you have like text, like off to like this tiny. All right, this is the bad part of the thumbnail. You have like red text here, but it's like really small off to like the left side of the thumbnail. It's like Sundays, 12 o'clock p.m. EST at youtube.com/Rotalist2, just like tiny.
Unnecessary. Didn't need to have it on there. People know where it's gonna be if it just says YouTube, or just at Rotalist, whatever.
You want it to be a telemarketer.
It's a thumbnail of a video, so you're already on YouTube. But I think it was made for my DeviantArt page, and I uploaded it there for people who already know that I had a YouTube page.
I love how even at like your Tails tutorial though, you just have like the 2 is silent like slide across the screen, so that's always been a part of your MO.
Oh no, definitely. That's always been my thing. I thought it was funny once, and then I just kept doing it. Whether or not it is funny, that's subjective. I think it's funny, and that's what matters.
PJ's like also canon has it that Rotalist's whole family is a musical.
I guess so.
Okay, legit, Rotalist, if you could just write a musical about your whole life.
This is a story of a boy named Rotalist. Well, actually, a bot named Rotalist. The 2 is silent.
No, I was thinking like you just go like hog and make it like an autobiography in musical form.
Oh, like a Draw My Life, but it's a song.
Yeah, but it's like a 2-hour musical.
Ew. Got 2 hours. Jeez, like a full actual production, huh? No breaks
no.
for anybody.
I mean, Jonathan Wynn, it sounds pretty pro-taggy. It sounds pretty
Jonathan, the winner. There's a play called Perle Victorious. So I guess it's not too far off.
No, and then you could have like a musical. Like you either have like a number late, like early in the musical or late in the musical, where you're either at your lowest or highest point. It could be like an I always win or an I never win.
I never win. Despite my name, no claim to fame. My life is lame, 'cause I never win. Oh man.
You got potential.
I did just make that up.
There you go.
You got potential. Go to your get a
music
manager.
degree, a music cert.
Yeah, no. Yep. It's like,
If I knew how to, if I knew how to play an instrument, I probably would make my own songs. Don't. And it's not like that's a barrier. I could just do like what everyone else does, and just do voice covers of songs on YouTube. And I feel like that era of YouTube is past. There's so many people doing it.
It's not even like I don't think that era of YouTube will ever or has ever passed. There'll always be an audience for it, but I think it's like once you start going down that rabbit hole, you'll be stuck.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think Rumi was like, "Look, man, I want to do something else."
You can watch that Caleb Hiles video.
All right.
I'm thinking like funny enough, Caleb Hiles made like have you like seen Caleb Hiles like video about like him being like, oh, like I'm quitting YouTube or whatever.
Oh, actually, that's not what I said. I said works for Rotalist family is, but also okay. You can compose your own music without knowing how to play an instrument. So I suppose I just need to learn music theory and how to write music.
I mean, if you write it, yeah. But it's like,
well, I could do
that.
Never mind.
Somebody to play it.
Yeah,
Which I guess you could.
I could. That man, I've been wanting to get into making music in the DAWs. It's just, I look at it and I'm like, it's so complicated. Like, this is what Blender users must feel for the first time because I don't understand what I'm looking at.
This must be how artists feel when they use a program that they're not familiar with. I forgot what that feels like.
I forgot what that feels. Because, yeah, there was a time when I was looking at Blender, I'm like, man, this is ridiculous. How am I supposed to ever use this? But I just started using the things that I needed to use, and I guess it could be the same thing for a DAW. I really do sometimes just like, man, I want to make music.
I feel like every artist that uses some sort of software program has like a good idea about what that program is, but probably has never used every feature of that program.
Yeah, unless you're like a sound engineer and you need to know all the stuff, it's not necessary.
Yeah, it's like they probably either never have used anything or more likely don't know everything that's in their program.
If you like learning music theory, it's math. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, then screw that. No, I'm fixed.
It's just a little math.
I'm thinking like, what's it? Like, I thought about it to myself, and I thought like, I would love to learn like a musical skill. It's like, would I want to learn how to write music, play an instrument, or sing? And I'm like, I'd rather learn how to sing instead of play an instrument. I don't like it's just a vibe.
I can feel that. It's like, yeah, I don't have to pay for the instrument. It's part of me. It's a part of my body. Just walk around with it. I can sing.
It also feels like instant. You just like, you sing something and it sounds good. Well,
I mean, I feel like if you know how to play the guitar, you can just pull that thing out and make something happen.
Yeah, but also, I don't know, it's like...
Don't even need words.
My hands are already preoccupied with pens. My hands are already
Fair enough. I suppose that's how you feel about it. Control.
When I'm drawing stuff, my voice is not occupied.
I can't sing and draw at the same time. What are you talking about? That sounds crazy. You sound crazy.
Well, I want to see a stream now where Katon runs on a treadmill, sings, and draws at the same time.
He's singing,
Apparently that either was a goal or still is a goal with like his little like red ring thing or something like that.
Oh.
Like his little Twitch channel thing, like his Twitch currency.
Okay.
To like get him to draw on a stream while running on a treadmill.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that, and I am a subscriber. Subscribe to Katon, or maybe don't.
I question how that works.
Well, it's gonna be, I'm never gonna catch my breath, kind of a thing. Alright. Alright, that hand is coming together. It took a while.
You know, I like what is it? It reminds me of how Katon's like Twitch channel has like a hydrate thing where it's like you just use your red rings and can like make him take a sip of water. And it makes me think like, what if somebody saved up all their red rings for like years and then everybody in the chat just started spamming hydrate?
I'm pretty sure there's a limit on that. You don't. He's like, look, if I drink any more, I'm gonna burst. I'm gonna have a problem. I'm gonna go to the hospital. It's like, hey, we sent this Twitch streamer to the hospital. He's got problems now because he over.
No, at that point, you know what I would do? I just like, you just dunk water on yourself. Like you do, not like an ice bucket thing, but you just
learning the properties of the notes that comprise the key A, B, C, D, E. Sharp, flat, major, minor scales is all you need. You can read the music you sing, thus write the music you want to compose. You know what? I feel that. I'm doing right now like a CTS certification, and they were telling me like it's all about actually how that works too.
Yeah, because like you could usually get a feel for like what song like sounds sound good together, and if you could like pinpoint what letter or like major, minor, whatever like that sound is, you could probably just add stuff together and make it sound nice. You think of like a piano and like how everything is like evenly split between like D's, E's, C's, flat, like what all that.
That's probably the best hand I've ever made. Almost like the one that her fingers are just a bit too long, but I don't know if I care enough.
Do you have perfect pitch?
No, I don't have perfect pitch. I have to find the notes if I'm gonna do it, and I have to hear it. Someone has to like example it for me, unless I know the song already, and then I'll jump to that thing. But someone's got to give me a C, and then I'm like, oh, okay, that's certainly not a C. What I just did was not a C. But you know,
like what even is perfect pitch exactly?
Look up the definition, or
yeah, because
piano is probably the best instrument. before I say anything, because the perfect pitch. It.
I think piano. I think piano is also like the instrument where you can just never go wrong with it. It's just like
Absolute pitch, often called perfect pitch, is a rare ability of a person to identify or recreate a given musical note without the benefit of a reference tone. Okay, so normally someone would have to play a note for you to harmonize, like, for you to get to it. Like, someone goes like a C, like, okay, give me a C, and you give them a C because you heard it. A perfect pitch person is like, they remember that, and they just know what it is. And like, for example,
I feel like that, yeah, that's probably like definitely like a conditioning thing where it's like you've been singing and doing music since you were like 5.
and like I said, it's rare. The frequency of AP in the general population is not known. Portion on it, whatever. But yeah, that's perfect pitch. I'm glad I looked it up because I was about to say, like, they just know the tone. They can just do the. I was actually gonna say if you give them a note, then they'll be able to copy it. But that's like literally anybody who can, or no, correct, who can hear your tone, they can copy it. But this person can do it without me. Let's see.
Imagine just being able to do that, like just sing.
Uh-oh, did I close? No, I didn't close. Hang on, just my. There it is. Okay.
Well, you wonder if you wonder if singers and vocalists got like the same questions that like people that draw get, where it's like, oh my god, did you sing that after hearing you sing?
Perfect pitch is being able to identify a note without going to the beat. I know someone like that. Playing by singing. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's awesome. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna shorten Amy's fingers, and I'm gonna give him the little kind of. Let me.
What's going on with her? What's going on with like all the dark gray bits?
Dark. That's just the other hand superimposed on it.
Wait, she has 2 hands?
No, well, she does have 2 hands, but the hand that I'm referencing to make her hand is the one that was made by the Lombax for Tails.
Oh.
So I'm kind of cheating a little, but whatever.
Like,
deal with it.
Yeah, it's like you used a reference. You're a bad artist. No.
Sure.
I'm thinking like, what's it? So, how long do you think it's gonna take until the Lombax is like, hey, can you give me your Amy? I'm gonna remodel.
I mean, as soon as I make it available, it's part of the thing. It's part of what we're doing. Is like we're taking the models to make them as similar as possible, so they all look like they're from the same game. So she's gonna retopologize all the models that I make. At least that's what she said she'd do. And then we're just gonna kind of work it out that way.
Man.
So that the characters look the same.
This isn't to speak ill of like Lombax's role in the project per se, but I would hate to be the person to be just like, all right, you're the redraw guy. You're the redraw.
No. Didn't have to be this way.
It didn't have to be like this.
It's just how it ended up, and you know what? She said she's fine with doing it. So until such a time as she says she isn't, this is what we're gonna go with.
If she isn't, though, or are you just gonna like roll ahead or like try to do?
Of course I am. I have there's no other option. Like I have to make what I'm gonna make. I can't wait for someone else to do something. I've tried that on other projects, and in some places even on this one, and it's no good, right? You gotta just
yell at them.
If you can do something, I can yell at them, and they're like, "Okay, I quit." I'm like, all right, well. Given your output, it's not like that changes anything.
To be completely honest, you're probably gonna need to yell at them. Maybe like a softer yell, more like a, "Hey, can you do this thing?" Like, can you do?
Yeah, I'm yelling at you right now. Hope you don't mind, but even if you do, yelling's got to happen. The yelling must ensue.
Probably gonna need to do that.
But yeah. So once again, like I said, I can't wait for people. If I can do something, then I'm going to do it myself if I can. And that's just how it's gonna be. All right, so that looks. That's like, what it's not. That's what's not.
If you guys got like one, like, what do you think the chances are of you guys getting like? This is a random thought. What do you think? Like, if you were to just randomly throw up into the air a statistic or like a guess as to like what the probability of you getting like one new programmer by the end of the year, like this whole year, what do you think the chances are of that happening?
Well,
Like a dedicated working programmer that helps with everything that you're doing, or like does what they need.
depends on who that person is, because you didn't say it couldn't be me. Also, it really depends on you know, how well we advertise that we need one, and of course, I plan on doing that throughout the year. Why is Cryo borrowing trouble though? Don't know.
What do you mean borrowing trouble? What do you mean?
It's a like, it's like, hey. Anyway, but yeah, it really just depends on what we're able to do. Probability, I'm not going to bring probability into it because I don't know what the variables are. It's just, there's no way to know. Just give me a percentage. The percentage doesn't mean anything because, you know, you didn't establish what the criteria was. So, I think that we got like a 75% chance, maybe 100% chance of finding somebody.
Yeah, you can throw out a number. It's all BS. It means nothing.
Individual.
Numbers. This is life. Screw up.
Scale. Can I? How's that feel? That sounded a little bit like I Want It That Way. A little bit, that song did. Travel on the Z-axis.
I look away for 5 minutes and now Amy has dozens of lasers shooting out of her fingers. They've been there.
Yeah, that's it's you know, we're trying something new with Amy. Wanted to take her in our own direction. You know, we thought Amy doesn't normally have blue lasers sticking out of her fingers. What if we changed that? And no one told me I could. No one told me. No one stopped me.
Like laser powers, and then eventually she's gonna harness all of her energy through the Sally Acorn like laser sword bracelets.
Oh no. Amy's got lasers. She already has a hammer. Why isn't the laser coming out of that? I wanted a new weapon. Oh, okay. The Pico Pico gun.
Oh man. PJ said he's not much of a mathematics guy. I don't know if you're talking about me or Rodolus. I don't know which one of us is less of a math man. I think it's probably me, but I don't know.
I've seen math.
I mean, I feel like it's just Rodolus is like just like aura. He just feels like more of a scholarly man.
Oh, I appreciate that. Through Supersonic, bring on Laser Amy. I agree with that.
She just turns blue, and then
Amy
like,
turns blue. Laser. She's like, I'm Laser Amy now. Whoa, Amy, that's cool.
She can like zip around and turn into electricity, like turn into pure energy.
Well, forget Surge. I'm the new hotness now. Amy, you already had a power. Yeah, well, I wanted that one too. All right.
To the comic. Get ready to sue.
Okay. I think that's
like, hey,
pretty good for a hand.
IDW.
What did you do?
You're just gonna get ready to sue IDW. Be like, hey IDW, I came up with the Laser Amy idea. I own Amy.
I own Amy Rose now. Oh my goodness. Let's not. The Pico Pico gun is just a mallet head attached in front of an elephant. That's a mallet head attached to the front of an elephant.
You know, I have no idea what an elephant gun is, and I prefer to have no context, just maintain the mental image I have in my own mind.
It is a smooth bore, I think it's a smooth bore. A big old smooth bore looking rifle thing. Or maybe it's just a elephant gun. I was looking at like these old school, just because of course, because they were using black powder for their guns, so like they couldn't make the guns more powerful or efficient, so they just made them bigger. So elephant gun is just like a larger version of a regular rifle.
When I think of an elephant gun, I just think of an actual elephant that just militarized and shoots bullets out of its trunk.
Large caliber gun, rifle with a smooth bore, yes. Or smooth bore. Okay, it could be rifled. It could be rifled or smooth bore. Originally developed by big game hunters, elephant, another big game. Yeah, big cheat gun. Got massive shells though. It's ridiculous. Like it's for a trying to take down a boat. Definitely illegal. Here at Project Armada, we do not endorse the hunting of. Settle down, Ken. Oh, okay, yeah. I get the joke. In on it. Okay, so, he's got definitely deeper finger gaps. Once again, I'm not going to follow everything to the letter. I just wanted to recreate the hand so it would easier to rig. Amy, you got fingers for days, girl. What you gonna do with? What kind of prestidigitatus you gonna do with them fingers, girl? Like, I don't like the way you're talking to me.
Let me just
go full summer.
Prestidigitatus.
I think
A lot of hand.
I know what prestidigitation is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's just a way of saying that.
But only because I have played D&D.
Ah.
You know, thinking of fingers and hands, you guys ever just love, like, doctor gloves? You ever just
Doctors, like, just latex gloves?
Yeah, they're just latex, like gloves.
I mean, like, love them?
They're just thin.
I mean, yeah.
Like, you're just in the doctor's office and just mess around with them because they feel weird and, like...
Wait, your doctor just lets you touch their gloves? Like, hey kid, want to play around with this box of gloves?
No, I just remember, I think I did when I was younger because I was really helping.
To answer your question next, these are just... I used this one time to see which way the normals, and the normals are... They are the surface of the model. So when you apply textures and that kind of stuff, they display which way the texture or image shows on the model surface. And sometimes, if they're upside down or in the wrong direction, you'll see something like, say I just selected this whole segment here and flipped them real quick. I recalculated them to the inside. You would see that they have like this weird sort of darkness around the edges. That's because of the way the light is bouncing off of them, because Blender, all light is simulated in Blender, so it doesn't necessarily conform to real world physics. So like the light is bouncing off of this thing as though the light is coming from the inside. And it's wrong, right? It's wrong and it's bad. So, but, and it doesn't line up with the rest of it. Looks like a bracelet, yeah.
It almost looks like a cool cuff though.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking like...
But, okay, to finish answering the question. All right, Andres, you go ahead and take a nap. Anyway, that's what happens when you flip normals. And so the blue lines tell me which way they're facing. When you see that they're shorter, that's because they're all inside and pointing out. Of course, if I had made these even shorter, like, because I can dictate the size of these things by moving this slide so they go really, really big. Like, because they go up to, like, I don't even know how long they get. Like 7 pixels or whatever. But anyway, I can reduce their size so that they're just really tiny. And I see that they're not coming out. That tells me that that the normals are facing inward instead of outward. So I go, okay, Alt-N, oops. Alt-N, and then I recalculate the normals to be outside. Or I hit the flip button. It'll do the same thing. So now they're all lined up, and you can see that the lighting is even across the surface. It's a way to tell, without actually seeing the shading, which way things are pointed. Because sometimes I might be in like wireframe mode or something, and I couldn't tell the difference in color. So I would need these little blue lines to tell me which way things. Okay, that's what I want to say.
That just made me realize. Imagine like doing all of this in Blender, but you had a stylus and a tablet.
I mean, people do model in Blender, but usually with a stylus and tablet, you're sculpting, and you can do that. And I have a stylus and tablet. I just don't use it for Blender because I just have it.
A good tablet, or like?
It's a pretty okay one. I draw my textures with it more than anything else.
Okay, so like, does it have a screen? I'm not talking about like.
Yes, it has a screen. It's a screen tablet. Because I couldn't deal with it. I had a regular one without a screen, and I'm like, this is impossible.
It's just bad.
It's just like I have to look down, look up to get my placement right.
Why those tablets made a thing? Like, it just feels like pointless.
Someone had to have the cheap version, I guess. They just had to have the. What if you don't? What if we just got one without a screen? Reduce prices.
What if you don't want to see what you're making when you're drawing stuff?
I mean, you know what? I was like, you know what? I need to be able to see what I'm doing, so. I'll put the 345 down for this kind of low end tablet with the screen on it, and it works.
Thinking like what's it? when I saw the naked Amy preview that you had, like on the like thumbnail you had for like the stream or whatever that you put on Twitter, like I remember
Done.
looking at
The
it,
hand.
and
Heck yeah.
I realized that Amy had breasts, and I'm like, does she have breasts in canon? Like, does she...
I guess technically she does. They're just like, they're small, but they're meant to
Yeah.
just sort of like, you know, give the impression that she is, like a, I guess, of girl. That's really what it's for. Just like, she girl.
It made me think, like, is it like it made me go through like a dumb, like, not a non-question of like, should she have breasts in this game? I mean, of course she would. She's like 16.
Yeah, and if she did, even when she was 12 in earlier games, like, you know, whatever. Because some characters just don't, like Wave. But yeah, this is just a part of the look.
Like the only example.
Not the only example. Rouge exists.
Wait, does does Rouge not have breasts?
Oh, I thought you were saying that she didn't. When you were saying she's the only example of a character, you were saying Wave is the only example, right? Even Blaze, I guess Blaze also counts as kind of a
Blaze
Wave.
has a small bust. That's canon.
Right, right. Apparently. Okay, time to do this dress. I guess that's what I'm doing next because that's what else I said I was going to do. So dress, hands.
So what? And just for clothes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the body. Well,
Wait,
just portions of it.
It had ears though, I thought. Is that behind the?
It's behind the thing. She has the ears still.
Yeah.
She still got ears. It's just behind the text, the image reference. But oh, there's the tails model. I didn't even make that visible.
I just want Amy to have like little tails, like head chain, like little knick-knack on her.
It's so weird.
Forehead.
I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, once I'm done with the clothes and that kind of stuff, I'm gonna use tails here as a scale reference to make sure that they're the right size, because this tails is the right size. He's 90 centimeters tall, thereabouts. And then we'll just sort of make sure that they're the right size. Make that disappear. Also, I'm going to do something with her ears.
Is the reason why Amy doesn't have a neck because you're going to make the dress her neck?
Yeah, she doesn't have a neck. And she's never going to have a neck because Amy doesn't have a neck, even in concept art. Actually, does she? Wait a minute.
Like, it makes you think of characters that don't have
she doesn't.
necks. Like, I design characters that don't have necks, like, a lot of the time, and then it just makes you think their head just, like, moves on an axis. But they don't have...
Yeah. So, typically when I do my commissions, I actually do have characters with necks, but that's just because they're like a different art style anyway. The tails, the Amy model I did before also doesn't have a neck. But this one is like leagues better than that one. She looks a little bit like Knuckles without the ears.
You know, I always noticed that ever since I was a young little 5-year-old boy. I'm like, Amy and Knuckles have the same head.
A little bit. I think Knuckles is just a little more angular, especially towards the back. It kind of like angles upward, like a slope, and it is wider. But yeah, like there's some definite similarities there.
Amy looks nasty without ears.
Yeah, she looks a little bit like what's that character's name? Doesn't matter. I forgot his name. Something. Shadow.
I'm thinking
I forget. There was like an Archie character that they designed to look like a other version of Shadow. Not Shadow, but like Shadow is a partially black alien. So they had like an alien kind of Mobian looking guy, and I think his name was either Dusk or something like that. I forget. Anyway, what were you saying?
Shadow isn't partially black alien. He's partially black arm.
Oh, that's what they're called. Fair enough. Okay, what were you gonna say though? Otherwise,
I was thinking like, what's it? This might be a little bit of a nitpick thing. I mean, the model's gonna get remodeled anyway, but I'm thinking about like Amy's eyes and how like they're. I mean, I don't know if there's like a reason for why, or if it's just like the way you modeled it, but like her eye, like at like the corner of her eyes, like her brow or whatever, wherever that would be, like the side tip, they're very like they're more angular than they are rounded, a little bit.
wait, where around the brow?
This is like the not the brow.
The center,
like,
or are you talking about on the sides?
Yeah, that like right there at that corner. It's more like it looks more. It looks better from that angle, but like from like a front-on perspective, it feels more. That might just be a nature of the 3D model. I don't know.
I think there's also a thing where I might have her quill a little bit too far back here. Like, because it does seem to, like, it's supposed to be a little bit more, I guess, integrated with her eye.
It feels a little bit like more geometrical than it should be, like just round. It feels like there's like a flat.
Because I feel like maybe if I were to have done...
You talked about like how like the top of her eye just feels like it's a little flat instead of like curving out. More like a natural smooth curve from her brow, like to her muzzle.
There might be some other things that are issues too. I wonder if her quill is too far back. I know that character. He was called Scraping the Barrel. Hello, Adam. We'll come back to the Amy situation there. Her hair. I feel like there might be a lot of things that can improve.
That looks weirdly more painful than like all the sharper ones because it looks like she has a bunch of splinters like all over her body.
You're talking about the blue lines.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like, imagine having that many splinters all over your body.
No, that would suck. And you need to go to the hospital. Get those removed surgically, because there's something going on with you.
It's like, oh, like, no, this isn't wood. They're growing out of my body. I'm part hedgehog.
You feel like a pincushion? It's like, no, it's hair, man. I'm not being stabbed by my own hair. Okay, so...
you're like the first living, like, natural furry man?
I wouldn't say first. There are many of me. We are many. Okay, so we got I'm so happy about the hands. We just need to make her dress. Maybe bring in her waist a bit? No. Where's the
shoes, or
reference?
what are you gonna do?
She does have shoes. I gave her the heels for the soles of them. I'll add the straps. I guess I could technically add them now. Make sure that they're not connected to each other. Just sort of make them.
Like, are you gonna like paint those on her foot? I'm like, that wouldn't look
No, that would look very bad. Especially if they're with this much lip on this thing. That would look not good at all. Let's see here. It's on this side. So let's just do this real quick. I selected. What I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just create little arches out of circles. I'm going to rotate that along the X by 90 degrees. Oops, what? What? Why can't I rotate that?
What's happening?
Median point. I don't know. Something weird was happening, but I got it. Okay, rotate along the X by 90. Clipping's not on, so that's good. Scale this in. Scale it along the Z-axis a little bit. Right? And then, sort of... What is happening? Oh, I have face select on. That's why I couldn't touch them. Oh, so funny. So okay, I'm gonna delete this now, or just hit the B button.
Some only glass.
And we just delete the edges here. We're left with these little shapes, and we just go like, oh, extrude on the y-axis. Why, certainly. And then we hit a little Control R in there to give it a little bit more flatness along the bottom.
I was gonna say, because that looks very polygonal.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we'll deal with that in a moment. There's supposed to be 3 of these straps, if I'm not mistaken, and then a 4th strap that goes around down the middle. But these won't be connected to the thing.
Actually, there's a lot of straps, like around like her ankle and everything.
Well, yeah, I'm just talking about the ones on her. I guess really just the bottom of her foot here.
I was actually just thinking about it randomly, but I was listening to the Ratatouille musical soundtrack and remembering how good it is.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
They got friggin' Wayne Brady in that thing?
They did. They got Wayne Brady. He wasn't busy. No one was.
No one, yep. It's like, what did you get paid for? I got paid in exposure.
Wayne Brady needed exposure, everybody. So let's see here.
An exposure.
Exposure. Scale
Oh, no,
along
I
the
got-
X.
Hey, you with so much
Exposure.
exposure. Lose
You'll
your
need
head.
you'll need SPF 75 to deal with all the rays.
I feel like, thinking about it, what is it? I think at this point, Robert Downey Jr. might be wanting to get paid in exposure so he can get more roles.
Yeah, he's too expensive as an actor. He's like, I need to get these. That's why I thought he took on the Dr. Doolittle role,
right.
because like I'm just gonna be a part of a movie that sucks, so people will start paying me for movie roles again. Or he did it because he felt like it, because he doesn't have to literally go and do any movies ever again if he doesn't want to.
No, he's set. Nice.
Like, I'm done with movies, you guys. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Aren't they your passion? Yeah, but I'm good. I can do some, I don't know, some charity theater going forward. I don't have to be in a movie again.
I'm thinking like, what is it? It just becomes like you think of like Harry Osborn in Spider-Man 3, how he just like randomly like just forgets about his actual life and then just goes off to be like a talented painter.
Oh. Yeah, why not? Why not?
I think that's like my favorite dumb thing in Spider-Man 3. The fact that like Harry just forgets all about like the Green Goblin and his like hatred of Peter and everything since like the first movie, and you just see him like painting a freaking like whole ass like great looking like easel portrait
Mhm.
like of some light drawing. It's like you're just a
Yeah,
You
this
did
is, who
that?
this is who I've always wanted. It'd be funny if you're like, no, actually, he just bought it. He was just messing with everyone the entire time. He's like, no, I didn't forget nothing.
Like, he's that guy who's like buying a painting, being like, I'm gonna make it better, and then so
Yes. Or to improve upon the artwork. That's the plan.
I'm gonna fix his
I'm-
art.
I'm gonna fix Sonic's design. So he looks more like a person. Like, stop it. See? So my plan was to just make a bunch of individual. It kind of works. Hold on. It's a bit. And they're just gonna be kind of flat. Maybe I'll give them some dimension by extruding them again, but nothing crazy.
I know I haven't
Yeah.
heard him much. I think Idris Elba has the potential to probably be like my favorite Knuckles voice.
Yeah, I mean, once again,
Heard
still
one
gonna
line.
see. It's what he said. Hasn't
But
heard
it's
much, but
such a good line. It's such.
I mean, as long as they don't make him stupid, I feel like it'll be fine. And I don't think that they will. I think that
No, you get Idris Elba? No.
yeah, Knuckles,
This is like Knuckles Prime.
the original Knuckles when he was still cool, and he could be. And I expect that movie will. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Like, even though I'm optimistic, we'll just see.
Knuckles is finally relevant again, guys.
I mean,
First time in like 20 years.
he's more than just a meme. I mean, he'll be a meme for a different reason. Oh, but it won't be a stupid
people
one.
still I hear people, or at least have heard people talk about like Knuckles being a meme in like the past like 10 years of the Sonic franchise, and I'm like, where? I didn't see Knuckles. Where was he?
Where was all this Knuckles you're talking about? I hardly ever see him. I know you. Wait, weren't you gonna be Knuckles at one point?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I was. Yeah.
That's right. You were
That
gonna.
would have been a miscast.
Do I look like I need your power, Tails?
Yeah, that's me. That's
All
why
right, say that line.
I sound like Knuckles.
Which line?
Idris Elba.
No, I want prior to say that line.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Do you want me to say it? Do I
Yeah.
look like I need your power? Yeah, no, I don't sound right. I'm not Knuckles.
well, thankfully we don't. Oh, we don't have to worry about that. The only person we might make upset talking about any Knuckles news is that one guy from the Sonic show, or the. Yeah, I think the Sonic
Who?
show.
What?
We interviewed with them not too long ago. Well, a while ago, like last year sometime.
Oh, yeah.
He's a big fan of Knuckles. That's the joke I was making.
It's
I
like,
look
hey
like
guys,
I
I'm gonna be the voice of Knuckles. Here's my interpretation. Do I look like I need your power?
Oh yeah, let's do the Sonic's transatlantic accent voice.
Yeah.
right here on MS or NBC or the news broadcast, whatever.
Come on, man. Well, the
Today's news is brought to you by soap. All right.
Like, imagine turning on like your local like news station and just hearing Sonic like talk. Like the news hasn't changed, but it's just that version of Sonic that's presenting it.
Yeah, I don't think that that's not gonna go well. People would have. First of all, not everyone would even get the reference. You know, they're not dialed into Sonic.
Rodolus, are you trying to say that not everybody knows Sonic? That's preposterous.
I know it's hard to believe, but hear me out. Sonic the Hedgehog is for kids. What?
Sonic is for everybody.
How dare you? This is.
I'm thinking.
I don't know if this is gonna work. I kind of don't love
I'm
it.
thinking like.
That looks weird.
About, what is it? Like, it makes me think like, how popular is Sonic in the mainstream? Like, just like, I'm not talking the fan base or how big his fan base is, but how popular or notable do you think Sonic is in the general like pop culture like zeitgeist for like people that aren't us?
I really
that don't
couldn't
live on
tell
the
you.
internet.
Probably not very though. Because you know, he's got niche appeal. Like,
yeah, I feel like 90. Well, he's got a lot of general appeal, but he's just not used right.
like he'd be like people know even if they don't play video games who Mario is. It's just like, yeah, there's Mario.
Like Sonic's
Sonic
like the
is,
lesser version of that. Sonic's like
he's really just not on that level.
Sonic's Diet Mario.
Diet Mario?
It's he's not like relevant. No, actually no. That's not a good analogy. But I think of like Sonic as like he's not as people don't think of Sonic for what Sonic is now. People think of Sonic for what Sonic was in like 1994.
When they were a kid and they still played Sonic games. No, I got you. Because they don't be playing the games. They're like, oh, I forgot about Sonic.
Well, Sonic
they made a movie about Sonic? What's the last game they made? Sonic Adventure, right? Oh, they've made several since then. Were they any good? No? Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, yeah. No, and it's like, it's not even a matter of like them playing Sonic when they were young, because Sonic was massive, like when it was new. It's just that sort of just died. It's just,
yeah, like Bubsy. I'm kidding. Bubsy was never popular.
Not that hard. Not that hard.
Not that bad.
Sonic got a McDonald's tie-in. Sonic.
He did, and he got animated commercials, and there was a whole Sega World, and there was a show which was terrible that they used to play there. And, oh yeah, that was.
Sonic was big. Sonic I mean he's still big, but like he's not that level.
He's not big for games. He's big because he's freaking a joke. No.
No, but that's accurate.
I belong to the X.
People think Sonic is big because like he used to be like really, really good, and now has just become like a shell of what he once was.
As you know, Sonic's transition from 2D to 3D.
Yeah, Sonic's transitioning.
Blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm gonna say. It's not a secret. As you know, Sonic the Hedgehog. My contempt for Sonic the Hedgehog has only grown since I was a child.
All I'm saying, yeah, right? Now I hate him.
I hate him. He makes me angry.
I think Sonic makes most people angry, not just because like you used to. You know, it makes me think of that. I think it was like a Hot Diggity Demon like animation that like we saw.
The Nintendo Drift.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, you know,
used to be cool.
I used to think you were cool. No, it's like
yeah, it's like, oh no. Let's do this. Will this look good? Let's see. Shade smooth. So bad.
I think along with the chip shortage that came with the pandemic, we also got a little bit of a Nintendium shortage. Maybe that's why we have Joy-Cons.
Yeah, Nintendo can't make plenty of Joy-Cons. That's not the problem.
They're just out of Nintendium.
From the Nintendium mine that's located in, I don't know, Mount Fuji, someplace. Why Mount Fuji? I don't know. It's a place
in Japan.
In Japan that I recognize. That's The only reason I'm referring to it.
Tokyo. It's like, aren't there a whole lot more cities?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure, but that's the one that I know about.
There's Tokyo and
Kyoto.
You know what it reminds me? It reminds me of this map. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Oh man, it was funny. Hold on. Yes.
Said her. Got the shoes started. We'll move on from now. I still want to do those dress, which is gonna be based on her body. Gonna be just these parts of it. Pretty much her whole torso except for her legs. Collection. Now these are two objects. We're gonna name this one Amy Dress. I need to get a new computer here. This thing keeps running out of going down whenever I bring it up. But that's not supposed to happen.
No, that's probably super annoying too.
Yeah, like I'm working and then I just sort of like slowly sink while I'm at my desk.
Well, I'm getting shorter again.
Looks like I can't. I'm looking up at my computer screen now. That's helpful. All right, so let's. We're gonna do this. We're gonna apply the mirror to the dress for right now, into the thing that I'm calling the dress. Call this thing Amy Body to differentiate.
Okay, here it is. I'm throwing this image in Snapchat. It just made me laugh.
Oh.
I feel like that's a pretty accurate US map.
Okay. Amy Body, Amy Dress. Let's do this. This dress begins sort of. This is where the belt goes. Huh? That means. Selected. Going to make
Was Amy also based off of Santa Claus with the red and white color scheme?
Sure, that's how that works. Amy and Pepsi and what's the name of the character? Mickey Mouse.
Wait, is Pepsi a character?
Pepsi, not Pepsi. I'm sorry. Santa Claus is only red because of Coca-Cola. Edge is part of an ad campaign. Faces. Edges. 16 16 verses.
That's
okay.
incredible. I actually didn't know that.
Oh.
And I'm like, that makes perfect sense.
Right. It was just like, hey. Before that, he was just like a guy, like a peddler unpeddling his sack. So he was like a gray dude with a gray sack, but then they just changed.
Oh yeah, okay. Because I was always like, I never actually bothered to look it up, but it always made me question. Like, I knew the Coca-Cola fact. I was just like, what did Santa look like before that?
How he looked in the people would just draw whatever at that point. Cone. Yes, I'm going to use a cone to make her dress. I was like, why am I looking at a cone? Because I'm going to make her dress out of a cone. The cone will have, I guess, 16 sides.
That is one successful campaign.
Oh, like the Got Milk campaign, or
the Santa one.
Nothing.
Which makes me think, like, it makes me think that Coca-Cola, like, if only they had secured the rights to that version of Santa.
Yeah, I guess they haven't, have they? Because everyone uses it now. They're like, ah, shoot. Scale this in. Her dress is about that wide. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if they could, but you know they have money, so.
I mean, not now. Probably it's been too long. There's like stipulations against these things, and people have made profit on it since. Like they can't just go like, oh, retroactively, Maybe though, because Nintendo copyrighted the phrase "on like Donkey Kong" long after it had been coined. But that's just a phrase, and no one could make money off of it, really.
You know, I find it funny that Marvel owns both the word "thwip" and I think like "snake," like the sound of Wolverine's claws.
But those are like, no one else is gonna use those. Like that's not useful to anybody else. But Marvel's like, yeah, we own them though. They're
Own onomatopoeia.
onomatopoeia. We own. I mean, yeah. I feel like those things are things that you can buy if you came up with them. It's like whatever. But things like the term Candy Crush, wanting to buy that, like calm down.
React.
Or react, right? It's like calm down. That's a word. That's a word in the dictionary that you use for anything. What are you talking about?
You can only buy a combination of words. No, you can only buy a combination of words, not the words individually. That doesn't make sense.
Let me. I wonder. Should I? Because I was thinking her body would remain the part that I put the texture on for her bodysuit, but I could make it so that this is just all one piece and just delete her torso because we don't need it.
Anybody else absolutely despise the fact that Amy constantly gets a bunch of upskirt shots in those freaking games?
It's not great. It's very much like, I know why you're doing this and I want you to stop.
What are you doing?
Oop. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do this the way I was planning on doing it anyway, because this ain't gonna work.
Well, we have to, reference the classic games, right?
Absolutely. But of course she has pants, so it would be even somehow weirder. Dude, what are you trying to show me? Nothing?
Yes, pants. Yes.
Amy's got. We've upgraded Amy. She now has pants.
They're short.
Tails,
They're shorts, yeah. Tails doesn't need pants.
Tails is a coat.
Oh?
Because it's deemed that males don't need pants.
No, do you know how uncomfortable pants are for men? How do you know?
I mean, for these particular males, no, actually. It doesn't seem like it would be uncomfortable at all.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to make it uncomfortable. Unless you're allergic to cloth.
In which case, why are you wearing gloves? That's my question, anyway. Wow.
That's not cloth. That's cotton.
Sure.
Yeah. The sex that has something there to cover that protrudes doesn't need pants.
Maybe they're all like snakes or like birds.
Sure. Alright, so there that is.
It's Amy.
Ami, my best friend, Ami.
Me.
Ami. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a, what's it called? A seam in here, mark seam. And then we're gonna delete these lower half, I think. Just have it so that it's, because that's just gonna be confusing geometry we don't need.
Thinking about Amy, it reminds me of how it's like a really small minor detail, but after playing through Metroid Dread, it made me realize that the Emmy are constantly mispronounced, and I think it's like officially pronounced like "mi" in game.
Yeah, no, it may be, but I don't think that's one of those things I'm gonna follow the game's lead on, because Emmy just sounds better. That's just my preference, and
Yeah, because MI sounds like you're going for like, it feels like you have to put in more effort.
Let's do something here. Where is this thing? I put this in front? Oh, no, that makes it. That's not good. Oh, no. Don't do that. It's no good. I have to make Amy a little more, not opaque, less opaque. Easier to see through. Oh, that ain't it. Nope. It definitely is going to come down more, because what I have it is not right.
You know, I just recently learned that Morbius apparently got delayed for like 3 more months.
I heard that. Did you tell me that? You must have told me that, because I don't...
I don't think I told you that.
I heard that somewhere. Maybe it was one of my coworkers who'd be telling me these kinds of
Good
things.
morning,
He cares a lot
Spider-Man
about it.
facts without me. No, Rose.
I wouldn't be up on my. No one would tell me anything about Spider-Man, I think, if it weren't for you. And I wouldn't mind that. Just wouldn't be a thing I knew. not that I'm saying I don't enjoy our spider talks, but
Exactly what he was saying. That is it. I'll put words.
put words in my mouth. How dare you?
Yes.
How dare you? Okay, so I'm gonna scale this in. It looks weird now, but that's just because. Yeah,
I can't
we'll work
wait
on
for
it.
Doctor Strange 2 to show up, where we get Hugh Jackman. We're gonna get Stan Lee. We're
Uh-huh.
gonna get the 3 other
Oh no!
Spider-Man.
Someone mentioned a Marvel thing.
What?
Rodolus mentioned something from Marvel.
Yeah, it was him. He mentioned it. I didn't say anything.
That was me.
He created his own Steam for this.
Okay.
You think Rhodos would talk about Marvel willingly?
I don't have a problem talking about Marvel, or just like starting a conversation about it. That's not it at all. I'm just like I just would say one
You're
or two
not a
things.
fan, Rhodos. You don't have
Okay.
knowledge of the comic books.
All right,
You don't have
fine.
no way.
I guess I just don't have the. Yep,
He's not qualified.
fake fan here. Sorry, guys.
Big fan. Yep. Gatekeeping time.
On the ZX. Might get that in the middle too. It's kind of hard to understand what you're looking at here, but I'm adding little frills to her dress. I will also, of course, rig her dress so that there's some control for the animator when that time comes. In the meantime, it's kind of looking like that right now, Chief.
What if every single Sonic character was actually always naked?
Well, if that was always the case, then no one would probably say anything about it, and we wouldn't even be
No.
discussing why certain characters
What if
were.
they are now and we just never knew it?
Oh. I'm gonna let
What if
you
their
have
clothes
that.
were actually parts of their skin?
Well, in reality, they are parts of their skin because those characters are 3D models. Wait, what happened when I did that?
Model like that.
What is
They
happening?
can't-
Oh,
they
right, it's
can't
the body.
take off.
Okay, it's okay. Object smooth, shade smooth.
Man,
that
Amy
feel like
looks
it's-
so tall right now.
I mean, yeah, a little bit. But maybe because it's like her dress is up here, but it's not because her whole outfit comes down to here, right? Like it looks like she's wearing less because of the way this model is, but like
her torso is tiny.
her torso is always gonna be tiny. Her torso is tiny. That's how it is in games. That's how it is in the concept art that I was given. But when you look at the way she's drawn here, I think there's no belt to make a dividing line like there is on there, so it. No, her torso is exactly like in scale with this model. It's just there's no dividing line, and you don't get the differentiation because like her clothing comes on all the way down here.
Design?
Huh?
Is that the power of character design?
It is the power of character design. But there's like that belt, that little sash that she has on here does serve as like it breaks up the shape. And without that, you do
Amy
get
has a
this like,
casual bathing dress. PJ said.
yeah. Wait, oh, I stepped away for a few minutes and voila, Amy's got the cutest. Yup, thank you. Glad you like it so far. We're still hammering away at it, but getting very close here. Because if you do this, right, that looks like that's what it looks like. But I probably shouldn't have deleted that part that I deleted. But I thought it would be a better.
We have to model her with a coat on for the cold area.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, she should
that's
have
actually
full
that's
coat.
great. Yes, that's a great idea. For when she's actually in a cold space, because there's like, okay, so spoiler alert, not really a spoiler, but there's an ice region in our game, but it's also like a hot and cold sort of thing. So it's like hot springs. We're thinking about putting that on the top of the mountain. This isn't spoilers.
No,
No,
fine.
it's just
You tell me to have a
describing
cold
regions.
mountain.
Like a chilly mountain, and Amy does find her way up there during the adventure. So it would be a nice little detail to add to have her have a little coat, like a little jacket, maybe, or maybe she doesn't have one and Tails gives her one. I don't know, but
You think I'm thinking like
He does.
I think the question is, wouldn't it be funny if like the question was brought up if Tails even needs a coat in like the colder environments, and then just gives his coat to Amy, and then you just see normal Tails for like a level.
I mean, that would be. I feel like we don't necessarily need to do that. I feel like there's ways around it, but yeah, it would be kind of.
They just bring up the question like, Tails, you don't need a coat, and I'm freezing over here. It's like, can you give me your coat? And you're like, yeah, sure.
So
And
the
then you
shorts
just
are a
get, like,
part of the bathing dress. PJ, answer that
so
question.
I'm thinking like, I mean, when it could be neat though if he just had like in that level specifically, Tails just doesn't have his coat on, and you just see like
Doesn't
his
have
eye.
his cold on in the freezing cold.
Yeah, he's been such a gentleman. He decided to put his life in danger. I'm kidding. The thing is, it doesn't matter that much. Maybe. No, I feel like Amy. She came for a vacation, but maybe she packed for all the regions, and she's like, "Oh no, I got something. I went back to the hotel or whatever."
No, and then he could ride around it again.
Or
be
we're
like,
in
"I
the
got 4 up."
spawn, and
That's where she
Tails offers
stays.
her coat, and she's like, "No, actually, I'll just buy this." She buys one from the spa, and we got.
Because of course, right? They would have things for because it's a big resort, has a ski lodge and all that kind of stuff connected to it. So
Right.
like they would have places for you to buy things if you didn't have them.
And they just have Tails' like exact same coat.
Like I'm gonna buy it from here. This it's like, oh, I don't work here. I'm gonna take this anyway. So, but to make sure that this is Control J. Oops, I forgot. I need to apply the. I need to get some music. I forgot. Chris. Oh, it's Rocket Pal. Amy gonna pay a mint for luggage for all those clothes. Well, I feel like Amy having a lot of luggage isn't out of character.
What if Amy just buys a jacket and instantly puts it on? There's no luggage.
Yeah, I feel like this is a story discussion that's something that the writing team is going to come up with. I don't particularly care.
And this is what's going to create like a big divide between like the two writers. It's like, will Amy wear a coat or not in this level?
Also, that's not even the thing.
I think it'd be weird if it is weird that, let's say, Amy's in this cold place, Tails has a coat and just doesn't offer. That would be weird. But to have Tails thematically in the cold place and not wearing a coat is also kind of weird to me. So I think Amy should be able
He has
to...
He has a jacket. Oh! I know what you're saying. Never mind. Continue.
Yeah. So I think it would make most sense for Amy to either have packed her own coat, brought it with her because she knew it'd be cold up there, or she buys one from the spa, and we could also have Tails offer it, but she has her own.
Yeah, man, I'm covered. Thank you. Oh, okay. And then we just move on and don't worry about it.
Like,
yeah.
It's not that big a deal.
That's how we think about story stuff around here.
Right.
It's like, Amy, do you want my coat?
What's the most thematic, but also
like,
not
Amy,
ruining the characters?
It's like, Amy, do you want my coat? No, Tails. If you give me your coat, you'll lose your torso.
Oh, right. I don't have a body underneath this. Winks at the camera.
Oh, we just give him the movie outfit.
Tails is what? What movie?
Tails' movie outfit that he has.
Does he have clothes, like, specifically?
In the trailer. I thought you'd get the reference, but movie trailer.
I know you're talking about the movie trailer, but I'm like, he just had gloves and shoes in that. Oh! You're talking about when they're in the ski lodge. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Wow. We should definitely do that anyway. Just have it in there.
That outfit.
Yeah.
If you guys made
unrelated
skins for the game, like they affected gameplay in no way, they just were different cosmetics for Tails, what cosmetics would you want? Like what skins?
That's a good question.
We could have the normal Tails, like the one without the coat, and they got the red and blue shoes. You can do that. Then you can do we could do that movie that movie one, right?
Tails Adventure Tales.
What else? Yeah, what else could we do then?
Proto Tails. It's the Miles model.
The original no. But maybe one of my old Tails design, just in case, people wanted to see that in gameplay, yeah, maybe.
What other variations has Tails gone through in the series? Or like in other canon? A Turbo Tail skin, maybe?
Turbo.
No.
No. That is.
No, it's Turbo Tails. He has like a cape.
Oh. I think he's around. I don't care. Yeah, this bit.
You just swap out like Tails for like different models for other games. You got like 06 Tails.
Yeah.
Uh,
I feel like I need to bring her head down. I definitely need to bring her head down because it's too high off of her body. Also, we're gonna do something. Like normally, I would just delete this part, and I probably will in a moment. But before I do that,
Kind of cool. I don't know what else. What stuff though? What you should really have.
yeah, but one where Tails just wears a Sonic suit.
See?
But it's not Sonic. It's Tails wearing a Sonic suit.
supersonic suit. Yeah.
No, it's like a secret unlockable for whatever reason, and then you wear it, and then it makes Tails super fast.
Oh.
I'm thinking like
Modalist through the
maybe-
ringer and just give him a different outfit for each region.
Yeah. Okay. At that point, I'm gonna have you guys make those models. Of course, it would just be a.
Write it as much stuff to make a Modalist model.
Like if it was just something cosmetic, like a jacket, or like something like maybe he's wearing a hat for whatever reason in a place, that wouldn't be that difficult. We could just make those things and put them on the bottle.
Through the mud in the swamp. He's getting dirty and stuck. He needs new shoes.
Tails gets iron boots so he can stick to the bottom of the river when he comes in.
That's just death.
Like the Legend of Zelda, though. Everyone made.
Yeah. But for some reason, he could take them off,
Yeah.
but still
Like
have them
Zelda,
on him.
Good.
They would still weigh him down. It doesn't matter if they're not on your feet, Link. You have to.
Tails is like,
No.
well, Link's like, I don't have object permanence, so it does matter. Neither does this universe, apparently.
You were a kid when you played this game. You didn't think of that.
And even when you're an adult, you're like, I don't care.
I
Just
don't
having
care.
a good time. Stop trying to make things make sense. Vertex groups. This will be dress.
Ah,
Yes.
I'm thinking like alright, question, idea,
sorry, if you can
gameplay mechanic.
keep hitting my headset with the freaking nunchuck, but
Oh no.
my left hand does not have the dexterity
That it needs for the.
Right. of the right. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh.
I just like to imagine he's been swinging nunchucks around this entire stream.
He was, apparently. That's what he said he was doing earlier.
I'm thinking like what's it? So idea, thought, gameplay mechanic. Tails, for every second he spends in the cold, mountainous, snowy region,
No.
becomes more and more white.
Oh, okay.
An
I
Arctic
really
fox.
thought you were going way
Yeah.
too far. An Arctic fox. And then you have to. Then you roll in the snow. You get snow all over you, and you go
Yeah.
to the.
Because Tails
Yeah.
has gonna have
You know
actual
what?
real-time fur particles in the game.
You know,
Yeah,
I just
man.
thought of this.
We're gonna go
I
all the
just
way.
thought of
with
this.
it.
Gameplay, a stealth mechanic where you have to sneak into a battle bird base by disguising yourself as somebody else, and then Tails just covers snow all over his body and turns white.
Hello, Mr. Snowman. Welcome to the Battlebird Armada.
I'm not a
They just-
snowman. I'm an Arctic fox.
Oh!
Miles. Named Miles.
Named Miles, but they don't know his name. It's Miles. It's coming together.
Very strange. You have two tails there. Yeah.
Yeah. You got a problem with it? Oh, no, not at all, sir. It's you just don't. Not every day you see a fox like you. Except for today, where we did see a fox like you.
Are you trying to say that all two-tailed foxes look the same?
I'm just saying that there's only one two-tailed fox.
They're like, no,
No,
of
no,
course not.
Of course not.
Yeah. What would that make me? They start going, like, getting all defensive. I would never.
I would never.
So you'd be perfectly fine with letting a fine, innocent Arctic fox like me walk in your humble abode?
Well, we are kind of imprisoning everybody, but since you put it that way, I don't see why not.
Yeah, it's not like they care about anything.
Tails playing into like racist sensibilities by trying to make them feel guilty, and then making them like, all right, no, we're not racist. We'll let you into our place. No, it's great.
All right, let's see here. This is got like a open thing on there. Okay, I can do it, I guess. Well, I can do that by just deleting these portions of her dress. is what
Serious
I do.
question though is, how hard would it be to make a white Tails?
Wouldn't be like procedurally difficult. It's just literally changing his textures, but then you have to draw new textures. And then they have to be on the character model. And then, of course, if he's supposed to transition from orange to white, then that'd be a whole other issue.
You have to transition. You just need to like it just be like a mini game or like a side collectible where you need to find a way to make Tails white.
Yeah, no. How difficult would that be? It would just be a texture.
Probably not gonna do that.
Or absolutely not going to do it, but just to
No.
answer the question, I think it was just a technical question more than anything else. If I had to imagine it, it would just be a matter of basically swapping out the model when you met the met the requirements in game, and then that model would just have a texture, or it'd be the same model with a different texture now being invisible.
We have every single follicle of fur rendered,
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about doing real time.
and then we have every flake rendered.
Every snowflake, yeah, it's a
Yeah.
particle
Oh my God.
system. Like this game, like how come this game is chugging so slowly? It has hardly anything on screen. Well, it's got snow. We got to render that, and we got to render the fur, and then the fur interactions with the snow.
Oh my god!
Like, how about
We're
the
gonna get-
core gameplay?
we're gonna get-
Don't worry.
I'm running at like 10 frames.
Like,
I'm
you're
running
right,
at
we
like 3
can't-
frames a second here. What the?
It's
Look.
like, hey, can we back down? Like, can we pull back on the snow effects? Bro, it's like, no, we're going for frozen.
More
We're
snow
gonna
effects.
The snow must go on, people.
We did a snow tornado.
We're gonna go Frozen 2 levels of snow. All right, we're gonna go Disney.
Ridiculous, excessives of snow. Actually, Amy's dress does not even have a place for arms. Yes, it does.
Why am I imagining the entire game as like a consistent cartoony art style, but the snowy regions are hyper realistic?
For no reason. And no one appreciates it because, of course, it makes the game go slower and they can't play it. And they're like, well, why did you even bother? It's like, well, we wanted to.
Commentary on modern game design. It's a god.
Kids don't like cartoons. We went to the Jon Favreau thing of school.
No, it's a commentary on modern game design. How like hyper realistic, high graphical fidelity is valued more over performance or the actual player experience. No.
I wonder if that commentary would be received as accurate, or if it was just a bunch of people sitting around making an argument. It might not be
It's
true.
so out of nowhere that it probably would feel like this is intentional because the rest of the game is like fine.
Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna come back to this collar. I might have to make a special shape for it because I'm not gonna just be able to do it out of the pieces that I have lying around. But whatever. Skill 0Z.
Are you gonna have like different weather effects for the game? Just a random thought, an idea. Like, maybe like in one level it's like snowing, or then maybe it's not, maybe it's raining. something
I
like
mean,
that.
probably for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But
It's
without
not
getting
gonna
into
be
spoiler
changing.
territory.
Not gonna be changing per level. But
Yeah,
yeah.
no. We do
Like
have-
one
Mhm.
There's gonna be like a weather cycle. No, not like
Dynamic
that.
real-time weather and day and night cycle.
No.
Yeah, let's throw on a bunch of things that won't enhance the experience or make it better. Just throw it in there because we could.
We
Because it
want
makes
to
it
be
harder to make.
impressive.
Yep, make it harder. We already already had difficulty getting the skill needed to make the game in the first place. Let's add things.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We've
boom.
been careful not to add things past what we have right now.
You have to be.
So let's think about what we have and are working on right now. Are there going to be like individual sand particles for the air?
Yes. Did I say something else contradictory to that statement earlier? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take that
No.
back and say yes.
No, we never did.
Let's delete this base here.
You heard it here
We're
first,
gonna
folks.
we're gonna
Anything
compete
please-
with Sonic Frontier and just be
Ooh.
better.
Ooh.
Oh.
The gauntlet's been
Sonic's
thrown. Sonic Frontier. Which one of these games will be fun?
Why did that
Playable.
just make me think?
Playable.
Why did that just made me think? Heat made me think like Sonic Frontiers is gonna have like a cold and like a temperature mechanic like Breath of the Wild, and Sonic's gonna need to wear customizable clothes.
No, I don't like that
Probably
idea at
not.
all. I feel like that's not only overboard and like it's just not a thing, right? Like Sonic is impervious to weather. He goes to cold places all the time.
Rotorless, it's like Zelda. That means it's good.
I understand where you're coming from. That game was fire, but I think in this game it would be trash all of a sudden.
See, one of them is a relaxing campfire you sit around your buddies with, roasting marshmallows. The other is a dumpster fire.
There you go.
Which you can still do the same thing.
It just smells a little bit worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
That you well, I guess you hang out with your buddies and talk about how much it stinks and don't leave.
I don't know if you want to cook stuff over a fire like that either.
No, you're gonna get particulates of the trash into your food. So
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I guess technically they'll be sterilized by the fact they were burned, but still, there's chemicals
Yeah,
in
but
there.
like if it's chemical, yeah, the chemical stuff can be bad and noxious.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking like, yeah, but you heard it here first, folks. Tails Adventure Armada, its beach sequences will not be comprised of flat ground with sand texture, but have individual particle sand generated in real time and react with hyper-realistic physics.
We're gonna do one more thing for Amy here, and that is make her sash, and then maybe her bracelets, and then I'm out of here. You know, I feel like we've gotten a
There's
pretty
gonna
good.
be wind.
Good.
I'm thinking there's gonna be wind that goes through the
Oh,
area and like
okay.
sand blows through individual particles, and then like it doesn't respawn. No sand or snow in the game respawns, or
That's-
like it in real time like just sort of remains and moves and like doesn't like reset when you load out of the area and back in.
We also don't delete it out of the game. Once
Yeah,
it's no
no.
longer in frame, it's just there.
Yeah.
It's persistent sand. Very
Yep.
Star Citizen like. And what that means for the player is that the game actually will start running
Run
at
like
about
crap.
10 frames per second and progressively start running slower and slower as more sand is spawned.
Well,
Into
it's
the
like,
sea.
Like, oh man, yeah. And people will be like, "Well, you know, it's a Tails game, right? How much of that do you is like playable?" Well, none of it.
It's not playable. You
We
can
got the
start.
sand in here.
In fact, the
We got
sand is
the
always
sand
running in the
in there.
background, so like not even the start menu works.
Rotorless, put on your corporate thinking hat. Does the game run?
That's marginal.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
It's
Is
debatable.
it playable? The answer is yes. You can
So
play.
playable as in you can start the exe file and the game loads. Yes,
Yes, it's
yes,
very playable.
that's what happens. That was
There we go.
somebody's definition of a game. I think that was Steam. Like as long as something was loadable, it was a game technically.
Yeah.
It's like oh no.
Does
Uh,
it run? Does it load? Is it playable? The answer is yes to all three. It's fantastic.
Everybody agrees with our decision making.
Right, because we want everybody to buy our game. Wait a second. We need
That
the
too high?
pre-order. Hey, wait.
Oh
Don't do
man,
that either.
can you get a portion of this thing that just starts as the just starts the exe out early, and then say it's early access, and then we'll fix the bugs later? Even though we don't plan on doing that. Or
Right. We might do that, but we're gonna take an extraordinarily long time to the point nobody cares about the game anymore.
yeah, to the point where they have like the window of people wanting to play the game is
It's gone.
it's gone.
Yeah.
Jinx, you're better than Cyberpunk. Come on. You're better.
It's not just Cyberpunk, but yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
everyone thinks of that.
It's the
Hey,
it's
we
the most
fixed
recent
the problem.
example, but 76
Nobody
is
cares
like yeah,
anymore.
right. Like the recent example has been Cyberpunk. Before that, it was 76, and before that, it was probably The Witcher 3.
Honestly, a recent example would probably Sonic Colors Ultimate.
Well, okay, so I haven't played Sonic Colors Ultimate. I don't necessarily know how well that was received on launch. Was it
I mean,
poorly
it was-
received?
It was critically, it was received really well, around like a 70 or so, and then like anybody that like anybody from like the audience perspective viewed it as like a 4, like a 3 to 4 level like game. And by 3 and 4 I mean out of 10.
Oh.
That didn't function right. It
No,
kind of
crashed.
looked worse.
Remember the seizure glitches, the crashes? Every version had its own unique bugs.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
They had to patch in an update that was like multiple gigabytes in size that fixed the audio mixing.
Odd thing to have not working.
Every single time the final, like, multiple, like, it could randomly happen, but, like, whenever breaking those numbers during his result screen, and consistently during, like, the unlimited colors, like, boost bar thing, and during the final boss, instead of there being the actual, like, you know, textures or objects that would fly out of those scenes, you just had dev cubes, like, flat white dev cube, like, textures.
The texture that's supposed to go on there didn't get applied or something. That is interesting. That's very interesting. This needs to be brought in a lot.
Like, the game was in a practically unplayable state at launch, and now it can run. And
I like how her
question,
belt
like,
is actually being modeled. It's not just gonna be a texture.
Well, I wanted
Modeling
to have
the
some depth to it.
Yeah, it's nice. It's cool.
yeah. I'm thinking, like, that Sonic Colors Ultimate
Smaller.
is terrible, but, like, I think the Pokemon example is funnier, how the game launched without a full title screen.
Okay. Now that happens. Well, I guess I technically...
They had to patch the title screen in.
Yeah, I don't think we were going to be able to do this or achieve this really with textures.
I'll be back.
Alright. I'm going to hold on doing this for a little bit longer. You'll probably be back before I'm done. Take a
So,
look at...
is there any of her dress you're gonna do with textures, or are you just?
Well,
gonna
the colors of it.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, like,
I mean, that's definitely going to get done.
I mean, like objects.
When you say objects, what do you...
I mean, like straps or
Well,
layers.
there's no... I mean, it's a pretty simple model. So, like, he doesn't have pockets or anything, because it's not really a... It's a swimsuit, so it's not going to have a lot of crazy detail like
Why
that.
did I never realize that that was a swimsuit? It made me think, yeah, that's something you'd wear on a beach, but never thought you would swim in it.
Oh, yeah, it's based on a drawing... Well, not a drawing, but a piece of art. Not an art. It's an ad, really. For, what's it called? Bathing dress. I'll look for it again. I know this picture's here somewhere. I found it and I used it as a reference for what we wanted wearing in the game. A bathing suit, but it's also a dress. It has like a little skirt. We thought that looked... I just need to find it. In fact, I bet I could find it if I search through our thing. Bathing. Oh, man. Why does it not exist all of a sudden? I mean, there's other versions of it, but it's a little bit more... they're not exactly what we were looking for. Swimming dress.
Okay, this is completely off topic, but I just found a tweet that was funny to me that says, comparing Green Goblin to Captain America, that Goblin was holding the cable car full of kids with one hand, and Cap could barely hold onto a helicopter. It's no contest.
Oh my goodness. Well, I guess so. The super soldier serum that Green Goblin got is just a different type. I'm gonna find this. I have to now. It's like I want to show people what we were referencing. Just give me a second while I go and find it real quick. Just a second here. It should be in concept art actually. And roll up some long way. Maybe some pinned messages. Maybe. Or I can just search for the term. Amy. About the entire. I am struggling. Hold up. Should have definitely posted it.
Do you have any music playing?
Yeah, I do.
Stream?
You don't hear it?
Okay. Okay. I'm watching your stream and the YouTube one is muted.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm close. Oh boy. Here it is. This is the one.
Let's see here. So,
Show you guys on the
Like-
stream here. This is the dress that I wanted that we were referencing. You can see it's got like a little shorts underneath it, and it's got a little dress part on it, and that's what we were kind of going for Amy's swim dress there. That was the reference that we used. Found it. Okay, finally. To anyone who's still watching or listening or paying attention. What were you saying? To anyone who's still watching or listening or... Alright. Okay, back to work here. Still there, Cryo? Okay. Okay. Alright. On here, and we're going to... The Quirby says okay, yes.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright, so I finally found the reference that I was looking for. It took a little bit, but another little scrolling can't help. For some reason my, whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't need my keyboards to see what I'm doing.
I don't need a keyboard. I don't need this
I
mouse
don't
neither.
need a keyboard. I'll model this with my brain.
I'll just use my mind to just tell Blender, change! Add sphere!
That sounds like some shit Katon would say.
No. Probably. Scale. Except for along this year.
I'm thinking, like, you just model. It's like, I'm not gonna use. All right, it's like, all right, everybody, welcome to the VPL. Today we're gonna be doing something a little different. As you can see, I am not streaming my stream like Blender. I am in my house, and we are gonna try to make
Models with a
model
blender.
out of clay, out
With
of full clay.
And then
Full
find a way to
body.
scan that into the computer. I don't know. Are we adding an unnecessary step? No, because I don't know how to do the first thing. So, not a step.
Full scale, two scale, full body sculpt of Speedy. That's gonna be.
We do
That's
have
what we're
to.
doing.
We do have to hide a Rotalith bot in the game somewhere.
We do have to hide one, I guess, yeah.
There.
Is he gonna be a mini boss?
No, he
No.
couldn't be a mini boss. Rodolus is not a fighter. He's just... he would lose. He would just like, ah! He'd run away.
His character.
What would happen when we click on him? What would it say? Would it
Oh.
say anything?
Maybe.
I am Rotalith.
Hello.
The two is silent.
It is I.
No,
You
you
found
click-
me.
And click. No, you click.
And then he falls to the
it's
floor.
like-
I need a... What's the name of the shape? I could use a Taurus for this.
I made you, Tails.
You just click on him and it says different.
And then
things.
someone else made you.
It just says
And
random
then
quotes. It's
Then it
like-
activates the original Tails model that I made for Tails Adventure.
God, yeah.
Not miles per hour, but Tails Adventure, and then Tails, you run around with that on the entire time for the rest of the game.
Oh, and it's irreversible.
You can't change it. You're like, oh no. Feel my wrath, Tails. They snubbed me just because they made a better model than I did. Rotate along the y-axis by 90
I
degrees.
will have
You're
my
just like putting
vengeance.
yourself in the game.
The Lombax.
Ha ha ha! The Lombax are like, oh, I don't care.
She's like,
Oh,
you don't want to use the newest model? All right.
all right,
whatever.
fine, whatever. So I feel like you put a lot of effort into it. I wouldn't want it
Yeah.
not to go to waste. You did such a great job on it. You're
Just
gonna
like
delete these.
feel my wrath, and then disappears into a puff of smoke.
Like, what's his wrath? Just a bunch of
Gonna hide
T-posing character
Gonna
models.
hide a miniature Pico hammer inside of her so she can just pull it out whenever.
Well, I guess we can just mask it.
And pull it out.
Oh shoot! Do we want to have a special design for her Pico hammer, or will it just be the same one? I
Oh,
guess
man, we gotta have something slightly unique to it. Yeah.
that would be kind of neat. Like
Is
a
that designed or
yes,
no?
we have not designed her Pico hammer for this game. No. We don't even have a drawing of it. We could probably ask. I've already asked Destiny to work on some other characters, but we can get someone else to do it.
Because she's gonna be hitting birds with it.
Yes, it's definitely gonna be. She's gonna have a.
It has to be
Agency in the
especially
game.
designed- It has to be especially designed to crush in bird skulls.
I know it's a requirement scale.
Like, Amy, why were you carrying that? I just really
What do you mean?
don't like birds.
It's my weapon. What are you talking about, Tails? Why are you always walking around with your tails? Well, they're a part of my body. Same thing. Wait, what?
Amy actually has a manipulation of a pocket space dimension, where she'll just it's like a Kingdom Heart. It's like a key. It's like a keyblade.
Just pops
It
out of.
just kind of like sparkles away in and out of a scene, depending on if she calls it, if she
Like-
needs it.
Honestly, they
We
never
could have
showed
a
that, but
scene-
I can live with that. Hmm?
We gotta have a scene where like she pulls it out, like Tails is behind her. She like steps in front of him. She pulls it out, and then he's like,
Oh, his
I'm back
reaction
here.
is he just looks like.
"Yeah,
That's
I'm
where that
back
comes
here,
from.
and I don't know where. Like, I don't know how you did that."
I was looking at it and nothing. Like, it wasn't
I
a blink
still
and you'll
don't know
miss
what
it.
happened.
Stare at it, you'll miss it. Doesn't make any difference. Amy, it's like, how did you do that, Amy? Prestidigitation, Amy. Tails, prestidigitation. Fast fingers. That can't be right.
Prestidigitation. Odd. It's like, normally I know what every word means, but not this time.
Not this time. I must have misread the definition. 'Cause that was not what you just did.
It's like that, Amy. That doesn't make sense. Shut up! You fought gods. Shut up! You fuck.
Let me grab this. Grab. Give it a little bit. I don't know if that looks a little bit kind of not right, but I'm going to pull the sash out of the sides of it, I guess. And I'll have it sitting at an angle, and it'll be rigged so that it can be moved. I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but you will in a moment. Oh, I see. I'm using... Okay. Medium point.
Amy. What we don't know is that Amy's actually like, Amy's magical.
Yeah. Magical Amy.
She's the most
Feel
powerful
this.
being in the entire game.
Oh, let me not do this when I have the X thing on. That will be a problem. Scale along the Z-axis. It looks like it's something. I don't know, man.
I mean,
I'm not
it is
making a real
canon that
knot.
Amy's into, it is canon that Amy's into like magic and tarot card readings and stuff. Maybe
Right.
she has psychic powers.
Maybe. It's not. I think it's like someone had explained it to me that Amy's ability to summon her Pico Hammer, it's like it's a keychain that she makes larger. I don't know if that's like,
That
canon or
feels
not.
like it's completely pulled out of somebody's ass. But
Well.
it sounds cool.
I don't know. Like, I legit don't know. Faces. And then we go to object, and then made smooth. Feels
I'm thinking like
haven't
what's
done
it?
something right.
Amy Amy's magical, has psychic powers. She can also turn invisible. That's canon thanks to Sonic 06.
So weird why that was the ability that they decided to give her.
I feel like it was a bug that they turned into an ability.
They're like, you know what? What if Amy could just turn invisible? Like, why? It's part of her personality. Amy, what?
Doesn't do
If
that.
you hold
It's
down
not
the
a-
square button for long enough, the Amy model disappears from the scene for a limited amount of time.
Yeah, she.
That's a great ability.
like, Tails,
Sure,
can you ask me a question? How do your tails work? He looks at her. Where do you get your Pico hammer from?
She's like, touche. She just
Yeah.
doesn't tell him.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm not willing to share that information with you, Tails. Trade secret. That looks okay-ish. Working on it. I think her tail is a bit too high on her. Even like in the drawing, it's low down here, but the drawing, of course, is out of phase just because that's too low for it to work.
Man, I'm just thinking to myself.
I can bring her tail down though. That's no.
I was just thinking about the whole where Amy gets her hammer from. She's like, only Sonic knows that. Maybe that's why he doesn't talk to you.
I told him one time. He hasn't spoken to me since. Oh no. On the y-axis, and I guess it's supposed to point down a little bit more than it does here. I do that. Travel on the x-axis. That looks like stuff.
How many wires are in that dress?
I don't know. Some. There's a number of wires are in the dress. That's starting to come together. Yeah. And there's a definite line where her dress ends, so she doesn't look so weirdly tall, even though her legs are still very long. I don't know. I feel like that's it's just how she was drawn. I could make them shorter or make her trunk longer, but I don't feel like doing that. What do you guys think?
I don't. Now she
I
pointed
feel like
out,
the
the legs
dress-
do look a little long. I don't know.
I feel like her dress should probably be you're bringing it down, right? So it fits more in line with the model sheet.
Yeah, like the way I did it was the way the model sheet is. Let me just show that real quick.
She also has a tail set. Oh, okay. You just had that in one of the layers or something, bring it in and out.
Yeah, I just hit it. So when you look at her from the
She
front,
looks good in the drawing. Yeah, she looks fine in the drawing.
but if you look at where her say where her right where her groin is, right in where this line is, this line, it descends lower on the side profile. So, and also her legs, her feet are angled downwards. So when I brought her legs down, I was referencing the side, and the front is not what I was looking at. So I might actually need to bring her legs up, like her feet, the bottom of her feet up higher, so that she doesn't look so weirdly tall. So
I was thinking you could put sports tape on her to mask it.
No.
do you see this though, where her feet are? They line up with the side
Yeah.
image, but not the other one. Her heels they descend much further. So if I go over in here, and then I just select this part. Maybe I just select this whole part of her leg, and just grab along the z-axis. Oops, not her tail.
I forget that Amy has a tail.
Weird. Sonic has a tail. You'll forget that. See? Ugh, oh no.
What's wrong?
They need to remain straight. Bring that over a little bit. Oh, but now that looks better though, right? Okay, so that's what we were dealing with. That's okay, and it didn't change that by too much. This looks like a freaking sore on her leg though.
Or it could be a crease.
Yeah, there's a crease, but the crease is is where her knee's supposed to bend.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what. I hid this stuff.
No, make it canonical. It's a birthmark.
Ugh. I don't like that. That's a bad bit of canon. Just grab this in a bit, maybe flip. No, that made it worse.
Amy, what's wrong with your knees?
Don't talk about my knees, Tail. I'm very sensitive.
I mean, they are sensitive. They hurt.
Yes, they hurt.
Rheumatoid arthritis.
Rheumatoid arthritis is not a joke, Tails. Stop making fun of me.
I can't even do squats.
Oof. Okay. Oh, did I do anything? No, her feet are still okay. So, actually, yeah, that looks way better. Let's see what we're seeing. No one said.
He's like, you know how old I am for a hedgehog? Wait, how long
Extremely.
do they live?
I like 2 or 3 years.
It's like, no, you know how old I
They
am
have
for a
very short
hedgehog?
lifespans.
It's like, hey, Tails, do you know how old I am for a hedgehog? How old? 2. 2 years old? No.
In hedgehog years.
T-O-O. 2.
As well? That too? That particular? Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna look that up right now. Let's get back to work. I'm so close to being like done with the primary modeling portion of this thing. We got our dress, just need to make the little sash part. We need to make a little flower. I could probably squeeze the flower in today because it's gonna be the last thing I do, I think, on the stream, and then of course I'll refine everything else. So yeah, sash part, which is just gonna be 2 planes that I extrude outward, and then they'll get rigged later so that animators can play around with how much they move. In this drawing, it seems that they come out of the same side, so that's what I'm gonna do.
The only thing I think when it comes to the dress is that it feels like it should be more dramatically, like, I guess, like lower, like, but it lines up with like the rest of everything else.
Yeah, when you look at it, it's just like yeah, because it's not like a dress. It's a little kind of like almost like a tutu, like a little suggestion of a dress because she's wearing a wetsuit essentially. It just has like a little blouse on it. I don't know if blouse is the wrong word entirely, but I don't know.
A skirt.
Little skirt. Yeah, it's a little skirt. There you go. And it probably could come down a little bit more in the front because that's how it is here.
It's a skirt. See, I know clothes.
I close. You don't tell me I don't close. I close, bro. Let's get do a proportional edit here. Grab this along the Z-axis. Oh, turn
we're
the
gonna
X.
bring that dress down.
Just a little bit, so it kind of lines up a little bit more. All this other stuff.
Is the white part just gonna be a texture? Or
That's gonna be a texture. There's no reason to. Because you're talking about the white, the ridge on around the edge. Yeah, that's gonna be drawn. That's gonna be a drawn texture. There's no reason to do any more than that because it's not a detail that's gonna like be hit by light or anything like that. I think the textures are still gonna be largely up to the Lombats.
3D models.
And how are you gonna get the dress to be all nice and loopy? when she
Wrinkly.
walks? Well, it's gonna flop when she walks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be rigged.
Yeah.
That's the plan, at least. I
Okay.
plan to rig it, and then whether or not Rocket Pow does any of the animations, that's up to him. Like, oh no, heck no,
Rocket's like, I'm not
doing
a
that.
walk cycle with that. No.
Like, I'm pretty sure he expects to do walk cycles, but how complicated those end up being. It'll probably be like, I'm thinking like putting some armatures in, they'll radiate out from her waist, so like in just a couple of them, maybe about 4, two on either side, maybe one in the back, one in the front. That's 6. But that way he can kind of control the circumference, and then they'll all be kind of linked together, so when he moves up one side, it'll also affect the others. I've done
with her. He's got to deal with a sash. He's got to deal with the skirt. He's got to deal with the flower, and maybe her floof in the front, maybe her hair a little bit.
Yeah.
She's got a lot to deal. If you really want to get down to like eyelashes, I don't know. He's got a lot to deal with this character.
Make sure you model Amy's ass crease correctly.
No,
I just saw that.
we're not doing that. It's not necessary.
Yeah, it makes me think like this is why, like in video games, they're just like cloth physics. Throw it on there. The cloth physics kind of suck, so they're all like wonky and.
If the system can handle it, we won't animate it. We'll just let the physics decide this.
Yeah, they can-
video games and it just like clips around and becomes all.
Yeah, it clips through everything. Yeah, they still does that.
Oh my goodness! And when they set it so that when the cloth simulation starts, like the second before the cut happens, so that you see all the fabric just falls into place. It's like, okay, you're supposed to run that a little bit early, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, that's not good. But okay, so let's do the sash. The sash is gonna be interesting. It's gonna go inside of this thing a little bit. Yes.
Listen, independent Amy, that don't need no Sonic.
I don't know. Sonic's just generally not in the games. She's not.
So we need forced Amy to move on and give up on him.
Well, that's not exactly what we did. It's just that this game's not about Sonic. We brought in Amy because we wanted to have a connection to those other characters, and also we thought Amy would be a good fit for that.
But the area, I think she
We
looked
couldn't use
good.
Knuckles, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what couldn't use Knuckles, huh?
Oh, I don't know. It's probably because Knuckles is kind of OP
Why
for the
not
situation.
Shadow, Rouge?
Why don't you include characters that I want to have in the game in your game called Tales of Adventure Armada? I don't know. That's a good question.
Why can't SPO be Tails' traveling companion?
Well, at least he could. If he went invisible, it would make sense. Part of his skill set.
I think the characters we picked are the coolest characters we possibly could have for this.
I have no regrets on that.
Yeah.
Two planes.
It's like, oh, let's do the crocodile and SPO and then like fucking the bee. All of them.
Everybody is here.
Oh wait, we were doing that at first.
Well, we didn't have all of the characters, but we had a larger cast, and then we sort of we pared it down quite a bit because we
then ballooned
it with a bunch of characters that that kind of we invented for the game. But when you think about the type of game that we're trying to make, it makes sense to add characters, like to fill out the world.
Yeah, we added bird characters and then NPCs for the island.
Yeah, so like it's not like a crazy thing we did.
Yeah, we didn't go like, if we want all of our OCs from like that we made 10, 20 years ago, let's throw them in the game too as main characters. Yeah, let's do that.
Do you remember the best character design from the old game, Bloodshot Sonic?
I remember modeling him. Yes. Do I remember him being the best? I think that's up for debate.
Why did he have a gun vest?
He worked for Gun.
What?
Wait, you didn't? First of all, you didn't read the scripts.
I forgot.
Okay. So, like, I didn't really read a lot myself, but it was explained to me that Sonic was working for Gun, which is weird, because they were acting like he was missing, but he definitely isn't. He's working for Gun. It's like, well, people know where he is. Shadow should know where he is.
Also, why would Sonic work for the heavily monitored military, organization?
I don't know. Why does Shadow work for Gun? At least there might be a reason for him to do that, actually.
Shadow, Sonic doesn't feel like the type of guy to join any form
Not
of
a joiner.
organization.
Yeah, probably not. Or, I don't know. I didn't write the story, and I had nothing to do with its writing, so I'm not going to defend or argue for any any decision that was made. Not my burden. I don't have to. I have to defend the current... Oh, my baby. Pretty bad. That's pretty bad, Cryo, even for you.
What did you say?
Burden. As in bird.
Oh, burden. Okay.
Go to
we have written surprisingly little bird puns.
We just haven't gotten to the bird puns yet. I'm sure they're gonna.
I'm not sure if I want to, but maybe, there's gonna be some. Probably.
There'll be some. Don't
I
limit
don't think
yourself.
I'm gonna focus on them.
Yeah, right. Don't focus.
I would see like the bird puns we do would be like, hey, we're going around talking to people, and they make a bird pun or some reference to birds.
Oh man, this place is for the birds, man.
This place is a birdemic.
Like, hey,
birdemic.
Hello, hey, bird brain Tails. That's insane.
So like, I take Like, hey, bird brain! And Shout's all like, personally, I take offense to that. I take exception to that. And then like, Scream is all like, I think it's fitting. Hold on.
I was thinking of like, it'd be like really weird if like during the first encounter with Flippy, he just ate a whole egg, just like
Ooh.
uncooked.
Just a raw egg.
It's in its shell, and he's put the
Well,
whole shell in his mouth and eats
Not
it.
a spoiler, but he's working on milkshakes, right? Don't eggs go into that at some point, or am I wrong?
Yeah, no, but he just takes a raw egg.
Just
like,
takes
it's
one
not
and
even
pops
like
it
a
into his
full-
mouth.
It's not even like
Yeah,
a
a
normal,
whole egg, uncooked, just shell and all. just eats it.
swallows it.
Yeah.
I don't. First of all, that's a side gag. You guys can talk about that
Well,
with Fractor.
it's
I
just
don't.
so bad because there's a bunch of birds, so he's basically would be eating the young. So we can't do that. But
Wait, they're eggs. Wait. Is he not buying these eggs? He's just like.
Flippy doesn't pay for things.
I don't think we should have eggs at all.
Yeah, probably
in
should
the
avoid it.
Sonic universe.
Don't worry about it. Just don't think about it. It's like,
No,
first of
we're
all,
not gonna do that.
Wait, no, that it makes sense. What if there were like animals that just like laid eggs and you ate their eggs?
that's not the issue. I think it's the idea that they were battlebird eggs. Though, if they're just eggs, then that means that they're not if you got them from the store, they're not fertilized.
Yeah, if we got it from the store, it's still weird. I don't know.
Wait, it's like, did you buy those from the store? No.
No, I found them under over at one of the bases.
Yeah, it was weird.
have a lot of
I don't know
eggs
why
over
there were
there.
eggs everywhere.
That would be the joke you made, and I'm like, oh, well, looks like he's eating the battlebird young. And
We're not going to talk to him anymore.
yeah, let's go ahead and avoid this, man.
I guess he's on our side. Yeah.
He's on our side, but also he's a freak. He's, doesn't preclude him from being a weirdo. Does that look right? Does that look close to what the thing's supposed to look like? When you're you're not supposed to model in subdivision mode for this reason because, you know, he gives you an unrealistic look of what like, everything ends up being.
Rodolus, are you doing the amateur thing to do?
No, maybe, perhaps. Or
I'm thinking like Flimpy eats children.
it's no difference. You better eat your vegetables, or Flimpy will come into your house and eat you as a vegetable.
Well, unborn children.
Yeah,
Which I get that's worse.
little difference.
Maybe.
Well, I guess well, yeah. Let's go ahead and move on to another subject. I think that's enough of that particular focus. Yeah. So slowly but surely getting closer to the.
I'm always willing to talk about something. And it's just like in a.
Well, it didn't seem like.
And Rodos is always like, no.
Well, I don't tell
Don't
people
talk
not
about
to say things. You guys
Don't
talk
talk
about
about
whatever you want. But this is it didn't seem like anyone had anything left to say.
I mean, no, I'm thinking that it's a good scene. I feel like it implies a lot of the darkness of Flimpy's character. Maybe that's why he's never been able to maintain a wife. Every time they get to the children bit, it always gets really weird.
No. No, he doesn't.
I'm thinking like
There we go. That's what I wanted.
The Battlebird egg thing. Do you want to imply that he got them from a Battlebird camp, or just leave it at did he get those from the store? No.
I don't know. It would be like he just does it in front of Tails, and that's it, and we don't have any
no
explanation
context.
of anything.
Of course, it would have to be at some point, like, because if he was just eating regular eggs, people might not even put together that that's
he just eats
the implication.
But I think the idea of eating an egg in the Sonic universe is weird enough. And now there's also Battlebirds, so it's like, that's even weirder.
I mean, it depends on, again, the context of the egg. Because, like, the idea of the Sonic characters eating eggs makes complete sense given their universe, with having, again, like, Flickies and stuff. They lay eggs, probably. So
Oh, are we saying we're eating Flicky eggs? We're rescuing the Flickies so we can have their eggs. The Flickies don't like it, but whatever. Bro,
Yeah, it's like the Sonic universe. Well, they don't like the animals don't seem to have complete sapience. They have like mild. It's like they can kind of.
Yeah, 'cause they have animals in their world. I think they're just regular
Kind of
animals.
understand what you're talking about, but not really.
Look,
The Sonic universe.
you don't have to
that
bother
makes me
with it.
think that makes me think the entire Sonic cast is nothing but vegans.
Even Vector the crocodile?
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of right. Like, if I'm gonna argue like eggs are weird, then any sort of meat would be weird too, right? So I don't
You
know.
don't know what's in those chili dogs. Maybe Sonic eats vegan hot dogs.
That was the joke we made one time. I think it was like Sonic is he's trying to stop Eggman from taking all the flickies because he eats them. That's what I survive on, Eggman. You're gonna take my livelihood. Don't you know you could use them as a source of clean energy? It's like, I don't care about that, Eggman. I want a snack.
I don't care about that, Eggman. I want some food.
Grab along the Z-axis right here. And then hit the Control R. It gives it maybe more, but you're going to be looking at this from multiple sides, so I figure maybe we'll just have some depth to that too. And they'll be rigged such a way. I'm not sure yet.
Is it a single like piece that tapers off, or is it like two separate? Like
It's two pieces. If that's what you're talking about, this thing, right?
Yeah.
It comes out of the sash. I'm assuming as a part of the tie portion, like a bow almost, and it kind of hangs
No.
down.
Rudolph, you actually have to take the sash and tie it yourself.
Oh, in 3D? Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and then put it on her.
I have
And
to
that's the
turn on
that's gonna
collision.
look the most authentic.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't just model to look that way. You have to like move it.
It's
like the-
That
You're
would,
like trying to thing.
that would be stressful. And just ultimately not worth it. I think that these should be a little bit longer because I need to reach down a little bit longer.
I'm not gonna make the knot and then the strands. I'm gonna make the two different pieces and then move them inside of the thing and then tie it.
Yup.
You're gonna
I have
tie
to turn on collisions though, of course, and add more of vertices so that it can more accurately calculate how those two pieces of fabric are going to interact with each other and like themselves. And turn on the stiffness and, you know, try to run a physics thing. But by the time I was done with it on my computer, by the time I was done with it, I could save it as an object, but that would be an unnecessary step. It's just like, what's the most complicated way to do something that's relatively simple?
Have the ends clip through the model, and then you don't have to worry about it. And it just looks good.
Actually, if you
Or
want to
tie
make
it
this
for
model
real.
as complicated as possible,
Yeah.
if you want to make this model as complicated as possible, you'd start Amy with modeling a skeleton. Then her individual.
And then delete the skeleton because no one can see it. But yeah, no, I got you.
Or model
No,
Amy as a little girl, and then have her grow up.
Over the course of 12 years. Yes. Here should just select
You
it.
want a
You need to keep up with-
simulation?
but you need to keep up with every single stage of development, like from conception. So you need to start with the zygote and then have it like grow.
Yep. This
Oh,
is
man, you gotta
additive
take her to
modeling.
school.
Teach her how to speak and to read. Develop an AI program, of course, because, otherwise she won't be able to conceive of it.
I
Or
almost
think.
spit my water out. Yeah. Teach her to read.
Need a
Like,
model.
can't you just put that in her brain? She's a computer program, right? No.
No. It all must be taught heuristically, or whatever the word.
It's like, congratulations, Jonathan, when you created the first fully sustainable AI.
What do you use it for? A video game? Fan game? That was the plan. That was the goal. Gonna grab. Actually, I wonder if I should leave it like this. Like have it straight out so that when I rig it, yeah, I'm gonna leave it straight out.
Have any of you seen Free Guy?
Yes.
I actually have not watched that movie yet. Where can I watch
Amy is
it?
gonna be that. Amy is gonna be that.
Rotate along the.
Where can you watch it? Netflix. I
Oh,
think.
it's on Netflix.
Maybe not. Maybe it's
I thought it was like a Disney Plus. But I didn't
Amazon
see it there.
Prime.
Oh, well, I also have that.
I forget. We did rent it for like $5, I think. Maybe.
Okay.
I don't remember. But yeah, you can watch it on one of those two.
I
What I'm
think I
thinking.
saw it. It was on
Here's
either
that.
Amazon or HBO, or I doubt it was HBO, but I watched it somewhere, and then I went to see it. I was out with some friends, and we're like, "Hey, you want to watch a movie? Let's watch Free Guy." Why not?
You know what I'm gonna do?
It's a good movie. It was
Alright.
surprisingly good. They make all these video game references, but they don't
I don't
shove it
suck.
in your face for the most part. It's just like, oh, that's neat. It's
I,
like disconnected from any. It's like disconnected from a genre, but you know what they're doing, and it's really like tasteful with the games. Like it's
uh-huh.
really good. Like it's super good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll definitely check that out. Okay, so
So
I'm
like,
trying to figure out what the A position
so,
for the sash should be. Should it be sticking through her dress, or should I have it sticking off to the
yeah,
side?
no.
I
I think
am
like
having difficulty with that.
I mean, it depends on the way the dress moves.
I mean, yeah, because it's like these things are going to be kind of interacting with each other. Scale, scale.
I'm thinking like what's it? Like Free Guy less so like just shoves video game like properties and things in your face, and more so just makes fun of like mechanics.
Okay,
Yeah, it
pretty
makes
neat.
fun of how people act in video games a whole lot.
All right, this is what we're gonna do. Gonna have it sticking off to the side like
It's like
that.
Um,
the second you turn on a game, you're just a raging sociopath,
I can feel that.
psychopath.
You're going into people's houses, breaking pots, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, breaking their stuff, taking their things, killing people, no reason.
the NPCs are
That's
perfectly
what's good.
fine with it. They're like, "How you doing?"
Well, yeah,
"I'm
because
good."
they right. Even the ones that react in games, it's not
Yeah,
realistic. They don't.
well, it seems like in Free Guy that they wanted to depict the players as psychopaths, but they also didn't want to show them as actually doing something morally wrong to these sentient AI beings. So,
Because they don't know.
right, because they don't know, and also they always depict it as like they're not actually hurting these. They don't feel pain.
Uh,
Right? They're annoyed, but they don't feel pain, and they wake up
do.
next day and they're fine.
I think
Right? Yeah.
I mean, it's a spoiler for a single joke, but I think my one of my favorite moments is when Guy, after obtaining sentience, is like goes to a coffee shop and asks for a different coffee, and then like the cop there is like, "Someone's about to get shot." Like,
I'm gonna have to check out the movie. I definitely want to see it, so I
Yeah,
will watch it.
it's well done. Yeah.
it's Ryan Reynolds playing the same character he plays in every single one of his movies, but I don't care. It's good.
Well,
When you find, well,
typecast.
Yeah.
he's not more like. I honestly, from what I was looking at, it felt kind of more like a an image from Lego Movie type of a thing, but I could be wrong. Obviously, I only saw the trailers. You guys saw the whole movie.
Kind
Nope,
of.
you're not wrong.
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm on board. I liked that movie, and I look forward to seeing that.
Honestly, now that you think about it, it's a lot like Lego Movie. I didn't think of the
Yeah,
comparison.
it's a lot like Lego Movie. Yes. That's okay. It
Yeah.
probably was intentional.
Yeah. There's nothing to be ashamed of with that comparison. Lego Movie was a good movie.
Yep.
I did like
Oh,
them.
bracelets.
I
The
did
music
like
is
them
over
adding,
already.
like
Um,
because there are moments where they do bring in like actual like licensed stuff, like video game like property stuff into the
Not
movie.
often, but yes.
Yeah, not often, but they do it, and sometimes they do it, but they don't do it like quite right, as if they couldn't obtain like specific rights to things. Like it's like, oh, you're able to use the name of this thing, but not the way the thing looks.
oh, Donkey Kongo. That was a game though. Let's do another Taurus for Amy. This Taurus will be her bracelets. Very simple model. Like this is honestly kind of a cheat. I'm not even making anything. I'm just making this shape. And then
Yeah.
uh
I have heard some people say that Free Guy is like the most insufferable thing in the universe, and like considering what it is, I feel like you're either gonna roll with that movie or you're gonna like cringe the whole way through.
interesting. Go along the everything but X.
I suppose, like, you know how you see a video game reference or a reference to something, and you're like, "That's so ham-fisted and bullcrap. I can't stand that reference. Ugh,
Mm-hmm.
so bad." If you're like really touchy with that, like, I didn't sense that most of the time until the very end,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
I
didn't
feel
sense
pretty
that
good
at
for the
all.
most part.
Yeah, but I guess if you're sensitive to that, yeah, you might be really annoyed all the time, like, oh, the
Oh, oh boy.
yeah, yeah. But no, I didn't sense that. Not really.
Okay. Well, that's a ringing endorsement. You guys like it? I'll check it out for certain. Um, okay, so that's more or less Amy right now. I feel like this should be further up. I'm gonna texture her hands. They're not gonna be. I'm not gonna model gloves. I don't feel like there's any need to do that.
Holy shit. Guys, I just realized. Spoilers for Endgame. Do you remember that Iron Man dies?
How could you tell me that? How could you just say that in public around people? What's your problem, man? Like trying to make me relive my trauma when someone actually said that and I didn't know it already, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're talking about Iron Man dying?" I'm like, "You really just
Okay,
you just
what
did
was the
that."
exact scenario? I forget what happened.
I was at the self checkout stand. This guy was attending the guy who worked there was attending the self checkout, and I was just buying my food, just normal person buying food, not bothering anybody. And then this guy is like, "Oh, all the wrong people died in the movie." One dude, and then the other guy who worked there is like, "Oh, do you mean like Tony Stark?" And I'm like, "What did you just do to me here in the self-checkout line of Safeway Foods, the corner of Georgia and Amherst Avenue, you monster." Anyway.
You you misled me into falsely advertising your safe.
It's not false advertisement. You made me advertise Safeway Foods, a place I used to work with that guy before I left. He's still there. No, he's not actually, but still. Doesn't matter where he is. I'm over it, obviously. But I was annoyed. I was like, I hope he was lying. Let me just maybe he wasn't. He was just making things up.
I hate that feeling when like you're spoiled for something and you know you're spoiled for something, but you're holding on to faith, trying to tell yourself.
Just hope it didn't happen.
Real.
Like maybe he didn't. Maybe he misunderstood. Maybe he watched the movie wrong. Maybe when I see it, it'll be different. All right, so I'm moving Amy's body parts around here to kind of make them line up with themselves a little bit better. Make her head be a little bit closer to her body and whatnot. I still need to make her mouth. I forgot about it. Okay, hang on.
She could be like Mephiles.
You're like, oh, that's a lot of work. Ah.
Like, once again, this is the last Amy stream, but it doesn't mean I'm done with Amy. We'll go on to another character, but I'm in a place that I'm happy with so far with her. We've done mostly everything.
I'm thinking, like, what if the Wreck-It Mario models are like the cutscene models, and then all Brodos models are like the in-game playable models?
I'm sorry, the Ratchet?
I still don't get that, because both models aren't like... You would only
they don't look
do
similar.
That. Well, you would only do that if the models were like, one was like way more intensive than the other, like and you're trying to save on resources, but I don't think that's really necessary with even the Ratchet Mario models.
No, her stuff is not like, you look at here's the Tails model for comparison.
It looks nice, but I don't think it's like
it's not that many more. Yeah, it's not more detailed by much. Like when I subdivide, I apply the subdivision. When you look at that, that's about, you know, you see that's about the same. Out. Tails growing out of Amy's head.
Yeah, bro, I think I'm like, are those Amy's quills?
No.
Oh no, what's going on here?
What's going on here? All right, so this is Amy so far. She needs a mouth.
Didn't you love that scene in the game where like Amy grew into a Colossus and Tails rode on her head?
Cryo. That's spoilers. Don't tell everybody about that.
Starting at the BBs.
Well, Tails rides on Amy like a big, like Trico from The Last Guardian, and has her shoot lasers at the enemies.
She's like chaos energy, but she's like down on all fours. She's like...
I was imagining she'd stand up, but sure.
She walks around and moves like...
So okay, what we're going to do here, we're going to do a couple things. First off, I feel like I'm in a place where I'm happy with the the overall design of Amy. We'll continue to edit and make changes. Her boots, her shoes need a little bit of work and that kind of stuff.
You need a toe?
She's not going to get toes. She's going to get that little central strap. Huh?
Doesn't she have one toe, though?
In the drawing, no. If you're making reference to the Sonic Forces, then yes, she would just have like a split weird foot thing. But that's not what we're doing. I was thinking that I was going to give her toes, but then I decided against it because it was just going to be a lot of extra effort. I just didn't feel like going into it. There needs to be a central strap on her shoe. Like, I'm not done by any means. eye texture. She needs a couple of things to go.
She needs eyelashes, so you know she's a girl.
She needs eyelids. Actually, she still doesn't have those. She needs a mouth.
She needs eyelids. Yeah.
She needs her little flower. I think I was gonna do that last, so I'm gonna do that right now. As the
Right.
last thing I do in the stream.
If I don't make it, it's not there.
Yep, that's 3D for you. Anything, I guess, when it comes to art.
Yeah, that's any art. If I don't make it, it doesn't exist. No! No!
So, hang on. Here we go. Put this right there.
It's flower time.
It's flower time, y'all. Let's see, what does it look like? It's just 5 petals. I can make 1 petal and then just sort of repeat it a bunch of times.
How dare you?
Yep, how dare me? How dare I? How dare ye? Yee.
Yee!
Do the how dare I in like Devlin voice?
How dare you? How dare I? How dare you, sir? One day y'all get the reference.
That's good.
Do you think you're gonna voice like what is it, Devlin, and like, because I'm thinking like
He
any
might
character
voice
you
Devlin.
voice, if you voiced more than one, people would be able to know that's you.
I don't know.
How
If I had to make a
dare
decision, it really depends. I have some characters. I mean, I don't have a specifically unique voice for a lot of these characters, so I feel like I'd like to hear someone's take
Dude,
on
like-
them first.
Some of the battle birds, maybe.
Battlebirds. I feel like we could just get a bunch of people to do a Battlebird voice that's like that, and then just have them so they don't all sound the same. But
Yeah,
everyone's doing
they
like
have
the.
to do similar
Bringing
the
random
line.
members of
Yeah.
the team, honestly.
Honestly, yeah.
Could we arrest you, please, Mr.
That way,
Power?
every single
Mr.
that way every
Miles?
single friggin' person has a voice credit.
Could you? Could you get arrested? Like for what? No, I mean, I want to arrest you, but could you? I don't want to do it. So
Can
like,
you do it? Excuse me, sir. Can you do something illegal, please? I wouldn't want to do that. That sounds illegal.
well, I need a printed. Well, actually, I guess I don't. We're an invading army. Don't need a reason to arrest people who are definitely our enemy.
But that
Miles
doesn't feel
Tails
consciously.
Power.
Doesn't feel
You are
morally
under
right.
arrest.
So I'm gonna have to ask you to do something bad so I can feel right about this thing that I'm doing.
You are under arrest for the assassination of our previous leader.
Oh, he tried.
That-
Did he tell you
that
he
feels
tried to
right.
assassinate me? No, I suppose
Oh,
that
so if somebody tries to kill you, that makes it okay for you to kill them? I don't know, maybe.
he's a dictator, so probably.
Self-defense. You can make
Then
that
you're no
case if
better
you
than
want.
him.
Just remember that we don't actually have a functioning judicial system. It's mostly a kangaroo court composed of birds.
Yeah. It's mostly we're just accuse you of something and then you'll be guilty.
You know, I think about stuff like that where it's like, why would it be called the kangaroo court in that universe if kangaroos are like a living species of like
Well,
people?
Because the kangaroo court's a term defined came up with by humans, so it'd just be humans saying that, and then they're like, I don't like the implications that kangaroos can't hold court. My
feel like
uncle
the
was a
Mobians
chief
are-
justice of the
I feel like the
GUN.
Mobians are- I feel like
Yeah,
the Mobians
everybody
are
was guilty.
Sonic
He was
universe.
pretty bad at his job, actually.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some merit to
He had
it.
450 cases and 450 guilty trials.
And there
like,
There weren't even
Mobians-
places where you can be found guilty. They were like divorce court or like people getting
Yeah.
name changes and stuff, or weddings.
when
It's
it
just
comes to races,
Guilty of
right,
wedding. What?
would the Sonic universe have like, when it comes to races, would like different animals be different races, or would the Mobians be considered a single race? And then like
it
different
depends on
animals
what
are-
canon you want to go by, because Mobians were a single race, but they had different species. If you're going on Sonic video game canon, technically they're all separate races. So
Well,
like,
if you go on Sonic video game canon, you get nothing.
so basically, go ahead and follow that logic. Then. I'm not. Hey, well, I look forward to seeing the finished product. Well, yeah, you'll see it eventually. Like, I'm gonna work on this flower because everyone wanted the not everyone. Some people.
The
I-
flower.
Uh,
I'm not sure if Rocket Pow wants the
me.
flower, but the
Rocket
flower.
Pow. Well, either he'll engage with it or he won't. But I'm gonna make it there. It'll be an option, you know. He's like, I don't really want to do the flower. Well, like, okay.
No, get rid of it.
She needs it on her head, otherwise it's gonna be just like a big bald spot. Which is why she usually has like a hair band thing.
Yeah, what's holding your quills down? Gel?
Yeah, just gel, pure gel. Because even a hairband shouldn't be doing anything doing what it's doing. But you know what? No one has cared, and I'm not gonna start caring.
I like the fact that Amy went from having 3 quills to like strapping everything down and then having like 5.
Well, she has hair, right? It just grows, and you can configure it, I guess, if it's like that, and just partition it however you want, being a hedgehog.
Being a hedgehog.
Hedgehog cute. How'd she?
I'm thinking, do you like the Mohawk Sonic?
Mohawk Sonic? You're talking about like Sad AM and other cartoon Sonic? I don't have a problem with that. It was probably something they did for ease of animation, so they didn't have to deal with his look.
It might have also just legitimately been a misrepresentation and like misunderstanding of Sonic's design.
That too.
I wonder how many people we're gonna get to try and voice act Sonic when we're like,
well, when we put out the thing, we're gonna actually let people know which characters we have, and if Sonic is not on there, if they come in here with a Sonic tryout, that would be weird.
No, like when we actually do it, we're gonna be like, it's not a main character, please. This is a small role, and they're like, it's like 700 people.
I want to be Sonic.
I feel like you guys know that the second you guys open up auditions, the floodgates are gonna be open.
Yeah, we'll get all kinds of stuff. That's why we're gonna have to develop a process for tryouts, because it's gonna be a cluster fudge.
We're gonna throw your audition just in the worst way possible. You're gonna create two different channels: accepted and not.
I don't think we need to do that at all. Seems unnecessary. Hey, we'll let people know, I think, on an individual basis, whether or not they made the cut. They can do with that information what they will. And of course, I guess we can do what other projects do, is make a tweet like, hey everybody, we'd like to welcome this person aboard. They're going to be playing this character, and we'll show like a picture of that. We'll act them in the. I feel like that's appropriate once you have the actual job, but I feel like it's going to be a while before we put out too much. But once again, this is something that we have to talk about internally, because I don't think we're going to make that decision right here on this stream in front of everybody. Maybe not a good move, Cryo. Just going to say that right now.
We're going to cast Sonic right now.
Roger Craig Smith, and I don't care if you don't like him. I like him, and I'm the director.
We got Roger. We got him for like what? How many? I don't know how many lines.
That would be funny, depending on how much Sonic speaks, right?
It's like, that's so weird for a fan project. Well, apparently if Mike Paula can do it, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. He went and just did that. Why not? If we had enough clout, we totally could.
Yeah, we just need to develop that clout. Bring in Emu Emmy.
Mike Paula will basically accept anything.
I just like to act. That's what I like to do. Not what my voice actually sounds like. That's the robotic, the Eggman voice that I do. That looks like an okay leaf for a plant.
That voice though for a lot of things.
I'd let Kate Higgins do Tails.
I mean, if Kate Higgins was in any way a part of this project, we wouldn't have a choice but to let her do Tails. There's just nothing we can do.
Like, why are you here? I just really wanted to voice Tails, guys. After Lost World, I'm like,
I wanted another bite at the apple, you know? Shift E.
Man! Who's this? Who's this Ben Schwartz guy that came into this?
He just gave it to the server, like, hey guys, I heard you're looking for a Sonic. Like, what? What are you doing here? Don't you get paid for this? I figured I'd do some pro bono. That's how acting works.
We're just so famous.
In this game, I'm leaving.
We start getting like programmers coming in, all these people. Like, what's going on?
That would be
Who's this
Yeah,
Jim
I'm
Carrey
a-
fella?
Jim Carrey comes on. I'll voice your Robotnik.
Like, I'm sorry, we don't have one. We do have a
We don't
weird
have
science guy that you could voice.
Voice the main villain.
Imagine him being Fukurikov.
Yeah, you
Or
can do
knock that out of the park.
Kurokov or Devlin.
Yeah, well, I feel like Fukurikov has a... Wait, well, I guess it depends. One has a larger role in the story. Not gonna answer that question here on the stream.
Dr. Fukurikov.
Dr. Fuku.
Just bringing the whole freaking Sonic movie cast.
Yeah.
Man, we have to have Falkwolf and Fukurikov like can't pronounce each other's names and they get mad.
That would be great. Because goes up, ends up on Falkwolf's radio broadcast, and it's just like, I am the illustrious Dr. Fukurikov. That's what I said. Fukuduku, listen. Falkwolf.
Listen.
They can't pronounce each other's names.
Wolf.
It's easy. Fukurikov. Well, my name's pretty easy. Falkwolf, what's your problem? I don't know.
Oh man, I never thought I would have this problem. Now I understand.
I understand what other people feel like. I'm not normally an empathetic person. You understand how this makes me feel? I hate it!
I'm sorry your feeble mind can't pronounce my heavily exotic name. I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Exotic.
Is the flower gonna have a stem?
Why?
No, it doesn't in the picture. Oh, the stem, yes, probably, so that it, when you look at Amy from the back, it won't be like, just, is that flower part of your head, or just, what is it? It's a pin. Like, is it sticking into your skin? Tails, I have like 1,000 kajillion quills. You easily get something to stick in there. Will it have a stem,
Go
though?
with that.
Probably just a base, not a real stem.
I'm thinking. So, what big name Hollywood actor in this hypothetical dream world, or hell, would
Not that bad.
would come into this server to voice a character for this game? Devlin, Hollywood actor. Go.
I'll let someone else answer that question. I have no clue. Because Devlin is like kind of a small character, and not just physically. It's literally he's not that important to the story.
Well,
Oh.
I don't. I'm not very good with Hollywood actor names, so I don't know. I can't just name
Paul
one.
Giamatti. Just-
Giovanni and
Imagine his voice. "Oh!" You know that guy from a lot of movies? For some reason, I can't think of any of the movies he's been in. Rotate the
He was
X.
probably in Angry Birds.
Was he Paul Giamatti?
He's in every movie.
Actually, we could look into the Angry Birds cast. And... Because who played the main character, Red, in that movie?
I
Like,
don't
was that Jason Sudeikis? Probably wasn't.
Haley Seinfeld is Brie.
Who?
Haley Seinfeld.
What does Haley Seinfeld sound? Yeah, it is Jason Sudeikis. That's right.
She's Gwen and Kate Bishop.
I don't think so. When I think about Brie, I'm not entirely certain who. Aquafina is Brie. Oh no. Hey, just that raspy voice might work for Brie.
Zendaya for Amy?
No,
Eh,
I don't think Zendaya doesn't strike me as a particularly memorable voice actress. So when she says things, like she's a good actress, don't get me wrong, but it's just like voice work isn't gonna be the thing that I would necessarily want her for anyway. Maybe for the ads for the game, since we're just making things up.
they get in front of that like No Way Home screen, but it's like Tales Adventure Armada.
Yeah, rotate. Did I turn off my number lock? I get.
After the Great Hollywood collapse in 2022.
No one had any money for anything, so they started taking parts in anything. This is too big. That's kind of nice, huh? What do you guys think of that flower? Am I still sharing my screen? I'm not. Oh. Yes, I am.
Looks like a shuriken got her in the head.
Oh no!
Yeah.
That's no good. Amy, speak to me. Oh no.
And she gets revived as an electrically powered goddess.
Oh, reference to Spider-Man, I guess.
Thinking like,
Where's that supposed to sit on her head anyway? Oh,
Like
just
at the top, the
Just
top
the
of
top.
the ear.
yeah, just
Yeah.
the top of the ear.
you think it would work like, oh no, it's. I thought if it was bigger, it's like maybe if it was just tilted on her side, maybe. Because I don't know how that's gonna work, like fitting over the head. There we go.
Well, then I guess the pedals would have to be tipped out a little bit on the bottom.
That out.
Maybe- Yeah.
I know it's unavoidable having Tom Holland voice Tails.
Hey, look, you kind of got it there. It's not quite right.
Hang on. I can fix that.
Are you just gonna have it like rest on her head, or have it like stick up in front of her ear like this?
Right about here is where it's supposed to be. Rotate that along the exit. No.
Maybe she just duct taped it to her head.
No.
Hey, Chris
You wanna-
Pratt shout.
Chris Pratt is shout. Not the worst.
And then Zoe Saldana is
Zoe Saldana. Zoe Saldana, I don't see his scream at all, actually. He's too perky.
Is Cryo just naming a bunch of Marvel actors?
Zoe Saldana? Oh, wait, no, not Zoe. Oh. My brain went to Zoe Deschanel. Zoe Saldana is a completely different person. Gamora, yeah, no, my brain went to the wrong place. Maybe she could be Scream, but yeah, I think Cryo is making a bunch of just references to movies he's seen recently.
The reason I say Marvel, like I was gonna say like because Marvel actors are that because
They're everywhere
it's
anyway.
It's because Marvel actors are the only actors anyway.
That because they just hired everybody. That's what happens when you literally hire everybody all the time.
They're just
You start running out of actors. They start reusing them in movies.
You think it's when you think of like animated TV shows or like movies and how it's always like the same 20 people every.
When I go to the animated shows, it makes sense though because voice acting is a smaller pool of actors just in general. That's not exactly the right. Maybe if I rock this one out a little bit, rotate that.
And then we could have Ryan Drummond as cameo.
Ryan Drummond as a cameo appearance. As
Not as Sonic.
who? I was gonna say it's like not Sonic, just some guy that we brought in. Good note. We needed that. I don't know if there's anything I can do to get around that. Like 2D image, right? Doesn't have to conform to 3D space. So
Right.
in the reference, it's like
Right,
yeah, her
it
head.
has no 3D. It's just flat.
Like in the reference image, this line here, this arcing line, that's where Amy's forehead is. It's not
yeah.
like coming towards the viewer. It's just on that plane. In the front, it's back there. It's not also in the foreground. Here, I have to make those kinds of changes, but it's not like it can't work. I could, in fact, even add more pedals if I wanted to, and just have them sort of propped up by her head.
They have to bend a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
How do you make it? Or maybe it has to stick up off her head a little bit more, or something that's more realistic.
Yeah, maybe
But
it's
I
just
think
like
you can get it looking okay.
yeah, like I want to bring some. Yeah, let's try this. Let's start with trying to move it up and then move these pedals down a little bit so it sits a little higher on her head. And if that doesn't work, we'll have a mouse problem.
So how about Domino, voiced by Scarlett Johansson?
I don't hear it. In my mind, I don't hear that. All right.
I just thought of the domino from, you know.
From the movie.
Yeah.
Well, the freaking
Deadpool
Deadpool.
2.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
I'm lucky.
She was a great character. 'Cause you just every time she was on screen, you're just, how is the luck? How are they gonna creatively have her have luck this time? It's
Yeah.
such a cool thing to watch.
Good Ryan Reynolds voice in Tails Adventure Armada.
Kyle Reynolds voices Flimpy. I love what we're just saying a bunch of character names. So no. Maybe he voices Chuck. That wouldn't make any sense. None of these seem to.
What about Alex Hirsch as Flimpy? He just
Actually,
does
Grunkle Stan voice. Yeah, I could hear that.
Yeah. Who wants to put on some blindfolds and get into my car?
Oh, I'm gonna have to put a little stem on here because it's too far forward. I pull that. There.
Yeah, if you give it a little back, like a little
back
back
part.
flower.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a little stem, and then it'll look all right, maybe.
Yeah,
Rellis,
that's
how do you
the right
feel?
shape.
How do you feel? I like Amy in a white. It's weird. I'm thinking like, what is it? How do you feel about Andrew Garfield as Speedy?
As Speedy. I'm not familiar. Okay, so like, I don't know, in a villainous role. Not that he can't do it. I just haven't seen him in anything where he's the bad guy. So, kind of like, I don't know.
Have you seen Tick Tick Boom?
I have
It's
not seen Tick
where
Tick
he's
Boom.
villain. Yeah, no, watch that. It's great. It's not him being a villain. It's just a fantastic musical. Just
Right. Let's do a little stem here. Talking about before.
it does make me like the slightest bit like annoyed though, because I think to myself, like, I watched that movie on Netflix and it was fantastic and I love that movie so much. I wish I saw it in the theater.
Well, it'd be like that sometimes.
Do you have any movies that you wish you either A, had a chance to see in theaters or could have seen in theaters but wasn't able to for whatever reason?
I wanted to see Tenet. I haven't heard good things about the movie, but I remember wanting to see it in theaters if I was going to see it at all. I have the ability to watch it now, and I still haven't watched it.
I don't see the significance of a theater, and just as long as I watched it and understood the story, it doesn't matter to me.
I do like
It's
to see
big.
certain things on bigger screens
Yeah, but
with the
yeah.
audience and that experience. It's just something that I like.
I've never been able to see The Lion King in a theater, and I want to.
Well, you just gotta get rich, buy your own theater, and invite some friends. And they'll be like, "We've all seen this movie before. What are you doing?
It's bigger.
How come this
now,
isn't
though.
the the Favreau film I saw?" Like, you get out of my house.
Yeah. No, you're not my friend anymore.
Actually, having a little
You're
thing in
not-
the middle of it that doesn't hurt it either.
Remember Will Smith as the genie?
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking like your friend just goes up to you and is like,
Oh,
remember the
it's like-
genie? He was Will Smith.
That was that's just how that happened. It wasn't a preceding film. Oh, Aladdin was a brand new movie. We're gonna add a little tiny stem here. We're gonna make it out of a cylinder. Gonna give that cylinder like 4 sides because it does not need to be very big.
Isn't there like 5,000 Disney live action remakes that have been being made for the past like 4 years?
I have no idea how many. I haven't been keeping track.
When
Don't
did you
care.
like when did we first hear about like the Little Mermaid remake?
probably sometime in 2019, maybe earlier. I think they might just, not that they're not making it, but they aren't spending, they're not putting up too much
I
effort.
think they might just like, I think they might just announce stuff super early because like they just announced stuff that the board room, like the board meeting room, just came up with like that morning, and then they made a tweet of.
I mean, they definitely announced Artemis Fowl like in 2018. The movie didn't come out until 2020, and it was hot garbage. So.
Oh my god, that was a 2020. Oh my god.
And I liked those books. I appreciated them a lot when I was younger, and then I'm like, I'll never.
That was a 2020 movie.
That's looking kind of nice. Little thing.
Oh, you're talking about the little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're getting somewhere here. I just wanted to kind of hook around her ear a little bit, but it's not that it needs to.
Are you excited for the Artemis Fowl sequel?
I don't think there's gonna be one, but I think that was the joke you were making, wasn't it?
Are you excited for Avatar 2?
Oh, other things that aren't gonna come out because they were poorly received?
That is coming out. That comes out at the end of this year.
Oh, you're talking about... It's coming out at the end of this year. Well, I kind of do want to see it because I liked Avatar, the first one.
There are 2 movies that are named Avatar. So
We're talking about James Cameron's.
No, one of them is named The Last Airbender.
Because I guess I didn't want to get it confused with Avatar. But
he's correct.
Scale this in. Oops.
I'm excited for The Last Airbender sequel.
I do want to see it. I'm not excited, like, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see it. I'm like, I'll watch it because I enjoyed the first one, for what it was worth, and I'll definitely watch this one. I do like to see Pandora.
Are you talking about The Last Airbender movie?
No, I'm talking about Avatar.
Okay.
I look forward to seeing that just because I want to see it. I'm like, what could they do with this story that they haven't already done? Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the humans, from my understanding.
Right? Avatar isn't about really. I mean, probably in James Cameron's mind, it's about the story, but it feels like the only appeal to Avatar for like 99% of the human race is that it looks pretty.
You know what? That's fine. But I am interested in the world because I do like the lore that he goes, like the length that James Cameron, not the only director that does this, but the extensive world building that they did for it that never got shown anywhere.
They
So,
have like
we'll
6
see.
more movies.
Yeah, and I'll decide whether or not I want to watch those after I watch this one. Be like, I'm done.
It's like a 10-year down the line, like Disney it was only made because Disney got the rights to it and wanted to make more of them because the first one was popular. It's probably not.
Well, that's so weird because they didn't get the rights until like much later after the film came out. And also, it's like not a series type of not a franchise movie. Like, why would you make that? But they tried that.
Any movie that made money.
It has failed. Whatever.
Nothing can be standalone. Everything is franchise. I'm thinking like what is it? There's it feels like what is it? We learned about this like a couple days ago, but it's weird that now it seems that all Pixar films are just doomed to be thrown onto Disney Plus.
I find that odd because like some of these should definitely be coming out in theaters. Like it's not like they can't, but I suppose the release window for what's it called? Turning Red is not the middle of June, but it's coming out in March, so it's like not that far from June.
It's really weird though because it's like Disney, no matter when their movies come out, the Disney animated movies always go out in the theaters. Why is Pixar a Disney Plus thing?
I don't know. Maybe because they know people will definitely like the Pixar movie, so they can get people to join Disney Plus because like, hey, we know you want to see Pixar movies. We know you don't care very much about
You think you're coming to Disney
Encanto.
to watch a Disney movie? What the hell?
Like a musical? I thought you came to here to watch Marvel stuff.
Man, I still haven't watched Encanto, and it's on Disney Plus.
You know, it's there, and because there's no window of opportunity where you'll miss it because it's not gonna go anywhere. You're not pressed. You don't have to be. Don't worry about it, man. Watch it when you feel like it, or don't ever. It's fine. I feel like every time I sit down to watch a movie, sometimes I'm just like, do it. I don't want to do this. It's so weird.
All I know about Encanto is Madrigal.
Just a sec.
All right, there we go. There's the flower.
Amy in white dress.
Let's do this real quick. I can put some. I'm gonna make a render of this thing later. I should make her a mouth. She needs a mouth, right? That needs to be made.
He doesn't need that.
Let's do something here. Tails. I didn't load in his muzzle for some reason. Let's hit the save button though.
Did you not? It feels like he's being covered by Amy.
He is being covered by Amy, but I did notice that when I brought him in, I didn't bring in his muzzle. So it's only his teeth there. So I've got to find out which object that is. They weren't named specifically.
Is that FNAF OOC?
Yeah, sure. That's what that is. Open recent. No, append. That's what I want to do.
Why is he missing one hand?
Because I took one off to reference for Amy. Let's see if people are saying anything. Okay. Adorbs says, PJ squared. I don't know when you said that, and I'm sorry I wasn't looking at the chat. 56?
This is such a...
Oh, that was a minute ago. Alright.
This is such an action figure Tails.
He does look like a little bit. I don't know which object.
Do you think there's one Disney movie that deserves a live-action remake? Like a Disney animated film that deserves or needs a live-action remake?
It needs to be live action in order to be good?
Well, not necessarily.
Because I was going to say, if they did that, I would suggest Black Cauldron. If they made anything again, and they wanted to do live action, to give it a second chance, Black Cauldron. That should have been a live action film. And they would have the technology to do it. They could make it look really cool. You know? Freaking dragons and monsters and all that kind of stuff.
We need to make dragons and monsters look cool in a cartoon, though.
But
What
it
about
would
the
be
live action?
probably cheaper than drawing them frame by frame.
Well,
That movie nearly bankrupted the studio. It would be easier to make it in live action.
You know, they're not going to draw anything frame by frame. They're going to model everything frame by frame.
You were saying live action, though. And so they're modeling it. And
No, it would still, it'd still be modeling everything frame by frame.
no, they model it once and then they animate it frame by frame. You know the difference between model animation and the other stuff? Let me just grab all this stuff and... Okay, here's what we're going to do. First of all, we're going to select everything in this collection. And then we're going to delete it, because I think that I need to do it again anyway.
I hope you saved all of,
Well, it's just tail stuff. I don't care about that.
No.
and the
Yeah,
flower.
The flower, for some reason, is not in the right place. Need to move that up to the Amy model. Collection, hit the
Does
save
kind of-
button.
It does kind of piss me off that The Lion King was, nominated for Best Animated Film of 2019.
Well, it was animated. File it up. Was it live action?
And it's like, you don't deserve any.
What other animated films came out? 2019?
2019?
White
Good
dress.
question.
Yeah, I'm gonna just sort of throw some colors on there. Amy's gonna get textured later. I'm also gonna put her eye textures in, but
Raya came out in 2020, right?
Raya. Yes,
2020?
yes, that's a 2020 movie. Yes, that year was such a blur, but that movie did come out then. Yes. Oh wait, was it this year? Did it come out in 20? No, last year. Was it 2021? Raya?
I'm gonna look it up.
I don't know.
Alright, I'm gonna go for now. I'm losing.
Okay.
Focus.
Well, thank you for stopping by. Get some sleep. I'm gonna end this stream pretty soon. I've been running it for longer than I expected to, but then I did say that I wasn't gonna do another Amy stream, so wanted to get as much done while people were watching as possible. Take care. Thanks.
Yeah. See you later. Fun.
Bye.
Holy crap! This movie came out in March of this year.
Last year. It's 2022 right now.
This year. Last year, yeah.
He's like, it's January, bro. Oh, we're just adding a duplex to 2021. It's just it's a twofer. Because remember when I said that 2020 was DLC for 2019? It was just, man, whatever. I don't even want to talk about it. Let's just import some.
You know, like the years feel like when your sleep schedule screws up and you don't know what day.
Yeah, they're starting to feel like days, and it's like that's not normal. Usually, I remember what happened in specific years because they're big events and then small events, and it's just been like a tidal wave.
Once.
Append. Oh, right. Let me come in here.
I feel like 2020 was like sensory overload.
All right, this is entirely not what I wanted to bring in, but that's why I put it in here. All this extraneous boo garbage.
I do find it funny that the like Raya the Last Dragon feels like it's gonna be a Disney film that's like forgotten to time, and has like a lot of expansive like world building and intrigue for new stories, and also has the same composer as
Raya the Last Dragon, it's not, I'm not the first person to say this, but it really should have just been a TV show. Like, that way they could have had all the time they wanted to tell the story of the characters and really gotten into them. Because it was an interesting world, and I was like, this is a pretty cool story.
Yeah, I like every character.
It was fun. But they just...
It was a good movie. It just has, like, it was a great movie, and, like, a lot of it, if not all of it, was really good. It's just, like, it feels like it shouldn't have been a movie.
Yeah, like, you just made something else. Like, you guys didn't need to do all that. Didn't need to post that.
It's why they're making a stupid, like, live-action Avatar reboot, a TV show, and not a movie.
Yeah, that way they can avoid... Like, they can have time to tell their story. And not be rushed and be like, oh, we need to do this and get this thing. This plot element that took 4 or 5 episodes, we need to run that into 10 minutes or something and fill the screen time. Because we've only got like 2 hours to tell our stories. Like, this is why it fails. Don't do this.
Do you think the MCU would be better if it was nothing but TV shows?
Probably not, actually. I do like the prestige of film. It's definitely got like a... Like, it has TV shows in it, so this is kind of a weird argument to make. Like, oh yeah, would it be better if these were... Like, it has TV shows in it. And it's still the cinematic universe.
It is the MCU at this point.
It's a multimedia franchise, is what it is. That's what it mostly is, yeah. Okay, so I hate this when this happens.
Does cinematic even, like, apply to, like, WandaVision, technically?
I guess you could technically call it that. New collection. Call this collection trash. Real quick.
When the MCU starts making canonical comic books...
Yeah, then it's time to... I mean, I guess that's not a problem if you want to kind of keep the story going. And once again, the only point at which the MCU will stop making movies is when they stop being... When people stop watching them because they're no longer, like, entertaining. And that's what everyone was coming in for.
It's like, they've got MCU movies playing until, like, 2050. It's fine.
Yeah, probably. I doubt that, but, like, maybe.
I doubt that they don't.
Sure. I just feel like that might be... Even for them, that might be a bit excessive. Alright.
I feel like that's their
Oh
goal.
no, I deleted his...
Goal.
Oh
it's
gosh.
Like, oh, what's our low-end goal, guys? Alright, 2050. Let's try to make sure this thing can last up until then.
Oh, I see this.
Like, I'm thinking like, what's it though? The one problem with the TV show, like, angle, though, is that you get, like, it's gonna splinter your audience, which is why Doctor Strange 2 is gonna be a little weird, because not everybody's seen WandaVision, and they're gonna need to skirt around that, but also acknowledge it.
Well, they might be able to get away with it just because, you don't have to have seen WandaVision. Like, they're gonna bring her in, and people are gonna be like, well, Wanda, I mean, they'll know her from Avengers Endgame and that kind of stuff. And they already showed in the trailer that he's not worried about what happened in Westview. But also, he's looking at the camera going like, if you want to see more, check out the show. Like, I don't think they're going to be relying on that sort of reference or, like, that level of information for the audience. You'll know her from Avengers movies and Civil War and stuff if you saw those. All right, let's see here.
I'm thinking like what's it? You have like have like say Loki shows up in anything in the movies. How do you explain him?
Because he should be dead. Yeah, that'd be. You'd probably have to come up into a movie, and you'd have to let people know. It's like, hey, I'm alive. And he's all like, wait, aren't you dead? He's all like, well, not all of me. You know, he'll say something like that. It'll be just like a snide reference to the fact that there's multiple Lokis. I think you can get away with it. Is all I'm saying.
I just want Loki to be like everywhere now.
All right, so she'd hit a mouth interesting, and I'm not going to necessarily do this on stream right now because that looks like difficult work. But I will work on Amy's mouth. Rest assured, I will do it. Let's go back to Amy, because really what I want to do is use Tails as a reference point to scale Amy down so that they're the same size.
I think like Loki, like I feel like having Loki like in the Marvel movie, like do you think Loki, like how long do you think it's gonna take until Loki shows up in like any like Marvel thing? Like I mean like movie stuff.
Tough to say. I mean, not exactly sure. Oof, this is gonna be
Apparently
difficult.
Thor 4 comes out this year, and I didn't realize.
Love and Thunder?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of things are coming out, but you're, like, paying attention to other stuff, and it's like, I'm not thinking about movies all the time, at least me. And it's like, oh!
Yeah.
Well, that'll be nice. I'll check that out. It's also nice to have something to do so you're not always worried about what the next movie is coming out.
Yeah, no, I feel that feeling a lot, where it's like, you know, all this MCU stuff is coming out. It's like, cool.
I'll check it out.
See you later. I'll get to you.
I gotta worry about when Tails Adventure mod is gonna come out.
I got a lot of stuff to do.
Yep. Good to have your own things going on, so you're not
Good
just
to have stuff.
worrying about the next movie that's coming out.
Yeah, right. I
But
would actually hate if that was the only thing I had to worry about.
yeah, that would suck. That's not a good situation. So let me see about Shift S contrition selected. Right. I can't do that unless I make this a, which I could do for a few seconds. I'm not really gonna be changing Amy's model anymore, so I'm gonna apply the mirror real quick. I need to get everything to have the same center point or origin point. This is a bit higher than I'd like it to be, but I really didn't think about this earlier, so now paying for that. Let's get this into a way that I can see it. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna make that Amy's origin point. And in order to do that, they added this really cool feature in Blender that allows you to actually just move the origin point by just grabbing it. And then like oops. And there's origins, and I just go like, you can grab it if you use the this thing. Wait, that, yeah, okay. But we're just gonna do this. We're gonna go Shift S, selection to
So,
cursor, and now that's where it
funny-
is.
Fun experiment here. When this inevitably probably gets passed off to Ratchet Mario, what do you think is going to change about it
Oops.
based on the previous model? What do you think? What do you think she's going to change?
Well, she's gonna remodel it essentially. She's going to probably do something around the head. Most likely, she's gonna definitely redo the textures because I feel like I'm gonna do my own version of Amy's textures, but you know, not right now. And hands. Maybe she'll do something about the belt. She'll change it the way that thing works because I see what she does with the boots on the character models, what she's been doing with Scream recently, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
okay.
think-
I'm glad we I'm glad we answered your question, Pete. Because I didn't see the message. Course of talking, we didn't cover it. So what were you saying?
So, I'm thinking like, yeah, I feel like the things that instantly she's gonna change are probably maybe the hands. I mean, she's gonna remodel the whole thing, but like, does she model them? Like, how does she model them? Do you know if she like models them from scratch, or if she uses yours as a basis and just modifies it?
She sculpts them. So she sculpts them based on the model that I made and then retopologizes them. A process by which she just sort of moves everything to see the origin up there and just leave it where it is. Nah, move it down there. Select. Sure.
My guess is that she's just gonna make the head more game accurate.
She might. But that's probably going to be about it. Maybe the mouth. Because I'm going to do a mouth for Amy, just not going to do it right now. Because honestly don't know what to do with that at the moment.
What, her little weird missing neck thing?
No, her mouth I'm talking about.
Oh. Just give her a wide Sonic Adventure monkey mouth.
Ew, I don't like it. Not doing that. That idea is terrible. Okay. Origins.
She almost looks like she's ready to
Cursor.
be like a dance choreographer.
Cursor to selected. Selection to cursor. Alright. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can grab the entirety of Amy. Actually, no, we didn't do this.
Amy's like, Tails? Tails
Selection to
inside
cursor.
me?"
Tails. Selection to cursor. Need to make sure that these are all in the right place. Yes. Oh, her eyes, too. I'm doing all this now, so I don't have to do it later. She still needs eyelids. That's right. Forgot about those.
Amy says to the Battle Lord, "There's no way I'm letting you take Tails' heart."
There's no way I'm letting take you Tails' Miles' heart. Selection to cursor. Wow. I'm starting to lose focus. I need to bring this thing to a close, but I'm just so excited about being mostly done with it. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to cursor to world origin. Then we're gonna go selection to cursor. So now, oops, really?
What is that?
Her eyes. They got left behind somehow. Selection or cursor to selected. Wait, what? Oh no, I just didn't select it. That's what I did. I
Her
think that's
eyes
my
are
bad.
just a cylinder in her head.
They're not cylinder. They're a plane, but yeah, they're just a plane in her head. And in fact, they're gonna be a part of her head pretty soon. I'm just gonna put them in there.
Oh, weird. Isn't it like normal for it to just be like a flat plane that takes up like just the space of their eye?
Yeah, it is that. It's a plane. It might be called cylinder because maybe it was or something because it was a part of something else, but it's really a plane. It says plane, in fact.
Yeah, no, I thought the plane that you used was like a full cylinder.
No,
like
it
went
was
around
not.
their whole.
It does not. It's not a cylinder. Select cursor to grid or cursor to world origin. I don't know, whichever one gets her into me in the center of the world. And then we go Shift S again, selection to cursor. That brings her all up here. So now this is how big she is in comparison to Tails.
Wow.
They're too large. But now, with the power of the scale button or scale tool.
Amy did get older between games.
Yeah, a little bit, but not that much. He's supposed to be about still her head's too big compared to his.
Oh no.
Oh well. He's supposed to be a little taller than he is. Maybe I should make her smaller.
Her head feels massive.
Yeah, that's that happens sometimes. So what we're gonna do here is that's probably another thing that talking about things that the Lombax is gonna change. Probably gonna change that.
That's part of
Proportions.
Like, the reason why it's like, oh yeah, the head. It's gonna be the head.
Yeah. That doesn't even work right now, does it?
Have you even used the new model for anything?
Nothing yet. Object. Oh my goodness. Location. Grab this on the x-axis. They can stand side by side. only part of his body that is actually parented to that thing.
Tails with a creepy wide smile. He
Select
looks
the
like a
cursor.
little anime boy right now.
A little bit. Just selected. I always hit the wrong button. Selected the cursor. Cursor.
Move those eyes and his teeth.
Alright. So that's Tails right there.
Your eyes off my eyes.
Oh,
What
it's
about
Tails.
Tails? His tails.
There we go. Alright, so Amy's head is too big. Very noticeably too big. So I can fix that right now by just grabbing her head and scaling it down.
You're just gonna scale it, yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't her eyes a different object, or are they?
I think I got it all selected now. Oops, no, right. Oh, in fact. Uh-oh. Okay. So, okay, here we're gonna... So if I scale it, it's gonna go down like... I need to actually scale the head itself. So let's go ahead and apply the mirror. I'm gonna have to undo this later. Thought I was gonna get away with this. Too. Oh, right. Okay. Apply mirror. We'll redo the mirror later, but right now we're just gonna apply it. So make this flower thing a
If I
part of her
squint
head.
My eyes, this is just me, but if I squint my eyes, the upper right-hand corner of the Blender UI looks like a YouTube chat.
I guess a little bit, huh? Yeah, here we go. Apply the solidify.
All right, Amy, I'm gonna shrink your head.
Okay, so let's scale it down a little. Oops. I wanted to scale all this at once. Get this camera out of the way!
Camera.
That's a little closer, I think.
That's yeah, that's better. It's Amy from Tails Adventure Armada.
Hi, I'm Amy. Tails Adventure Armada. Yeah, that's closer. What we want. I think I might have mistaken, like something was going on with her head, like the hair is supposed to come up a little bit further, I think, before it swoops down like that, but you know what? I'm not gonna bother with it at the moment. Maybe I can round off her ears, but that's Amy. She's a
And now
mouth.
she's going to die.
I need to make her a mouth so bad. Not even funny.
It's funny to me. I'm laughing. Good.
Let's do this. Do this real quick. Arc
Damn, I
seam.
have all these pins and needles inside of my body. What do I do? Oh, it's normal, Amy.
That's fine. It just means that your skin's pointed out the right way. What? That's right. Let's put some materials.
The idea of Tails being self-aware and educating Amy on what the outside world's like.
Tails, what is this? I need to cut this in half again, actually. So it's simple again. Sorry, Amy, I'm gonna cut you in half, though. No! Why would you do that to me?
Sorry, Amy, I'm gonna cut you in half. Oh, it's fine. Ah!
It hurts! Why does it hurt? That... That looks
What's
like...
going on there?
That's just, I haven't, like, cinched off a lot of the edge, like the points on her, like her quills. They're still kind of open cones. I haven't closed them yet because I'm not done with them and I want to make certain changes before I do that. But, yeah, we're essentially done with these faces here. Make another mirror modifier. Top. Right. So I don't have to do everything twice. And then we go in here and we go, hey, I just want to make this thing. And we make this thing its own material, and that material isn't going to be the same as here. There's a lot of things that still need to be done, like the laces on her shoe things need to be made a bit bigger. Call it shoe. I might do a texturing stream once I've gotten past the finished model and do textures for characters, but that's once I have enough characters to do textures. So it might take a long time. Come back to the here. Give this like a nice red color here. Alright. Alright. Boots. Her dress is gonna kind of have the same color there. New.
Oh man.
What's up?
Oh man, I just found something great.
Got a, we go to the... No, I'm just getting this right.
Is that a red dress?
I want you to think about the question that you just asked me. just ruminate it on a little bit. I feel like I should put some eyes in.
I was thinking to myself, why does Amy look so naked? Oh yeah, because she's missing her gloves.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not even gonna make her gloves. I'm just gonna add these real quick. Stand in.
It's yellow. No.
Make a
It's her wrist donuts.
add those real quick. Something real quick. Make a our seam here.
Does Amy have actual like cuffs, or is it just like glove
He
and
does-
then ring?
It's just glove and ring in most of the. So you are led to assume that the gloves. A good. If you like the idea of a texturing stream, PJ squared, then we'll do one. We'll do that one for sure. It's just it's you're meant to assume that her glove cuffs are up underneath the big bracelets that she wears, but they don't specifically make them look like that.
Amy, I'm gonna cut your hand off.
Didn't cut. He only separated.
Eh. White hand.
Apparently, I forgot to add this stuff to the. You know what? Didn't even think about it, but it makes sense to do it. Or her.
Amy, your dress is ripping.
Oh no, it's just my skin clipping through my clothing again. Don't worry. Let's see. What I'm gonna do with this though is I'm gonna add it to the.
Melting into her skin.
Add it to the mask that I already made for her dress. Fine. There we go. Oh, of course that makes that disappear. Of course it does.
Why is that happening?
Why is what happening?
Like the skin problem.
Because they're both the same size as each other, and they have different. It was happening before, but they had the same color, so you couldn't see it. But in different places, like you see like some sort of weird shadowy area where the there's Z fighting. You might have heard that term before, where they're just sort of like trying to. They're vying for preeminence.
Is that what happens when you see like textures in video games like fight each other all the time?
Yes, when they're like when there's two objects colliding with one another, but they're like pretty much exactly in the same place. The game is trying to and confused as to what to render, so it's rendering both of them, but not fully. Dress mask. Sign that, but also turn this off. Move, and then remove these parts here. Wait, what? Oh, right, I know why it's doing that. Because thing. There we go. I'll get rid of that top stuff later. That doesn't really matter because I'm not going to even have. I'm going to delete these things whole, like all the way out. But because I'm not done with the model yet, I don't know what I want to keep and what I want to throw out yet. So this is why I did that. But that's Amy right there. There's her hands. I need to make her little bracelets. Colors for those. Pretty easy, because her name was Donut. She was a showgirl with a feather in her hair or something else. Call this new. Call it bracelet. Assign it. Then we change the color to something like that. Gold-ish. She has no mouth. She needs a mouth. Oh, I can't end this stream before I make a mouth.
Oh no!
I can totally do that, actually. Are you kidding me? Makes it easier.
You just make it a texture.
No. Amy's gonna have a full mouth.
Just draw a side mouth. Little like circle, half circle. Done.
If we was lazy, sure we'd do something like that, but that's not how we work around here in the Project Armada Rotalist whatever stream we call it today. Flower. We'll make a texture for the flower later.
Amy, how is your skull shaped?
Don't worry about it, Tails. It's probably a round thing. My hair just sort of hangs off of it.
your hair hangs off of your skull.
Yeah, off the skin that hangs off my skull. Damn.
Skull.
I don't have to do anything for this, but I'm going to make a little thing. Call it bud. I don't know what the center of a flower is called. I know it has a specific name.
Rhodolus, the center of the flower is called the center of the flower.
Oh, true. How could I have been so foolish? Yeah. Sounds good. EM2458 says the thumbnail is zoomed right in the wrong area. Well, I don't even know what the thumbnail looks like for this thing because I didn't make one for it.
Yeah, no, whatever you're seeing is what YouTube's decided.
I see. I'll make a thumbnail after the fact so it's not so weird.
Wait, what is this?
I feel like I should make a mouth. Like, at least the beginnings, like, it's just the whole, so I can have something there.
I just see like a torn thing. Like a gray torn, like, it's like the incomplete version of Amy's thumb.
It might be exactly what that is. Let me just go to the thing. What does it show?
I think it's like, it's showing...
Oh, currently it's just showing Amy in T-pose, but that's just because that's the most recent thing I was doing. Not showing like a live. You know what? It changes, yeah. So, sorry about that, Ian. So, let's see, side smirk. So yeah, wow.
Have
Mouth
you
time,
given
though.
any characters like side mouth?
I'm sorry, say again?
Have you given any of the characters side mouth?
In this game or just in general? Because my
This
first...
game.
Oh, in this game... No. Everyone's got like a front mouth situation. The birds do because we just feel like we're going to need to make their whole mouths because birds' beaks and whatnot. I wonder if that would make things easier if we didn't. I wonder if we should bring that up. But... Just hide this real quick. His tails' mouth is just a little bean. Right? If I just made that, it would be relatively simple.
Bean mouth? What is this, Cal Arts?
Yes, bean mouth. I've said the dreaded words. It's very simple. It's just it's an extrusion inward. So I could probably do that and just
Grab Tails' mouth, slide it
Tails.
over.
No, I can't do that. Unfortunately, that's not how Blender works. Hey, just slide there in your face wherever you want it. That won't cause any problems at all. We promise.
What if you were working in Maya?
Then I would be working in Maya, and I would understand how Maya works. I don't know exactly what Maya does for these things. It doesn't need to be wide, because Tails' mouth isn't wide. I mean, his head is still bigger than him by a lot, but that's whatever.
I mean, it's gonna be. He's wider.
Side smirk for the mouth. Yeah, I know what you're saying there, PJ. Or at least I imagine. Scale 0. Y.
Oh, wait, what? Oh. Oh, that's funny. Just that. Just that pouty looking face.
So I don't. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to turn off the proportional editing.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, turn off that. So extrude. Grab along the y-axis. Rotate along the x-axis a little bit. Extrude inward again. Y. the Z. Along the Z axis. On X. I wonder if this is even gonna work. Extrude. And it won't be much bigger than that because it's about as large as Tails' mouth is. I can actually wrap around here. Scale that. Everything but Z. R. Another loop cut going here. Let's weird. That. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix this at all. Try it though. Filter what I want.
It looks like some weird, like, teeming creature that's gonna nibble your fingers off. I'm feeling like an Oh, that's so good. Bring down that lower lip. Are you copying Ratchet Mario's homework?
Yeah, what of it? You gonna squeal? Is that what you're gonna do? Gonna snitch? Know what happens to snitches? You get detention.
Yeah, no. If you ran out a bully in your school for beating somebody up, you get detention.
That works. Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to make Amy's hair flower thing separate object again, because it needs to be. Needs to be and it will be again. Let's see.
Amy, why does Tails and Amy have the same haircut?
Oh, you're talking about the little hair thing?
Yeah,
they have? I don't know.
Yeah.
Ask Sonic Team why they decided to reuse that
Hey,
aspect.
Sonic Team, why did you make this way?
Why do you make things the way you do? In fact, why don't you use my character design? His name is Piggly.
What if Scream and Shout were in the mainline games?
Then they would be in the mainline games. I know that's an unsatisfactory answer, but you know what happens to characters in the mainline games. They don't show up after the first game they show up in. So, who cares, really? Oh, they're canon! Yeah. And, well, it won't get used anywhere.
It's like, they're canon though. Canon to what? This empty world with no
Characters
lore?
in it. So, you know, when you get your next Sonic game coming out. Whoa! Did I delete too much? I must have.
Oh, yeah, good. When you get your next Sonic game out, whoa!
This went to like 8 faces.
As if Rodolus just saw like a window into the future and saw some...
Mirror
Sonic.
and to solve the problem. Maybe because the
Oh, that is a...
like a pig face right now, but we'll. Why this is happening? I move mirror up here.
Hey, Rodolus, this is what happens when you try to make them out.
Acceptable moment.
Oh, she was playing...
There we go.
How was she split in half?
I think it's because of, I don't know why that was like that. She split in half because I deleted half of her face, but it was like, it did it weird. Where, and I deleted half of her face so I could get her back into mirror mode so that I could make edits and not have to do everything the same way twice on the two different sides of her face, because I just felt like that was going to be a no-go. I feel like I made her face too squarish, though, when I added this line here. That's gonna...
She's just got strong cheekbones.
Uh-huh. A little worried about that.
How does it matter? Ratchet Mario's gonna remodel it anyway.
Well, something to base it on, grab a little. And I want my model to look good? Are you kidding me? Why does it matter? Oh, we're gonna draw this. What does it matter if it looks bad, if someone's gonna make a model off of it later? Like, you want them to have the best to work with, and I'm also trying to get better at making models in a way.
Get good.
Eventually.
I do notice a difference in muzzle shape. From the nose, instead of immediately going like inwards to the chest, you go outwards and then inwards. I mean, it does that too. It feels like it's a different. Yeah.
I just noticed that her nose is not attached to her face, so do something here with the top lip. Of course, that needs to be fixed. So let's do that.
Ratchet Mario to make Amy's nose bigger.
I don't know, maybe. Ratchet Mario made Tails' nose a part of his muzzle. I made Amy's nose separate. Control where it was, but you know.
Are you telling me that two separate artists make things in different ways? Get out
Yeah,
of here.
no, it's wild concept to him. I don't want it to be sticking out like that.
Amy with that like wide gaping open mouth with like no interior makes it look like some sort of like sleep paralysis team.
Yeah, a little bit freakish. I'm aware of that. I might just steal those teeth though. Fine.
Oh, you're gonna steal Tails' teeth?
Yeah, maybe. Thinking about it.
I'm just imagining Tails has like dentures.
Oh no! Amy, you stole my dentures.
It's bean time.
Because my instinct would be to just close her mouth entirely, but I need to be able to rig the mouth so it needs to be open.
Open that
And
mouth.
make certain adjustments after the fact. Like I would just go like, yeah, I'm just gonna grab
I mean,
this
you
and
look
bring
at the
that
way
down.
Ratchet Mario does it, like seeing the way Ratchet Mario does it, it seems as though like the mouth is like the muzzle is like cut like on the interior to then like because it's like you don't see the like on the other side of his mouth you don't see the muzzle in any way. It just sort of like or no it is I was just seeing
It
beyond
has an
that.
interior. No, that's what I was copying. I was just copying the way that it does it, so that's why it looks this way. But his teeth are simple, and I want to make teeth like that. But yeah, like it just sort of opens and closes, and you can move the teeth out of the mouth. Usually, what I used to do is I'd made the mouth to fit the teeth, and that was just not necessary. So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of taking a page out of her book. Oh, I know you're glad you got so much done, almost 6 hours. I'm about to cook some din din. Wow, right?
Roland's like, I'm not gonna let these streams last 6 hours. That's 2 streams.
Yeah. Well, the last stream I actually was just 2 hours because I was just jumping out. I had something to do that day. Today I really didn't, but you know, we're about 5:46. We started the thing at about 12. We've run longer than I expected to, but that was because I sort of said this was going to be the last time I worked on her on stream. And I get a lot, truthfully, I get a lot of my work done on the stream. So I was like, if I stop this, then I'm going to have to kind of find time to work on Amy, and I don't want to do another stream with Amy.
You feel like if you end the stream, you'll not want to work on her after.
Well, I won't know when I do it again, and the whole thing we're doing right now is we're trying to get stuff done, and it would just be better. Oh boy. He knows. What you know, Amy?
Are you gonna grow her nose or make it part of her body?
I'm certainly not going to make it a part of the body. There's too many vertices to try to combine them right now. So it's going to be what it is, man. I'll make it a little wider.
Make the big nose. Give her big nose.
You got that big nose energy.
No, please. No.
We'll definitely have a... So...
Yeah, right. It looks like it's all jagged.
It's like that because of the subdivision surface is quite low. Turn it up, it looks a little bit better. Now it's on 2 of 2. Turn some things off here. Yeah, for the sake of brevity, I'm gonna take these. Did I take Tails' eyes? I didn't bring them in. That's interesting. And the texture's missing.
I didn't know he had just
Amy doesn't need eyes.
neon purple eyes.
That's the universal symbol for the texture is missing.
Oh, that is frightening.
Gonna cheese it real quick.
I'm gonna take your teeth, dog.
Press it, select. Selection to cursor.
You ever hear the tooth fairy want the teeth? Take her.
I'm like the tooth fairy's enforcer. I take teeth. And I don't give them back.
Oh, did you take its tongue too?
Yeah, it was a part of the teeth. The tongue and teeth are the same objects. Brought them in here.
How shameful.
Saw an opportunity and I took it. I make no apologies for what I've done. Call this thing, we'll just call it Tails, Amy Teeth for right now.
Plagiars.
We're gonna Alt P, clear parent, keep transformation. So that's just a part of this now. And that's Amy and Tails. Maybe I should give her some eyelids so that she can just have closed. It's gonna be me spending more time on this stream. But it looks way less creepy than her eyes just being like this. Everything's colored for the most part.
Welcome to our final Amy.
Final Amy stream, and now I have to decide what I want to put time into because I'd love to put like a much more complete looking image on the thing for the VPL progress report. I'd also like to have the energy left to post that because I'm getting tired. But I don't like her freaking mouth now because this wasn't here before. It's angular, wasn't before until I added the mouth. The muzzle was fine until then.
Fine until I gave you a freaking mouth.
about it. Fine.
You look so scary.
I don't know if I'll be able to fix it. Not be able to, I don't think. Not gonna do eyelids. I just don't feel. Anyway. Made my own hands though, and they look pretty good compared to his. I mean, they're not perfect, but they're more like based on the drawing, so. Alright. Modeling work is basically done. We have a few more things that need to be completed, but here's... The Tails is all on one. Oh, wait, no, her teeth. That's not a part of Tails, is it? That needs to be moved into the proper collection. Otherwise, they won't render. And then they'll just disappear from the render, and I'll be like, oh, oopsies.
Remy, he doesn't need to close her eyes.
I'll just tell people that she's not textured. And she's not textured. These are just stand-in images. Get her sort of centered here in the picture. Should be an EV, F12. It's still doing the outlines. I probably should have had it stop. Whatever. That doesn't look that bad. Save that.
It's render time.
Yep, you can't see these renders exactly, but you'll see them later on the stream. Maybe front. EAA. That looks so not okay. I think parts of her... Okay, that's weird. Like, those lines are not okay. I don't know. You'll see on the stream what I mean. Like, there's like these weird lines on her top of her breast, and it's like, that's... Why is that there? Is it because the thing is making lines everywhere? I guess it sees lines, but it's like, I didn't see them, so it's weird. Side, F12. There's still need to be work done on her shoes, like the little straps and stuff. That hasn't been done yet. Though, to be honest, I could get away with just doing this, probably. You just slide your feet out. But how do they stay on? Don't worry.
Yeah.
Image save as.
See, she uses her magical powers to stick her feet to the sandal, like Sonic sticks his feet to the tornado.
I'll have to decide on what I'm going to render, work on next week, but I'll work on this upcoming week. Of the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be working on Amy to finish her up.
You can work on the Sally Acorn model for the game.
Sure, but that's a secret. You can't tell. The secret Sally. I'm definitely going to make. Alright, I think people are rightfully beginning to wander out of the stream. Thank you all for coming, by the way. It means a lot to us. Image save as. Amy rear.
Destiny's like, how could you make Amy's head so small?
It's so weird because, like, it looks fine in the picture, but when I was, like, in comparison to other characters, it was too big. That's just...
Power of 2D.
Power of 3D, I guess. 2D, yeah. Because I made it the same size. Proportionally, everything was the right way, as far as I know. But it's needed to be done a different way, so boom, there it is. So there's Amy.
Oh,
I'm going to make another one where she's standing next to Tails, so for comparison. I'm going to turn off the freestyle outline, because that It's
Tall.
actually she's supposed to be taller than him, but I don't think she is. Not by much. She's supposed to be taller than him.
I mean,
But-
technically, Tails is taller. He's got those bangs.
Yeah, his bangs go up higher. I'll rescale her later, but now I think this is probably fine.
Why not make another Amy render of like colossal Amy, and then just Tails sitting on her shoulder?
I'll do that off stream if I do it at all. Okay. Not final scale, but here we go. Oh right, let's turn off the dial. Or I can I'll leave it
Freestyle.
on.
Turn off your freestyling. I don't like it.
Render that F12. That looks very good. And yeah, there are slides like that in real life, but Destiny draw them. Slides? I'm sorry. Slides. I don't. Yeah, let's definitely turn this off. Oh, that's a little reference hand. I don't know what that's even. But turn off freestyle entirely. F12 again.
I saw a Spider-Man animation in Blender, and it's like specific frames of this look really legit.
Yeah. I think I don't know. You maybe didn't say that one. Save this one. Amy.
Apparently,
Styles.
somebody's making like a full open world like Spider-Man fan game in I think Unity or something.
Uh huh.
It might be Unreal Engine, and they're basically just like recreating and like reconstructing the entirety of the PlayStation 4 game in PC as a non-profit fan project.
Interesting. Just select everything. Amy here and scale her a little bit up.
Amy, why is your rope so stiff?
Well, Tails, it hasn't been. Why are your tails so stiff? They haven't been rigged yet? Yeah, that's probably it. This is the
My tail
pose. Where's my... What am I trying to find here? Oh, right. Origin, 3D cursor.
Question: are Amy's arms longer than Tails?
Why is Tails scaling up? I didn't select him. What did you say?
Is it like are Amy's arms or legs longer or shorter than Tails?
Her legs might be longer because of where... But, you know, different drawing, different model. Like, it's just gonna be like that. There's nothing... I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I know why this is happening. Because around in here somewhere, there's a little tiny thing. Yep, this is it. Tails is, center. The little group.
Wow. Also, what's happening with those? The straps.
The straps? What do you mean? Oh, they're just clipping through her body.
Again.
But her foot. I haven't made them. I haven't extruded them to make them like more thick yet, and I still haven't done that.
Regardless, you're like the thick king. Why isn't everything thick?
Not everything has to be thick, Cryo. Sometimes you can just be happy with
No.
things the way they are.
Nah, well, I am happy with things the way they are when they're thick. No.
All right. Someone needs to take you off of whatever it is that you're going through right now. Okay, cool. Maybe a little bit taller than 10. Maybe. Nothing of this is set in stone yet. Gonna try that out real quick. F12. I don't necessarily like it. I think it's fine if she's the same height. That was just a thing we were talking about. It's not necessarily canon to anything, right? So that's fine too. Anyway, save. All right, that's it. We're good. We're done. That's a wrap. And anyway, where is the Thick Squad? Good question. Her shoes. Oh, I see. There are slides and like that in real life, but Destiny doesn't draw them that way. I understand. She drew them to be more complete sandals, and yeah, so I'm gonna be doing that later off stream. I feel like it's a small detail that I can just add, but yeah. Thank you all for coming out and hanging out with us today during this stream. Ran a bit longer. Thanks for hanging in there. It ran longer than I expected it to, but you know, not time poorly spent. We got pretty far, and next time we'll be working on another model or another character. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Cryo and Jinx, for hanging out today. I know Jinx had to leave a little bit early, probably taking a nap, getting sleep. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this coming up. Thanks for watching the VPL. I've been Rodolus, and you've been wonderful.